Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 35 stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,000 likes on this one. I think if everyone took a quick second, we could do it. Of course, only if you feel that this video is deserving of it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this all of the time. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I've always been drawn to the dark corners of the internet. Not the dark web, just obscure websites and blogs with next to no users. That's how I stumbled upon the 13th floor ritual. It was just a post on an obscure forum, but it promised an experience beyond anything imaginable. A glimpse into a world that defied explanation, with the promise of good fortune for those who followed the ritual steps correctly. I've archived the post, and while I won't link it here at this time, it reads as follows. Greetings. Below you will find instructions on how to perform the 13th floor ritual. They say if you perform the ritual correctly, you'll have good fortune, but at a cost. Some claim they've seen the other side while others have vanished without a trace. So, who's brave enough to try? 1. Find a building with at least 13 floors. It must have an elevator that can access all floors without restrictions. 2. Begin the ritual at 1 in the morning. This is 1 hour past midnight, also known as the true 13th hour. 3. Enter the elevator alone. If anyone else gets on, you must wait and start over. 4. Press the buttons in ascending order, starting with 1 all the way through 13, stopping on each floor. You must not proceed if the elevator stops on any floor where you did not press a button. 5. When you reach the 13th floor, the doors will open to a hallway that doesn't exist in our realm. You may see figures in the distance. Do not, for any reason, interact with them or show fear. 6. Leave an object of personal significance in the hallway. The greater the significance, the greater the fortune. This is your offering. 7. Return to the elevator and do not for any reason turn around. Press the button for the first floor. If the elevator begins ascending instead, immediately press any other floor's button to disrupt the ascent. 8. Exit the building immediately after reaching the first floor. Do not look back. Do not go back. Ever. If you've made it past the final step, congratulations. You may now begin to experience good fortune. You can thank me later. Regards. M. After reading this, I called up my buddy, who I will refer to as Steve in this story for the sake of anonymity. Steve and I go way back, and both of us have enjoyed trying outlandish internet ceremonies in order to document the results. It's a sort of hobby we have shared since middle school. Everything we had ever done before this had, unsurprisingly, ended in disappointing results. Which is why it was no surprise when Steve initially declined my invitation to join me on this particular excursion. Nah, man, I don't think so. I mean, thanks for the offer, but Kristen's mom's visiting from Vermont this weekend, and she needs me to help move some furniture to get her apartment ready, he told me. Plus, the post you sent says that only one person is allowed to perform the ritual, and it's not like anything ever happens anyway. Of course nothing happens, I chuckled in reply. But the fun is the experience. Come on, man. There's no way I'm going into an old building at night by myself. You can just use the stairs to meet me at each floor. I don't know, man. That furniture. Nobody moves furniture at night, Steve. You just don't want Kristen's mom to find out about your little hobby. Isn't that it? Maybe. Steve sighed. I could hear the hesitation in his voice. I knew I had him. Come on, Steve. We both will be going off to college in the fall. We gotta have at least one last adventure before then. Man, Kristen really has turned you into a scaredy cat. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Finally, Steve relented. Alright, fine. But if we get caught, I'm telling the police you were holding me hostage. Deal, I said with a grin. I'll pick you up at 11 tonight. We set out to find a building tall enough, old enough, and most importantly, abandoned enough to perform the ritual. It took longer than we expected, and it was already 12:40 when we settled on what building to use. After a bit of back and forth between me and Steve, we decided on the Markham building. It was an old, worn-out, 18th floor structure originally built in the 1930s, when Art Deco architecture was still a thing. It's mostly unused nowadays, save for the first floor, which I believe operates as an insurance office during the morning hours. Though, don't quote me on that. The rest of the building hadn't been leased out since the 90s. We parked a few blocks away from the Markham building to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. The streets were eerily quiet, the only sounds being the distant hum of traffic and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. As we approached the building, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The Markham building loomed over us. I imagine it must have been one of the tallest, grandest buildings in the area during its time, but it was now marred by years of neglect and decay. Steve and I had anticipated that entering the building might pose a bit of a challenge, as the first floor was at least still in partial use, but this hadn't stopped us from getting into other, similar locations in the past, though this would be the biggest building we'd ever forced our way into. We could see through the glass doors at the entrance that the first floor was still illuminated, as if someone might still be inside. I pushed gently on the door, and to our surprise it gave easily, swinging open with no effort at all. Steve and I glanced at each other in a mixture of surprise, excitement, and nervousness. Steve quickly put his lock-picking tools back into his front pocket. We had been kind of worried about being seen by any cameras inside, but now that the door hadn't been locked, we were no longer very concerned with being charged with unlawful entry. As for all we knew, the building was still open. In fact, we were now more concerned about running into an employee who might question us and what we were up to. Cautiously, we made our way through the entrance, past the empty receptionist desk, and into the main lobby. It wasn't fancy, in fact it was rather dingy and also appeared not to have seen any improvements made to it since the mid-80s, when the building had last been renovated. What stood out in contrast to this, however, was the large, shiny, new silver elevator located on the far side of the room. Half expecting someone to come up from behind, we hastily made our way over to the elevator's metallic doors. "Why is it so new?" asked Steve, holding the flashlight I had given him, though it was currently pointless. "I don't know," I shrugged. "I guess Wikipedia was wrong and this place has been renovated pretty recently. Heck, maybe even the other floors aren't abandoned either." Steve didn't reply, but the uneasiness in his face was very easy for me to read. The instructions were clear. At 1 hour past midnight, I was to enter the elevator alone, visit floors in a specific order, and never, under any circumstances, look back once the elevator reached the 13th floor. "Remember, you have to take the stairs and meet me on each floor," I reminded Steve. Yeah, I got it," he replied, rolling his eyes. I stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. As the doors closed, I could hear the faint sound of Steve's footsteps as he made his way to the stairwell. The elevator began its ascent, and as it did so, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I found myself glancing nervously at the mirror, half expecting to see a shadowy figure lurking behind me. But of course there was nothing. Just my own rather pale reflection staring back at me. When the doors finally opened on the first floor, I was relieved to see Steve waiting for me. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. "Yeah, just feeling a bit creeped out in there," I admitted. "Let's keep going." I pressed the button for the second floor, the doors closed, and the elevator continued its journey. We repeated this process, following the sequence of buttons outlined in the ritual. Each time the elevator stopped, I was greeted by Steve. He was always able to get to the next floor ahead of me, as the elevator took around an extra 20 seconds in the process of opening and closing its doors. I was also careful to never step out, or for him to step in. I didn't want to do anything that could potentially force us to start over. We continued, floor by floor, until I reached the 12th floor. As the doors opened, I fully expected Steve to already be there, waiting for me, as he had been on all the other floors. But there was nobody there, just a dark, abandoned office hallway. I didn't want to admit it to myself at the time, but I was scared. "Steve?" I called out softly, and as I did so, that feeling of being watched intensified. I could hear my heart beating loudly in my ears, and for a moment that prevented me from hearing something else. Eventually I breathed a sigh of relief when I realized that I could hear Steve's footsteps echoing in the stairwell. We must have already started heading up to the 13th floor. I took a deep breath and pressed the button for the 13th floor. The elevator doors closed with a soft thud, and despite knowing deep down that this ritual was just a prank post by some internet goof, I felt a shiver run down my spine. To me, the ascent felt slower this time, like the elevator itself was reluctant to reach its destination. When the doors finally opened, I was greeted by pitch blackness. The other floors had been dark, sure, but even then there had still been some light coming through the large glass windows that lined some of the walls. My heart was beating quickly as I flicked on my flashlight to see what was ahead of me. Even though I was scared, part of me felt disappointed when all I saw was a hallway that looked completely normal for an abandoned building. The walls were lined with faded wallpaper, and the floor was covered in a worn-out carpet. There were many desk chairs stacked on top of one another in a corner, and a trash bin that appeared to be filled with paper, but otherwise, there was little else to see in the hallway. It was eerily quiet, and the only sound was the faint hum of the elevator behind me. I stepped out of the elevator, my heart resuming a more slowed and steady beat. I glanced around, again expecting to see Steve waiting for me, but the hallway was empty. I took a few cautious steps forward, my eyes scanning the area for any sign of movement. The air felt heavy, and there was still that lingering, unshakable feeling that something was there watching me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my grandfather's old watch. It had been given to me as a birthday gift from him 3 days before he was killed in a car accident. I had brought it with me as my offering, hoping that its significance to me would be enough to satisfy whatever forces were behind the granting of good luck that the forum poster had alluded to. I placed the watch on the floor, beside the trash bin. I'd come back to get it next weekend, I told myself. As I turned to head back to the elevator, I froze dead in my tracks. It was gone. The elevator was gone. I know this sounds insane, and believe me, that's exactly how I felt in that moment. But the elevator was gone. In its place was a blank wall, as if the elevator had never existed. Panic surged through me, and I spun around, searching for any sign of an exit. The hallway stretched out before me, seemingly endless and devoid of any exits or windows. "Steve?" I called out, my voice echoing down the empty hallway. There was no response. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. "Steve?" I shouted louder this time. Still no response. I hesitated, trying to process what was happening. This couldn't be real. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I needed to think logically, to come up with a plan. If the elevator was gone, then my only option was to find another way out, and that meant exploring the rest of the 13th floor. I hated the idea of that, but what else could I do? I continued down the hallway. My flashlight was quite literally the only source of light. The air grew colder with each step, and the silence was, for lack of a better word, oppressive, as if it were trying to smother me. I called out for Steve again, but there was no reply, just the echo of my own voice bouncing off the walls. I felt a growing sense of dread, a feeling that I was not alone. As I ventured further, the hallway began to change. The faded wallpaper peeled away to reveal old, cracked plaster. The carpet disintegrated under my feet, leaving a trail of dust and debris. The chairs that had formerly been stacked neatly were now strewn all across the floor. And then I saw them. The figures. They were distant at first, pretty much just shadows at the edge of my flashlight's reach. But as I moved closer, they became clearer. They were tall, impossibly thin, and completely still. I remembered the warning from the post. Do not interact with them or show fear. But how could I not be afraid? They were like nothing I had ever seen, and their presence filled me with an instinctual terror. I have never felt that level of intense dread before in my life. I don't know how to accurately describe it. Suddenly, I heard a cry. It was desperate and pleading, and the voice was all too familiar. Help me. It was Steve's voice coming from somewhere ahead. Without thinking, I started running towards the figures and the sound of Steve's voice. I knew I was breaking the rules of the ritual, but I didn't care. Steve was my friend, and he needed me. As I approached the figures, they turned to face me. Their eye sockets seemed to be empty voids, and their toothless mouths were wide open, almost as if they were screaming, but they made no sound at all. I reached out to them, begging for help. I don't know why I did that. It seems so stupid now, but I was desperate, and probably in some sort of state of shock, to be honest. They did not respond. They simply stood there, watching me as Steve's cries grew fainter and fainter until they were gone entirely. Then I was alone again, surrounded by the figures. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my side, and I realized I had injured myself somehow. It felt like I had hurt myself falling, but I know that I hadn't done that. I sank to the ground in agony for a moment as the figures watched me silently. I could feel my heartbeat pulsing in my head, but I was somehow able to muster the strength to struggle to my feet, despite the pain searing through me. I had to get back to the elevator. I had to escape this nightmare. I stumbled back the way I had come. The figures did not interfere with me. In fact, they seemingly parted to let me pass. When I reached the spot where the elevator should have been, to my amazement it was there, as if it had never left. I didn't hesitate. I pressed the button for the first floor and collapsed inside as the doors closed, slumping against the wall, my energy spent. That's when I felt the elevator begin to ascend. Panic gripped me once again. This wasn't right. The building only had 18 floors, yet it was already past floor 30 and was still climbing and accelerating. I struggled to sit up and reached for the keypad. My vision blurred, my fingers fumbled, but I managed to press another button. I think it was floor 1, but I could barely see, so I'm not even sure. The lift jolted, then began its descent. When the elevator finally stopped, I braced myself for what I might find, but when the doors opened, I saw that I was on the first floor. with everything as it had been before, except now the lights were off. Gasping for air, I crawled out of the elevator, my body screaming in protest. I had to get outside to find help, but I was so weak and tired that I didn't think I could make it. I couldn't push open the glass door to escape. And then, by some miracle, a car drove by and saw me. A stranger rushed to my side, their voice echoing distantly as they called for help. I awoke the next morning in the hospital. The sunlight beaming into the sterile white room was a welcome sight after the darkness of the Markham building. I sat up, feeling a sharp pain in my side. I glanced around the room, wondered what had happened. The events of last night felt so distant that I began to believe they must have all been a feverish dream. Perhaps I had gotten into a car accident. Just as I had started to convince myself of this narrative, I noticed it. My grandfather's watch, sitting on the table beside my bed. Its hands frozen at 1, the true 13th hour. I felt the pit of my stomach drop. Was it really all real? How did the watch get there? What had happened to Steve? I had to find out. Desperate for answers, I returned to the forum where I had found the ritual. I posted about my experiences, hoping someone could help me. The responses, what few there were a mix of skepticism and concern, but one message stood out. It was from a user named M, the same person who had posted the ritual. Congratulations. The message read, "You've seen the other side, but remember, good fortune comes at a cost. The figures you saw are now aware of you, and they will not rest until they have what they want. Be careful, and whatever you do, do not perform the ritual again." I realized then with a sinking feeling that Steve must have been the object of importance that I left on the 13th floor. I had meant to leave my grandfather's watch, but somehow I had accidentally left Steve instead. So that's where I'm at right now. I don't expect any of you to believe me, obviously. Heck, I don't even know if I completely believe it myself. I've tried calling Steve hundreds of times now to no avail. Kristen, Steve's girlfriend, keeps texting me, asking where he is. I don't know how to break the story to her. I do know, though, that I have to go back to that building. I have to perform the ritual again. I can't leave Steve there. I got him into this mess, and I have to be the one to get him out. The doctors say that I have to stay here overnight at the very least, but I can't wait that long. I'm just waiting for 11 tonight, when I can sneak out of here with just enough time to get back to the Markham building by 1. I know this is just a forum to post stories that are preventing you from getting any sleep. But if any of you have any genuine advice on what to do or how to get help, I work at a Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno. Diner name has of course been changed for obvious reasons. More on that later. Why do I work at the Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno? Well, because, kind stranger, my life plans didn't work out. Generally, if you're caught working at a diner past college specifically, one in the middle of nowhere, it might mean that things aren't going so hot. But still, why this diner? Why Lone Star specifically? I'm aware you probably aren't actually asking these questions, but I nonetheless believe they deserve a response. Of all the diners in the world, what makes Lone Star so special is the pay. The pay is great. There are maybe 10 other diners within a 30-minute drive from where I live. Most of them average out to a little over minimum wage. Meanwhile, Lone Star is whipping up a mean $50 an hour. And that hourly rate is due to one single solitary reason, no matter what anyone tells you. Because of him. My first day on the job was fine, more or less. I'd worked customer service before, so I felt like I could run with the strange surprises that came unique to diners. I was able to adapt to the inconsistency of the rules pretty quickly. Unwritten rules like some areas in the restaurant need to be spotless at all times. Others, boss lady couldn't give less of a crap about. Serve customers quickly, but not too quickly. Customers here don't actually like it when you show up too fast. Give them some time to feel the floor under their boots, to miserably stare ahead, and mourn what could have been, you know, diner stuff. They're here because they want to be alone. Pardon the contradiction. Of course, vaguely defined, whispered only by ghosts. Rules extended to the cooks as well. If you were somehow, secretly, celebrity chef Marco Pierre White in the flesh, your mandate was to keep your prowess to yourself. Your job is to make the classics as decently as possible. Not bad, but not amazing. Just poor enough to be really good. That's what the customers are here for. As the weeks unfolded, I rose, or I suppose crouched, to the occasion quite well. You want intentional, pinpoint precision mediocrity? You've come to the right person. Most of the patrons just wanted coffee and brunch, brought to them at medium speed, with a semi-predictable cadence of waiter or waitress check-ins afterwards. Done, done, and done. Not one for subtlety. One day I finally decided to ask my boss the question in the middle of a shift. I didn't want to ruin a good thing by doubting it, but screw me if I wasn't a little curious. Not a full look at the gift horse's mouth, more of a skeptical side-eye. Why $50 an hour? She didn't even look up at me from her task at the register, methodically counting out bills. Set it on your first day. You gotta be good at following the rules, and when it's an important rule, you'd better be perfect. High expectations here. I made a face. Right. High expectations. You think I'm joking? No, ma'am. I guess I just... Why did I even speak up? I just think you're running a really cool operation here. Cooler than you might realize. It's still work, but the whole thing seems... fair. Christ, my waffling skills were abysmal. Add that to the list of intentional mediocrity. Booyah. She looked up from her duties and shot me a stern look. I don't run this ship, and following the rules here means that you take care of yourself. I'm sorry? I am your employer, sure, and I'll pay you well to be here, sure. But you should be aware, there is plenty more going on here than just you and this diner. She glanced down at her watch, then sighed. I usually save this speech for the end of the month, but you already caught me halfway through it. So, the Coles notes? If you don't think you have it in you to follow instructions clearly, without protest, and without asking too many questions, then you should leave. Quit. No harm, no foul. A week's worth of pay on the house. The conversation sputtered shortly after that. I tried to find an opening to ask more about what she meant, but she was closed off to the topic moving forward. And you know what? That was fine. If she wanted me to put my head down and just do the work, I could do that. And work I did, and things were good. Mundane small talk with the customers was fun, my coworkers were friendly, and I was getting paid well. I'd found a place to park the failures of my life, a place to build from. It must have been a Saturday, I think, when I first noticed him, an occupied seat in the far corner of the diner. No idea how long he'd been sitting there and waiting, though he certainly looked patient. I had the strange inkling that he'd been left hanging for quite some time, though I couldn't actually remember seeing him enter. Brown corduroy shirt, short hair, mid-50s, it seemed. A reasonably calm smile, normal-looking dude. I started making my way out from the back and headed towards him. Immediately I felt a tight grip on my arm. It was Melanie, my boss, with a forceful clutch, enough to make me drop my notepad. Her fingers tightened around my forearm, sharply pinching my skin. "Important rules," she said. "What? You remember our chat about rules? Well, this is the most important one. Okay?" "Okay." "That man over there in the corner." She motioned to the man who had caught my attention, sitting upright, hands softly clasped together, coy smile across his face. "You don't go up to him. You don't say a word to him." "But he's a customer." Her hold intensified. She was hurting me, almost as if she was taking out some sort of unseen anger on me. "I'd like to ask you right now to be smart enough to not ask questions and just follow instructions. You don't go to his table. You don't talk to him. You can look at him. You can shout across the room at him if you'd like, though I can't imagine why you'd ever need to do that. But you do not approach him, and you do not take his order." "Or?" A sharp exhale through the nose, a shake of the head, and a glare from my manager. "It's different every time, but it ain't pretty." I watched him from the short distance I'd been afforded. It was hard not to. She did too. Unlike the other customers here, I didn't get a sense that he was here to be alone, to reminisce, or to take part in the comfort ritual of a lackluster Eggs Benedict over rye. Instead, I had the sense that he was just curious, mild-mannered, content but curious. My shift ended not too long after, so I didn't actually get a chance to watch him leave. Regardless, the experience of seeing him and learning about the rule he was connected to left a bizarre, dampening feeling on my mood. I liked my job. I liked coming home and unwinding. I didn't mind being in the middle of nowhere. It felt nice to look up at the empty sky filled with stars, to see them shimmer and shine, and even occasionally shoot across. I made a wish that things in my life would stay simple. I started to get a sense of his cadence. He'd usually show up once a month. The rare times I got to see him, I'd try to squeak in the odd question to my boss. Questions like, who is he? Where does he come from? And has anyone spoken to him? All mechanically met with, I don't know, and if you're scared, you're welcome to quit. Then, as fate would have it, one day Boss Lady fell incredibly ill. My coworkers and I had to convince her to go home midway through her shift. Her sickness falling, uncomfortably, within the usual 1 to 3 day window at the end of the month when our customer would typically appear. And of course, there he was, right after she went home. To my benefit, the other waiters and waitresses working the rounds were well aware of his presence and knew exactly what to do whenever he arrived. All of them knew to steer clear of him. Nevertheless, driven by a foundational curiosity that I just couldn't shake, I used this opportunity to go for it. I shouted a single thing across the floor, knowing Melanie wasn't there to chide me. "Hello, sir. What brings you here?" I asked him. He turned his head from his fixed position in his seat and put a hand to his ear. Clever. I said, "What brings you here?" I called out again, a few notches louder this time, garnering some odd looks from our Thursday patrons. To my surprise, he spoke back. I'm not sure why I was expecting his voice to carry the tone of some twisted, demented demon. Maybe the fear Melanie had instilled in me. The man sounded exactly how he looked. "I'm sorry, dear," he said. "I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're saying. Can you come over here and ask me again?" Nope, I was good. "And I don't mean to be rude about the service," he continued, "but it feels as if no one has taken my order for quite some time now." I let the exchange end there, diverting my attention back to the other guests. As always, he'd eventually disappear without fanfare, without the clatter of the entrance bell or any sight or sound of his steps across the diner floor, our backroom conversations about him remaining dreadfully short while he was there. Just, he's here and he's gone. And the odd, when we really needed to say it, I feel really weird about this. It took me a while to understand where my brazenness to address this strange middle-aged man came from. In truth, I was just afraid. His presence and all of the questions tied to his being at our diner were disrupting this otherwise great arrangement that I felt I had. It seemed right, in the moment, to stand at the very edge of my bravery and say something to him. Of course, now that he was gone, I just felt worse. The next week, I was invited to something pretty interesting at work. I generally have a good amount of visibility into what Melanie, boss lady, does on a daily basis. The only element that remained elusive was her bi-weekly check-in with a particularly sharp-dressed agent-looking fella. There was a pretty consistent presence of state troopers, agents, and similarly uniformed men and women dropping into the diner, though I seldom paid it mind beyond simply noticing it. Midway through wiping down the tables, only an hour or so into my shift, Mel swung by and said, "Hey, want you in the meeting room with the big boss, if you have a few." "The big boss?" Sure, yeah, coming. Just, if you don't mind me asking, who is..." She let her eyes speak her unwritten rules to me. Questions equals generally bad. Thank you for the reminder, ma'am. We maneuvered to a back room and sat at a table. Across from us, already seated, was a man in a sharply tailored suit with a subtle earpiece in, the aforementioned agent. The table was littered with a small, messy stack of notes, papers, and documents. He made it a point to size me up, staring me down uninterrupted, like a deer to headlights. No concern at all about how awkward he was making it for me. Then he turned to Melanie. "How long's she been here?" He asked her in a gruff, western drawl. 6 months, she said. "You trust her?" "I trust her, yes." He let his eyebrows say, "If you say so," then went on with it. "Alright, so apparently you had a visit with the wandering man last week. You," he said, motioning to Melanie, "were out. But you," attention now shifted to me, "weren't. Give me the lowdown." "The wandering man?" The agent caught the confusion in my eyes. "Jesus, you've told this girl nothing, haven't you?" he said to Melanie. "Sir, I know it sounds weird," she said, "but I personally feel as if the man is almost, I don't know, drawn to curiosity. Like maybe the less I say to those not already in the know, the better." "Wandering man," the agent cut her off, "is our nickname for the fellow that sits in the corner of your fine little establishment. Or should I say, the state's fine little establishment." "I'm sorry?" I asked. "That's correct. The state's. Congratulations, ma'am. You're part of a government operation. The wandering man, not just a cutesy little nickname by our legal definition of this tricky little problem, is a phenomena we discovered many years ago. At the time, he'd just walked the desert landscape, chatting up unsuspecting strangers with bizarre questions. Everything fine, all hunky-dory. A little weird, sure, but nothing illegal. However, sometimes things would happen because of him. Bizarre things. Grisly things." I could see Melanie groaning, concerned at the picture being painted. Would this pique my curiosity? "Have you guys, taken him in for..." I almost wanted to cut off my own stupid question, but he ran with it. "Nope. Not because we don't want to, but rather because it might not be safe." The cozy mental image I had held of this diner was starting to fracture. "We have reason to believe that he's a visitor," he said. "From?" I didn't attend another debrief after that. Not because I was barred, mind you. Rather, I just didn't want to know anymore. My gut no longer held curiosity. There was just a low, aching dread there now. The agents and troopers, spaced out and seated amongst the eatery, were now just a glaring reminder of what my dingy diner job really was. The government cavalry would mostly show up around the end of the month window the wandering man was set to arrive in. When he'd appear, they wouldn't do much more than examine him from their distant tables, subtly scribbling notes into notebooks. He'd always act the same. He would just sit there. He wouldn't give them, or us, the diner employees, much to go on. Speaking of employees, I remembered something Melanie told me after my first month of working here, that the worker turnover at this diner was incredibly high. Knowing at the time what everyone got paid, it made absolutely no sense to me. Now, 7 months into the gig, alongside a completely new set of cooks, waiters, and waitresses from when I'd first started, I'd seen firsthand just how true her statement was. None of the leavers claimed as much, but I'm sure the underlying premise of who the diner was really for became subconsciously clear to them during their time here, and it probably didn't sit all too well with them. I stayed, but not because of the pay. I'm actually not sure why I did. We had a new cast of rookie employees now, the ones who understood the vague terms of the situation, just as Melanie, I, and all former employees did, stuck around. Those who couldn't reconcile the situation with their inherent curiosity naturally filtered out. And then there was Malcolm. It was only his first week. He was a keener, mega keener. He'd bulldozed through a giant list of tasks and was already asking for the next batch of work to chew through. Anything he could get ahead of, anything he could step in for, anything he could learn, he was on it. He wanted to be as helpful as humanly possible. I think the salary of the role, for a guy his young age, was just too alluring for him. For our part, Melanie and I tried our best to get him to pace himself. We were both given the spiel now. By this point, we'd more or less perfected it. There are things about the diner that are strange, rules you will have to follow and not think about, rules that are concrete, immutable, and non-negotiable, like gravity. He nodded. At that moment, I really believed he was internalizing my words. And if that doesn't work for you, and if you don't think you can take care of yourself, then you shouldn't work here, I continued. There was always a visceral feeling in my stomach whenever I saw the wandering man in the corner during the same week that we were onboarding new staff. I'm sure Melanie felt it too. On those days, Mel and I would both work the till, and if we saw anyone coming out from the back, we'd stop them with a simple grab of the arm. Malcolm stepped out, and I did just that. A rough grasp of his forearm, just like Melanie had done to me when I'd first started. He recoiled in surprise. "Remember that little chat about rules we just had?" I said. He nodded meekly, as if he was already in trouble. I pointed to the man seated at the far table in the brown corduroy shirt, staring straight ahead, with what I believe at the time no real reason to be here, and I said, "You will not, under any conditions, serve that man. Don't go up to him. Don't talk to him. Pretend he doesn't exist." Malcolm lifted the garbage bag he was holding to his left hand. In my nervousness, I hadn't actually clocked what he was stepping out for. "Just doing garbage duty, ma'am," he said, but understood. And then he left out the front door with his usual swagger. The dumpster wasn't as close as we would have liked, so I appreciated his willingness to take on this duty so soon into his employment. I turned back to observe the wandering man. He had a crowd of agents in attendance that day, scattered about the restaurant. The man wasn't one to speak up often. Today was an interesting exception. "Officers," he said, "if you have any questions, feel free to join me at the table to ask them." The agents around the room reacted mainly with snickers. "Seriously, if you come sit with me, I'll be happy to spill it all. Truly." Even more laughs. But no one bit. And yet he continued pointedly, "I know you're curious. I know you take notes. I know you talk about me. I know you built this establishment for me. I know you..." As I reconciled the fact that this was the most words I'd ever heard him string together in succession, I heard the chime of the bell a door had opened. Malcolm was dusting his hands as he entered through the diner's side door, a door which was situated right beside the table the wandering man was seated at. It all happened so fast, and yet it played out in front of me excruciatingly slowly, as if there was a moment, a single solitary second where I could have stepped in. The wandering man dropped any pretext of an exchange with the agents, stopping his sentence midway and adopting a completely new demeanor. He played the role of a low, miserable, tired man and said, "30 visits, terrible service every time," in a pathetic tone just as Malcolm walked by. Malcolm instinctively plucked a notepad from his chest pocket and turned his head to face the man. "Hey, I got you, Chief. I can have him ring something up for you. What are you?" And then Malcolm froze in place, and the wandering man's expression turned Cheshire cat wide. His neck alternated between tensing and fluttering with what seemed to be undeniable excitement. The man started getting up from the table, and then immediately, both of them were gone. Malcolm and the wanderer had vanished out of existence entirely. The insanity of the moment was interrupted by the coded language I heard blared over a megaphone, nonsensical agent speak that has been seared into my memory forever. "Alert level black. Wandering target has compromised a civilian. I repeat, civilian has been compromised." And that was that. Melanie quit in the days after. She wasn't mad at me. She told me she always knew she'd leave after the 10th disappearance. Why that specific milestone was required, I have no clue. All I could do from that point was continue to work on my commutes home or during lunch breaks. I would look up at the stars and put out the wish that Malcolm be brought back home, back from wherever he'd been taken. The debrief with the agents brought me no solace. The exchange with them was simple and short. "Where was he taken to?" Answered with, "He's gone now." With a perpetual dagger in my soul now, I had only the smallest of silver linings, if you can even call it that. A lesson that I needed to be more watchful, even more diligent, and on days when the wandering man was visiting, the only server at the diner, no exceptions. I knew the agents weren't happy about that. None of them said it to me explicitly, but I could tell that they would learn something new about him every time he whisked someone away after a mistake was made. It was a weird, Darwinian setup they had created. We were a zoo they could use to learn more about a specific animal, a specific entity, a specific visitor. No dice. They'd just have to watch him sit now, or wait for him to do something different. I waited for the 3-day stretch at the end of the month that he usually appears in. Things were quiet up until that point. When he finally showed up, it wasn't what I expected. For the first time ever, I saw the wandering man walk right through the front door, in the dead of night, at the tail end of my shift. I was at the till, paralyzed, as he took step after step to close the distance. And then he was right there, standing in front of me. And I was sure, absolutely sure that I was going to die. He smiled. "Don't worry, I have my own little set of rules I play by," he said. I didn't say a word. This was no man's land right now. "I know you've been curious about me. I've admired it from the moment you first spoke up to address me. Cautious curiosity is a great thing to see in someone, especially in such a reckless species." Please just go," I thought. "I'd like to answer a question about why I'm visiting. I'm sure you'd like to know why I'm here, right?" "I'm not curious anymore. I swear I'm not," I thought. He laughed. "The answer is really painfully simple. This little game, this little charade I'm playing, it is just so unbelievably fun. Please don't kill me. Please." I continued to think. "You truly have a wonderful planet. I will return again soon. Promise. Give me a month, maybe 2 this time." A sincere, kind smile delivered with kind eyes. "I'll come back with a new game." And then he was gone. It took me a minute to realize that there was a cake box sitting on the counter beside me. Maybe it was there the whole time he was speaking to me. Maybe it materialized right after he left. I opened the box to find Malcolm's severed head, a blank expression on his face, sitting on a bed of poorly and confusingly organized flowers, almost as if there was an intention to create a floral arrangement, but no understanding of what something like that would look like. On top of the horrific display, written in an almost childlike writing, was a note that read, "I brought him back, just like you wished." The worst thing about being trapped at a diner in the middle of nowhere is that you realize that there really is nowhere else to run to. Every single part of our planet is blanketed by stars, by open sky. Someone could drop in anytime. I don't know if there is like a specific format to make these posts or something, but I'm just going to get straight to it. I'm posting this because, I don't know, maybe someone knows more about this. Maybe someone can help me figure out what happened to me and my best friend in the Holly Hills Mall parking garage. My name is Ethan, and my friend Aaron and I have a bit of a niche hobby. We're urban explorers. Basically, for the uninitiated, that just means we like to explore abandoned man-made structures. My favorites have always been places like water parks and theme parks. Aaron is more into the spooky stuff like hospitals and such. We can freak ourselves out at times, but for the most part, we never believed in anything other than the corporeal. We've been doing this in our free time for around 10 years now, so we are pretty experienced. We know what to bring, how to avoid getting caught by the police or security, and when to get out of a place. Recently we went to go visit my brother for a few days in Virginia. He just had a new baby, and I wasn't able to make it down for the birth, so I was making up for it a few months later. He lived in a small town called Holly Hills, about 30 minutes out from Richmond. It's a pretty boring place, but my brother tipped us onto a cool spot to check out near town, an old abandoned mall simply named the Holly Hills Mall. It was built in the early 80s by some wealthy lumber family that wanted to bring more people to the town. Houses need lumber, and that means more money for them. As you can guess, it didn't really work out. The mall was operational for about 7 years before it shut down in 1987. I know none of this is really important, but this helps me get my thoughts in order, and honestly, the history of these structures is part of the allure for me. Anyway, we decided it would be fun. and planned a trip on the last day in town, on the way to the airport for a late flight. We woke up bright and early, packed our bags and supplies into the rental car, and said our goodbyes to my brother, his wife, and their kids. The mall sat right on the edge of town. I thought this was odd, seeing as how they usually build that kind of thing central to town for ease of access, but I didn't think much of it. The mall was surrounded by pretty heavy brush and trees, as well as a tall chain-link fence. The entrance was blocked off by a typical dilapidated gate, held closed by a simple chain and padlock. Aaron pulled up to the gate, and I hopped out to apprise the situation. Oddly, the padlock wasn't even locked. Unusual, but not on scene. Sometimes people just stop giving a crap about these old places and don't even check on them anymore. Honestly, it makes us a bit more relaxed in these situations because it usually means no security. I opened the gate and Aaron pulled the car through. The building wasn't the biggest mall we've seen, but it was bigger than we expected. We drove through the deserted parking lot and pulled the car up to the first entrance we saw. We grabbed our supplies and entered the building. The mall exploration itself was pretty uneventful. It was cool to see all of the ads and architecture that seemed frozen in time, like we stepped back into a stale, post-apocalyptic version of the 80s. There was a pretty massive hole in the ceiling where the skylight had given way to snow, or the elements or something. The tree that sat in the center of the courtyard had grown massive, and was protruding out of the hole in the ceiling. Aaron does these explorations for the fun of it, but I am a bit of an amateur photographer, so I do it for the photos mostly. I snapped a bunch of what I think would have been amazing photos, but unfortunately I lost the camera. Well, I didn't lose it per se. I know exactly where it is, but we'll get to that. During the mall exploration, I did have a feeling that we were being watched. Distant sounds of glass crunching underfoot, or a figure just out of the corner of my eye that disappears right when you look in its direction. But I knew this was just my mind playing tricks on me. There were no signs of security, and no real reason that, even if the cops knew someone was in the building, they would even care to come check. At least that was my thoughts on it, so I ignored it. We hung out in the food court for a bit, ate some sandwiches we had packed for lunch, and then decided to make our way to the car. We got to the car, loaded up, and headed out. But on our way to the exit, we noticed a parking garage. It was a 5-story garage from the looks of it, and though usually uninteresting, for some reason Aaron wanted to check it out. We spent less time in the mall than we thought we would, so I figured, what the heck, we had the time. We entered the garage on the first floor, marked as floor 0. We drove up to floor 4, did some donuts, and Aaron tried his best to reenact Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift on the way down. I was clenching the entire time, of course, because I didn't want to die, but also, it was a rental car. We didn't have the money to pay for damage done by joyriding in an abandoned mall parking garage. We got back down to floor 0, had a laugh, and started toward the exit, until we noticed the ramp heading down to a lower floor. Aaron pointed out how odd it was that there was a huge parking lot, plus a parking garage with 5 floors above ground, and seemingly sub-floors below ground, for a fairly small mall in a small town. So we thought we'd make our own detour to see what was down there. Obviously, we were expecting either darkness or water, and we found the first option. Darkness. Aaron turned on the brights and we drove around and found nothing, as expected. What we didn't expect was to see another ramp down to another subfloor, so of course we decided to make a game of it. We both guessed how many subfloors this garage had, and Aaron headed down the ramp. I had guessed too, that this next floor was gonna be the bottom. He said 5. He was being stupid, but imagine our surprise. And there was yet another subfloor. We both laughed in disbelief when we came around the corner on the 4th subfloor to see a ramp down to the 5th. This is a 10-floor parking garage, including floor 0, for this mid-sized mall in this tiny town. What were they thinking? They really overestimated the draw that this place was gonna have. Curiously, we headed down to subfloor 5. At this point it was dark. Like, super dark. There was no other light from anywhere other than our headlights. We rounded the corner and were in silent awe to see yet another ramp down. We both looked at each other, and I think one or both of us said, "What?" Without further discussion, Aaron steered the car down the ramp to the next floor. For the next 6 floors we drove on in awe and confusion. We were now 11 floors underground. It didn't make sense. Aaron started coming up with theories, getting excited that maybe we'd found the entrance to a secret government base or a sprawling underground doomsday bunker. But he stopped mid-sentence when we both saw something we weren't expecting. A car. It was parked in a spot with its headlights on. As we pulled closer, I decided to roll down the window to see if I could hear anything. Immediately, the unexpected cold from the parking garage filled the car. It was mid-May at the time and was a fairly warm day, so the cold felt out of place. But we were underground, so I chalked it up to that. I could hear the sound of our tires against the pavement and the hum of our car's engine. As we pulled up next to the parked car, I could hear that it, too, was running. The car itself looked like it was an older make, something from the 70s or 80s. Inside, it was seemingly empty. I suggested aloud that perhaps the car belonged to the owner of the property, or a security guard who was doing his rounds, that he might be back any minute. But Aaron pointed out, the car was covered in a thick coat of dust, like it had been there for a very long time, but it was running. I figured it just needed a wash. Aaron did what he does best, and convinced me to get out of the car and investigate further. Only after a bunch of protest and suggestions that we just head out, but he persisted. I exited and carefully made my way around the car, looking inside for any sign of life, but inside there was nothing but leather car interior, except for the passenger seat where a satchel sat, with a thermos resting on top. The keys were in the car, and the radio hummed softly with static. Oddly, everything inside the car also seemed to be covered in dust. Aaron urged me to open the door, and I decided to give it a try, but of course it was locked. I looked around the lot, only being able to see the door to the stairs and the elevators next to it, illuminated by the headlights of the 2 cars. I hurried back to our car, closed the door, and rolled up the windows. I urged once again for us to make our leave. If there was a security guard lurking around, I didn't want to have to deal with that, especially before our flight in a few hours. Again, Aaron protested. He had to know how many floors this thing had. I can't say I wasn't curious as well. So we left subfloor 11 and headed further down into the depths of the structure. We continued on in silence for 12 more floors before I spoke up. This was messed up. It didn't make any sense, and at this point, it just felt wrong. Dangerous. I was in the middle of expressing this to Aaron when I noticed he had stopped the car and was staring silently ahead. I looked and was astonished to see a horse just standing there. It had the thing around its nose, the reins or whatever, and it was just standing there. After a moment of staring and confusion, Aaron said something like, "Is that a horse?" And I replied with some sort of grunt of confirmation. The horse finally turned in our direction, and I'm pretty sure I screamed when I saw the skin hanging off the side of the horse's face, his skull exposed beneath. It was then I saw the blood on the floor, a large streak going from beneath the horse's hooves off into the darkness. I didn't want to know anymore. I wanted to get out of there. and I told Aaron as much. Aaron, against his and my better judgment, wanted to go on. He wanted to know what this all was, but this time I didn't let up. I was louder and more insistent than I've probably ever been with him, and he could see that, I think, so he agreed and threw the car in reverse. We backed up and started back up toward the ground floor. At this point, I decided to try my phone. I had figured I wouldn't get any signal underground, and I was right, but I tried it anyway. Nothing. Again, we drove in silence for a few hours. Aaron finally broke the silence to apologize, but I stopped him short. The floors were numbered. Ever since we started heading down, they were each numbered B1, B2, B3, etc. We were on B23 when we turned around and headed back up, but the sign I was staring at in the moment said B26. 3 floors lower than we started heading back up. I thought someone was messing with us, but it was all too elaborate of a prank. Still, it was impossible. There was no way we were traveling further down by driving up the ramps. It was physically impossible. But there we were, floor B26. Aaron was just as confused as me, obviously. He got out of the car unannounced and walked over to the sign on the wall. He grabbed it and began to shake it, then stopped and stared, clearly trying to figure it all out. I rolled down my window and called for him to get back in the car. This was followed by another voice repeating my words. Not mine, not Aaron's. He froze in place as the voice whispered loudly from the darkness. Get back in the car. Aaron did just that. He closed and locked the doors and rolled up the windows. We agreed that we needed to get out of there. This wasn't fun or adventurous anymore, but we didn't know what to do. We thought we were going to get out of there. I remembered that we headed back up on B23, and we decided that we should just keep going up. If the numbers keep rising, we should hit ground level by B46. It didn't make sense, but it was the best we had. We continued driving back up. Aaron was driving a bit quicker than before, and just as we thought, the numbers kept rising, which seemingly meant we were descending, but we held out hope that it was just some weird fluke. Maybe it was a joke. Maybe we didn't see those signs on the way down. We traveled in silence again, all the way to floor B35, but it was an uneasy silence. We were afraid at every turn at what we might see, but there was nothing. Mostly. There were a few floors with things that I did notice, some of them subtle, others glaring. Aaron was focused on driving and didn't seem interested in any of the strangeness we encountered on these floors for the most part. On one floor, I swear I saw a long dining room table with 2 figures sitting at either end, illuminated for only a few seconds by our headlights. Another floor seemingly had a cot in each parking space. They looked to each be occupied by a body, alive or dead, I don't know. One of the strangest, that even caused Aaron to stop the car for a moment, was a floor that didn't seem like a parking garage floor at all. It looked like we had pulled into a forest clearing. The pillars of the garage, now tree trunks, though the concrete ceiling was still visible above. There were plants, grass, bushes, and a pathway leading to what looked like a small cabin in the distance. The window glowed as if there were someone home, and smoke seemingly billowed out of the chimney. The curiosity overcame my fear and I rolled down the window. The sound of crickets, cicadas, and a cool spring breeze filled the car. Aaron and I looked at each other for a moment before Aaron blurted out, "No, screw that," and continued on up the ramp. Finally, after what seemed like longer than it should have, we reached floor B46. Nothing. I started to cry. It was too much. The realization that we were lost, underground, without any way out was starting to make me feel trapped. We were trapped. It was like I could feel the weight of every floor above us on me all at once. Aaron kept his cool. He tried to console me. He tried to offer explanations. But there was no explanation. We were in a labyrinth of a parking garage. Aaron started driving with purpose. He turned around and started going down again. B47, B48, B49. He stopped the car, turned around again, and started driving back up the ramps. B50, B51, B52. He started to scream. Anger, frustration, confusion, all overflowing into a furious scream. Then in a deafening echo, his scream reverberated around us. Outside the car, within the parking garage floor. The windows rattled, the car shook and then shut off. We were now in pitch blackness. The interior of the car was only illuminated by my cell phone, which I had plugged in and had charging. I picked up the phone and turned on the flashlight. Aaron was desperately trying to start the car, but there was nothing. Not even a click. Then he screamed. This time in alarm. In front of us, in the darkness, were two large eyes staring right at us. I have to express that when I say huge, they were massive, each seemingly the size of the wall. They felt almost flat and unnaturally still, but you could feel the consciousness behind them. Something was staring right at us. The whites were snow white and the irises were an icy cold blue. The pupils were dilated and pitch black. And Aaron slammed his fists on the steering wheel over and over. A voice seemingly inside the car whispered again, "Get back in the car." Aaron's percussive maintenance seemed to have worked because the car started back up, without him even turning the key. Whatever was down here seemed to want us to leave, and we wanted to leave too, but we didn't know how. Aaron put the car in reverse and spun it around. I could still see the eyes in the mirror. He sped up the ramp, totally disregarding the numbers. He drove a good 6 or 7 floors before I noticed something standing out in the darkness. Each floor now had a dim light. I was able to calm Aaron down enough for him to listen to me, and I pointed it out. He stopped on the next floor to see the light in the distance. It was a door. The door to the stairs is illuminated by an emergency light above it. It was our only chance. It was our last option. He drove over and parked the car in front of the stairwell door, illuminating it fully with the headlights of the car. We both bolted out of the car. Aaron flung open the door and we started running up the stairs. After the first flight, we saw the number on the stairs, B57. We were ascending. I started to tear up in excitement. We continued on faster than before. For 20 floors, we basically ran. Energized by the fact that the numbers were going down, which meant we were going up. Around B30, we started to slow down pretty significantly. We were still making our way up, but we were tired. It was then that I looked back for the first time. The stairwell above was lit on each floor, but as we made our way up to the next floor, the lights on the previous were turning off. Turning back to head up the stairs, I ran into Aaron, who had stopped in front of me. He was looking up at the top of the next flight of stairs. I looked at what had stopped him. It was a person. A figure huddled in the corner at the top of the stairs. They sat with their head buried into their knees, shaking. Their clothes seemed faded, old, and dusty. Maybe a homeless person who had gotten lost. Maybe the driver of the vehicle. I called out gently to the stranger, something along the lines of, "Hello? Are you okay? Do you need help?" Aaron scoffed. He said we needed help. Screw this guy. He started up the stairs, but when he got near the top, he hugged the rail, facing the figure the entire time. Slowly he rounded the corner and called me forward. The stranger didn't move. They just sat there, shaking, arms wrapped around their legs, face hidden. They were mumbling something, but I couldn't make out what it was. I followed Aaron's lead and carefully passed the person. Same as before, no reaction. We moved on, leaving the figure behind. Aaron led as before, and when I made it to the top of the next flight of stairs, I looked back down, startled to see the gaunt face of a man, his cheeks sunken in, his face pale and old, his eyes a piercing pale blue, staring at me, silent, unnaturally still. I didn't say anything. I slowly walked up and rounded the corner. He stared at me the whole time. Again, I ran into Aaron, who was looking up at the top of the next flight of stairs. It was a figure. It looked like the same stranger. I looked down at him on the previous floor, staring at me, and the next floor, his face buried in his knees. We traded what the heck looks, but Aaron said, just ignore it and keep going. We're too close. So we did. Every floor after, he was there, hiding his face as we approached, staring at us as we left. It was unexplainable, but so was everything else so far. We made our way up, finally reaching B1. This time there was no man in the corner. I looked back to the previous top step, and he wasn't there either. I felt like this was a good sign for some reason. We made our way up to floor 0, and we were relieved to see light shining through the cracks of the door. Aaron stopped for only a moment and pushed through the door. He began to laugh. I followed him through, but the cold of the parking garage was back. There before us were the bright headlights of a car. Our car. Where we left it on floor B58. I had no words. Aaron walked back into the stairwell and fell to the floor, distraught and broken. I told him we can just keep going. We could keep going up, but he wouldn't move. He was tired and defeated. His stoic bravery had finally given way to hopelessness and fear. So I decided to go up to the next floor to check it out. I ran up the stairs, and I felt a sudden warmth. I could see the light through the cracks of the door, but I knew it was different. I knew it was the sun. I burst through and was blinded by the sudden light of the sun. After the hours and hours in darkness, it took a few moments for my eyes to adjust. We had made it. We were free. We were alive. I ran back down to the previous floor to tell Aaron, but he was gone. I ran out through the door into the garage to check in the car, but he was nowhere to be seen. I called for him, shouted at the top of my lungs. My voice echoed through the parking garage, but nothing. I didn't know what to do. I started down the stairs, but stopped cold. I couldn't go back down. I couldn't get lost down there again. And then I saw, on the top stair of the floor below, the figure was back. It was Aaron, sitting in the corner, his hands wrapped around his knees, staring at me. I called to him. I ran down to him, but when I got to the stair, he was gone. I looked over the railing down at the next flight down, and there he was again, staring. I couldn't go down anymore. I couldn't. I called to him, pleaded with him to come with me, to get it together and get out of there, but he just stared. I promised him I would come back. I cried as I turned around and made my way out of the garage, as I left my best friend behind to save myself, because I was too scared. I ran from the parking garage, across the parking lot, past the gates and to the road. Finally, my phone had a signal and I called the police. They came out and I tried my best to explain what happened. I knew it sounded crazy, but I told them the truth. They went and checked out the parking garage. They searched the entire thing, as well as the mall and surrounding area. Nothing. In fact, they told me there was no subfloors in that garage, like I dreamt it all up. How could that even be? I was tested for alcohol and drugs and fined for trespassing. When my brother arrived to pick me up, I tried my best to explain what happened, but if it couldn't get any weirder, he swore to me he didn't know who Aaron was. They've known each other since they were kids. He's been my best friend for 20 years, but he swore, his wife too, and kids. None of them remembered him. After that, I looked for any evidence of Aaron I could find. All the pictures on my phone were gone. My camera was still in the car, and there was no proof of his existence online. Anywhere. I didn't dream him up. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't have any history of mental illness. I didn't make up 20 years of friendship. I've been seeing a therapist and started some meds. It hasn't helped. Nothing has. Something doesn't feel right. This world doesn't feel right. Like I came out of that parking garage into a life I didn't own. I feel like I don't belong here. Every day it becomes more and more clear to me that I have to go back. I don't know what I wanted to get from this post. Maybe to just tell my story, for people to know I existed. Aaron existed. Maybe to find someone who knows what happened to us, who knows something about the Holly Hills Mall, who can make any sense of it. Either way, I have to go back. I have to find Aaron. We have to get back in the car. I know that immoral doesn't quite cover it. It isn't as though I awoke one morning and decided that was the Thursday I was going to roll out of bed and become a piece of crap. I didn't pull on last year's trainers and make a pact with myself that my bank balance would triple because I was going to become a ghost hunting scam artist, greasing my endless lies with snake oil. But it doesn't matter. Not really. Karma came for me in a big way, and it was deserved. We gained a bit of a niche following online. Nothing to write home about, but we made our money from donations and, of course, the cold hard cash from the people we sucked the life out of. I won't bore with fine details, but we ghost busted 19 homes before we reached the Whistlebees. With each home, we bought more equipment to really add credence to the whole Wrath Wrangler thing. We turned creaky floorboards into demons, water tank leaks into internet views. It was fun, until it wasn't. I'd never met a family quite like them. The others, they were young couples afraid of whistling wind, old singles desperate for validation that their home wasn't heavy with the weight of vengeful spirits. It was easy, muscle memory. But the Whistlebees? God, they were terrified. Young parents and 2 children with their family dog, cowering in the corner when we set up our BS interview. The daughter was so pale she seemed to sink into the walls behind her, face gaunt and eyes haunted. It was her we latched onto as we probed, stifling excited smirks with our palms. "He never leaves," she whispered, staring through us as if we weren't really there. If her eyes glimmered once, they certainly didn't now, lost and soulless as she gazed into the abyss. It was Adam who managed to coax the words from her lips, voice soft as he gently probed. "Who is he? We have plenty of equipment here to find him in whatever corner he's hiding in. We just need to know as much as you can tell us." A wry smile made its way onto her lips as she finally looked at Adam, voice low and deliberate. "You don't need to find him. You'll know where he is. I promise. He walks on the ceiling and crawls down the walls. He'll find you." The young girl's mom spoke suddenly, eyes full of tears. "She didn't used to speak this way," she breathed, gaze darting around the room. "She's so tired, so tired. She doesn't sleep anymore. It doesn't let her. Jonah stood up then, grinning as he clutched his camera for dear life. Ma'am, don't you worry for a second. You're in the right hands. We'll find out what your visitor wants, and we'll cast him right out of here. You have my word. His words meant nothing, but they didn't need to know that. The fear in their aura was palpable. It was as if they had their own pulsing circle of gravity sucking the life from the room. Their dread did something foreign to me. It made me nervous. In all the nighttime giggling and masquerading in people's homes, I'd never been scared. To do this job was to know that ghosts were as real as fairies in whimsical tales. It was to laugh at the notion. But during that interview, I wasn't laughing. The girl's eyes were black holes, and they looked like they'd sucked her soul out long ago. So with the image of those eyes burned into my retinas, we did what we did best. 11 p.m. rolled around, and with the family booked into a hotel, it was showtime. Show yourself, demon. Jonah lunged through the front door as nighttime blanketed the house in darkness, hauling our masses of equipment through. We didn't need any of it, obviously, but it made people feel as though we were legitimately expelling ghosts from their homes with the flick of a battered crucifix. Adam rolled his eyes, glancing down at the EMF reader in his hand. Bro, come on. Did you see how scared that girl was? I feel a little bad. She was creepy. Jonah chomped on his gum, leaving muddy boot stains as he clambered up on the sofa to stick his camera to the wall. He walks on the ceiling. Dude must have the mother of all headaches. I stayed quiet, chewing my lips as I set up our audio equipment and eyed the tired-looking lump of plastic. The older it looks, the more authentic it appears, Jonah had assured me. And sure, I supposed it did look like it belonged in a 1998 horror game, but it was pretty crap. Not that we'd ever picked up anything on it before. There was the great scare of House 12 when the fridge appeared to hum a lilting tune, but it was just super broken. Right. Jonah jumped downwards, nearly knocking over the coffee table. Plan is Megan Donovan is leaving the house party. You guys didn't want to go at like 2 a.m. I say we wrap up here by 1 a.m. Swing by the party and I'll be her shoulder to cry on because her D-bag boyfriend was mean again all night. Adam scowled as Jonah cackled, but I stayed mute, casting my eyes around the room. I couldn't deny this place felt different somehow. Even with all the lights dancing across the house, there sat an empty, tepid coldness that seemed to seep through the walls. There was no warmth here, no safety. Loving family photos littered the room, but somehow it felt barren. Wrong. I'm down to do this quickly at least, Adam muttered, eyes darting around nervously. You guys feel that? Place feels haunted? I finished for him, rolling my eyes at Jonah's guffaws. Alright, if you're both gonna be babies, I'll get started. He stared ominously into our main camera placed across the room, red light blinking towards the sofa we were sitting on. It's time, everyone. As always, first, we'll try to contact the ghost and see if we pick up anything on the microphone or the EMF. Clearing his throat, Adam stole a glance at me. Okay. We're here in your domain, ghost. He tried to project, but I heard the slight crack in his voice. We're here to find out what you want, why you haunt this family. We're here to set you free. I counted down from 6, bulging my eyes as I shrieked, throwing myself backwards. No way, I bellowed, pointing off camera. There's no way. And we did the usual scramble, all of us claiming we saw a photo frame go flying, switching to shaky hand cam footage as Jonah retrieved it from the floor we laid it on earlier. It was rehearsed, but something just felt different. It's hard to describe, But I couldn't shake the feeling a pair of eyes were locking on to me, a horrid gaze burning into my back. The feeling amplified as we pulled out the trusty Ouija board only moments later, laying it on the table and pushing it into frame. I scratched at my arms nervously, trying not to stare at the shadows that seemed to be consuming the room. "All right," Jonah muttered, placing his finger on the planchette. "I ask its name. We give it something creepy like Maurice. I'll move it. You guys just stay still." "Feel free to run the show on this one," I offered, goosebumps erupting over my skin. Had it gotten colder in here? Adam certainly thought so as he hugged his hoodie tighter, shaking something off as he placed his finger on the planchette with us. The dread was otherworldly, beginning to creep across my skin and begging me to stop. "Spirit," Jonah demanded, dramatically eyeing each corner of the room. "Make yourself known to us. Show us. Communicate with us. I want to ask what name gives you your power. What is your name, ghost?" He waited a fairly believable amount of time before the planchette slowly began to move towards M, but I knew my heart wasn't in my luckless reaction. Jonah would yell at me later, claiming I ruined the entire Ouija shot, but I swore I could see something in my peripheral, just out of view, staring at me. I didn't turn my head, didn't dare. Instead, I gritted my teeth and focused on the board, letting my jaw drop dramatically. M-A-U-R-I. And just like that, the planchette halted. Painfully, almost. Jonah scowled, head snapping to us. "Really? Dude, I was nearly finished." "You stopped," I argued, wondering if it was a blanket on the bookshelf or a crumpled up man staring dead-eyed at me, as I was beginning to suspect it was. "Just do it again," Adam grumbled, and it wasn't usually like this. We didn't fight, we didn't bite. The house felt as though it was draining the life from us, the joy. I felt physically tired, as though being here was soul-sucking, but, as I told myself, ghosts were not real. We were not real. We were opportunistic, and we were leaving at 1 a.m. The planchette moved to M with ease again, and we forced our shock, but with less enthusiasm this time. It seemed even Jonah was struggling now, eyebrows knitted together intensely. M-A-U-R-I-C. And it stopped again, but this time it jerked itself to the left, causing a gasp to leave Adam's lips. "Jonah, what is your problem?" Jonah cried, looking between us as though we were crazy. "Ever since we got in here, you've been acting like a couple of little girls. I swear to God, if Megan..." But his words died on his lips because, as we all scowled at one another, the planchette yanked our waiting fingers in the opposite direction, landing on a letter. B. "Adam, for Christ!" E. The planchette scraped horribly against the Ouija board, and I couldn't tear my eyes away, sitting between the chaos of my friends arguing as each blamed the other, neither paying enough attention to the board. I swallowed, trying to watch for a twitch of the muscles in their fingers, some indication of which one was messing with us. E. But there was none. The fingers were light, barely grazing the object, jerking clumsily around the board. Adam met my eyes, trepidation lining his features. "Listen, I just want to get this done and get out of here. If this is you..." L. "It isn't," I returned, voice lost in the sound of Jonah growling and wrenching up the planchette, launching it across the room till it hit the wall with a sickening crack. I could only stare in shock at my furious, panting friend, but Adam leapt upwards, throwing his arms up in question. "You can't be serious, Jonah. What is wrong with you?" and they argued, yelled, threw their arms around, ignored the room. But I couldn't ignore the room. I hadn't been able to ignore it from the second we'd stepped in here, the atmosphere wrapping around my throat from the very first second we dared. And they weren't seeing it, but I was. The blanket in the corner of the room, hanging limply from the figure underneath it. Tall, impossibly tall, shrouded in shadow and with the fabric sagging off it horribly. "Shut up," I whispered to the boys next to me, but they didn't stop. They didn't stop as the blanket began to drag closer towards us, the sound of toenails scraping on the floor echoing louder than even my friends. I could see the silhouette underneath it, the darkness that followed, the cold. But they didn't notice, not until a screech sounded, sending our eyes all in the direction of the bleeping monstrosity. Adam cried, shaking his head at the EMF detector, which was flashing a bloody red color, and wailing to attention. I was only distracted momentarily from the carnage, turning around in time to feel a horrid whoosh of air as the blanket fell into a crumpled heap a mere inch from my nose, dropping to my feet. The air was sucked from my lungs as I tumbled backwards, collapsing on the sofa and gasping instead of forming words. Adam looked upon me with concern, but Jonah was done. "Nah," he growled, wincing at the wail of the EMF machine. "Listen, I'm not doing this all over again. Come here. Let's do something with this godforsaken thing. Grab it. Wave it around. Just get up." My eyes were still darting around the room, and only pulled from their trance as a buzzing fly landed on my hand, narrowly avoiding death with the flick of my shaking finger. It woke me up, the voice sounding more strained than I would have liked. "Are you hearing that? It's detecting something. Jonah, I swear to God I saw... faulty microwave. Crappy electrics. I don't know." His voice raised threateningly. "Seriously, stop. Let's leave the room and run in. We'll act shocked about the EMF. We'll walk around a bit, and then we're going. I'm sick of you both." I should have argued. Obviously, I should have argued. But I can't describe the way I felt in that moment. It was as though my fear gave way to denial so quickly that I was already calling myself crazy, reaching desperately for the idea that no, I was seeing things, feeling things, as though I needed to prove to myself that I was crazy, and the horrors my mind was conjuring simply couldn't exist. So I stayed. I stayed as the three of us trudged out of the living room, as we all pulled our clothes tighter and ignored the ice seeping into our skin. I ignored Adam squeezing my shoulder, a sentiment he'd never bothered with before. I ignored my thudding heart as we clutched our cameras, bursting into the living room in our most epic movie yet, ready to contort our faces in horror. But we didn't have to fake it. In the corner was our screaming EMF reader, blinking red as it had been for the last 5 minutes. But the problem was the endless claws wrapped around it, attached to a figure so tall its head brushed the ceiling and black eyes glared upon us. It swayed in the shadows, but I could see its arms, gaunt and as long as its legs, neck cracking awfully as it turned to look at us in an instant. A sick dripping sounded, just loud enough for us to hear, and to this day, I imagine it as thick, crimson blood falling from its fingers onto its dead, curled toes. "Holy," Adam whispered, so I knew in fact I hadn't lost my mind. We ran, of course, scared idiots launching themselves backwards and tripping over everything, legs jelly as we bolted for the front door. I cursed myself for not leaving more quickly, begged for a time machine to have me believe my eyes the first time. We didn't make it. There in the hallway was our 1998 horror movie audio device, except now it was crackling and a rasp sounded from it, too deep and gravelly to be human, Layers of voices sounded at once, so distorted I could barely make them out. "I smell your blood," it rasped, the voice touching me so closely I could practically feel it inside of me. "I'll suck it out of your veins and wear your skin." And then, before there was time to react, every light bulb in the house smashed at once. I know because I heard the shards hit the floor in every room, cried out as pure darkness filled the space, leaving me with no idea where my friends were, and if they even existed anymore. "The door won't open," Adam screeched from my right, audibly jamming the handle. "It won't open." "Where's the crucifix?" Jonah begged, and I could hear the tears in his voice. "Adam, where?" But now it was only footsteps we heard, not slow ones, thudding, loud footsteps, gaining pace and getting louder and louder, till it sounded like something was running at us. But the sound didn't come from the floor. With the most gut-wrenching feeling of horror, I realized it was coming from the ceiling. "Oh my God." Adam's voice was below me somewhere, because he'd fallen down into a heap of fear. "What is that? What is that?" It was deafening. All of it. The wailing EMF detector, the rasp of crackling audio threatening to break all our bones at once, the footsteps slamming to a stop directly above my head, all leading to the moment I looked up, a silent tear disappearing in a slow trickle down my cheek. Its body was contorted horribly as it glowered down from the ceiling, neck cracked at an unnatural angle with bones jutting out everywhere, dead black holes for eyes bored into mine, hell radiating from them in such a way that I was knocked to the floor by the sheer force of it. Rows of razor teeth were pulled back into a horrific grin, stretching much in the way its wings did as they grazed the ceiling, reams of liquid trickling from them onto our heads. Hell, staring from above me. My memory is hazy, and part of me thinks my brain tried to erase the trauma to give myself half a chance to go on with my life. I remember Jonah being lifted into the air with such a guttural wail that I've never heard a sound like it since. Remember the sound of his bones crackling as we ran, making straight for the living room. We threw furniture at the window and ignored the thud of Jonah's lifeless body being hurled at us, hitting the wall with a sick crack. I know we got out. I felt its eyes burning from behind me as our skin snagged on glass, as we sprinted from the hammering rain, screaming for any help we could find. When the paramedics came, most of Jonah's leg had already been eaten, the remains nowhere to be found. He woke up 6 days later, screaming bloody murder, screams he kept up till he was sedated, only reducing to a whimpering wail the third time they woke him up. The bottom floor of the house was destroyed, along with everything in it, our equipment crushed, all evidence of our horrors erased other than the haunted look in Adam's eyes and the nightmares that still wake me at 3 a.m. Wild animals tore the leg from an unconscious Jonah, the local police said. We were just idiots holding a seance in a house, leaving the back door open to all manner of wild animals as we partied ourselves silly. At first, they thought we trashed the house, but the Whistlebees assured the police that no, it simply wasn't the case. This had happened before, they told them. We were just caught in the crossfire. They gave their statement that night, protested our innocence, then packed their bags. They never left. Their little girl went missing that night right before they could flee, her suitcase in her room untouched, and that house became a sad legend on those streets, spoken about in hushed tones. I left town, but something inside it never left me. We don't speak of it, the three of us. We left, and when we meet, that night exists as the elephant in the room. Jonah's scarred stump reminding us that we didn't imagine the entire thing as a collective fever dream. So I left, lived my life, started going to church, took up cricket, and when I hear the sound of thudding footsteps hammering along the ceiling of my hallway in the dead of night, I pull the covers over my head and pray to every god that may or may not exist that I'll live another day. It takes such a long time to pick up all 104 crucifixes off the floor the next morning, but for the life of me, I'll never stop doing it. Your girlfriend's here. My brother and roommate called from across the house in an obnoxious tone. I didn't feel like getting up to see what he was talking about. I didn't have a girlfriend. My social anxiety wouldn't allow it. With an exasperated sigh, I got off the couch. What are you talking about? Who's at the... My brain froze. She was standing there. Her. Rachel. The girl. She had barely changed. She still had those big brown eyes that had pulled me in a decade ago. She was as beautiful as the last time I had seen her. Oh, God. No. The memories came rushing back. The memories I had spent years repressing. I had all but convinced myself that night never happened. I had been a freshman in college, away from everyone I knew for the first time. Making friends wasn't easy, but I was far from a loner. Rachel and I had some class together. I don't remember what it was for. We were bored and swapped each other's Snapchat IDs. We talked occasionally over the next few weeks, commenting on each other's stories and stuff. Then, kind of out of the blue, she asked if I wanted to come over her place. Her and some friends were having a movie night. Heck yeah, I replied with a smiley emoji. Awesome. We plan on watching the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. Pull an all-nighter, but you know how that's probably gonna go. At the time, I would have barely considered us friends, but if she wanted to explore things past that, I was totally cool with the idea. She was fun, kind, and really pretty. The night came, and sure enough, the living room floor in the house her and her friends were renting was covered in mattresses. She greeted me with a hug. It was nice. I think that was the first time we had any sort of physical contact. After some introductions to the people already there, we settled down to watch the movie. It's funny what your brain locks onto. It went to hell right after the troll is killed. 3 guys and a girl abruptly stood and started walking backwards until they were each against opposing walls. Their eyes were blank, almost clouded over. Rachel was standing in the hallway. The white claw she was holding fell to the floor, but she didn't seem to notice. Her eyes were wide. She glanced at me for just a moment. A few people kind of chuckled nervously. The room had a weird tension to it. Like we all knew something wasn't right, but we didn't know what to do about it. Each of the 4 took off their shirts. They threw them to the side, never blinking those awful eyes. Energy was surging through me. I needed to go. I needed out. The girl next to me screamed. I turned to see the chest of the guy standing nearest her bulging. His skin split up the center, revealing writhing mass inside him. Others began to scream and stand. All of the 4 who stood glassy-eyed now had gaping chest cavities, with a wet, squelched tentacle-like appendages bursting out from them. My heart skipped a beat, leaving me gasping painfully for breath. The girl next to me was lifted from where she sat and pulled towards the nearest tentacle monster. I didn't help her. I didn't help anyone. Others tried running, but were snatched up and entangled in those wet, dark green arms. Unlike the others, I didn't run for the door. I scrambled up the stairs, pulling myself up with my hands as my feet tried to keep pace. I lost my fingernails, but I didn't care. I needed out. Rachel didn't move. She didn't so much as glance my way. I didn't have time to think about that. I reached the top of the stairs just as one of the creatures started up after me. I ran to the nearest bedroom and closed the door behind me. Running on pure adrenaline, I ripped open the window and climbed onto the roof. I stopped myself from jumping down. I was directly over the front door. I could see light spilling across the front yard. The door was open. Grabbing the gutter and praying it would hold, I pulled myself up above the window. I had just cleared the window when I heard the bedroom door shatter. I ran across the roof at a reckless speed. I didn't think, I just jumped. The house was on a hill. That fact might have been what saved me. I fell from what was probably 30 feet but landed on my butt on an incline. Rather than shattering my legs, I slid down the hill until my foot caught something and sent me tumbling headfirst through the ferns and brambles. Once I caught my foot again, I ran to the bottom of the hill. I found a road and followed it. At some point, I cried myself to sleep under a tree. I never went back. I didn't even pack my things. Somehow my car ended up back at my dorm. After searching it, I climbed in and drove 2 states back to my parents' house. I told them I flunked out and couldn't afford my dorm. They were mad, but I didn't care. I should have gone to therapy, but I felt like that would have been like admitting it was real. I just couldn't do it. I buried the memories by self-medicating. I lived by leeching off others for years before I started getting my life back together, before convincing myself that night had never happened. Dude, that was ridiculous. My brother's voice pulled me from my memories. My dream. I was back on the couch. Rachel was nowhere to be seen. Seriously, man. She's cute and all, but passing out because a girl talked to you? That's next level, bro. I sat up looking around. Where is she? I demanded. Chill, man. You probably freaked her out when you went all limp. Don't worry. Not only did I catch you and drag your heavy butt to the couch, I got a note from her. I ripped the paper from his hand. She took off pretty quick. She looked spooked. Anyways, I have to get going. Someone needs to pay the bills around here. I ignored him. My entire focus was riveted to the handwritten note. I'm sorry to barge into your life like this, but we need to talk. It's urgent. She left an address and said to be there Saturday by noon. I don't know what to do. My memories of that night have to be false. There was no police reports, no missing people. It had to have been in my head. Maybe Rachel can clear things up for me. Give me the closure I need. I needed closure. I had spent so long slogging through life because of what might have happened that night. I needed to know. I followed the instructions on Rachel's notes. Maybe I was being stupid. I didn't care. I was ready for this to end. The address she gave me was of an older home across town. It wasn't run down or giving off any massive red flags, but it was well past its prime. I walked up the worn concrete steps. I knocked on the front door. My heart was beating painfully. My anxiety was at a peak. Actually, I wasn't ready for this to end. I could happily live my life not knowing for sure. The door opened. Rachel stood there in sweatpants and a t-shirt. She looked disappointed to see me. You came. There was a slight tremble to her voice. Her fists were clenched and she stood unnaturally stiff. Unsure of what to do, I just stood there, both of us looking at the other and neither speaking. Rachel shuddered, almost violently. It seemed to snap her out of her weird trance. She waved me forward before walking back inside. She left the door open. I wanted to close the door and go home, but I also wanted answers. And Rachel didn't seem to be doing so well. If she needed help, I couldn't just leave. Frustrated with myself, I followed her. None of the lights in the house were on. It was lit by some windows, but not very well. It had a dim atmosphere that put me off. My hand instinctively dropped to my waist. I felt the unfamiliar handle hidden under my shirt. It brought me some relief to know I wasn't helpless. That morning on my way to Rachel's, I made a pit stop at Walmart and bought the biggest cleaver I could find. Rachel was waiting in a bare room. She stood with her back to a hallway. There was no mistaking it. She was trembling to the point her knees were almost knocking together. I felt the surge of unholy energy swell up inside me. The tightening of my lower back, the lump in my throat. I hate suspense. Every speck of bravado fled my body. From the dark hallway behind Rachel emerged a single thick, wet tentacle. I got a better look this time. The top of it was a dark green and the bottom a lighter green. It looked very similar to the skin of a crocodile. A tear slipped down Rachel's face. Her bottom lip quivered as the tentacle slowly wrapped itself around her neck. With a sudden yank, Rachel was ripped off her feet and into the dark hallway. I fumbled for the cleaver. I needed to go. I got the cleaver out just as a figure revealed itself. My body locked up. I didn't know his name, but I recognized the guy from around town. 4 of those awful tentacles protruded from bloody holes in his shirt. He spoke. I don't know why I assumed he couldn't, but I had. Welcome. You have been lost a very long time. Come, return to your home. I focused on not wetting myself. One of the tentacles reached out for me. It wasn't moving very fast, but it was enough to break my stupor and spur me into action. Dropping down, I grabbed the cleaver. I felt the thing try to grab my shoulder. I swung with everything I had. The cleaver cut into the tentacle. It wasn't a deep cut, but the monster recoiled in shock. The man snarled in disgust. "You dare refuse our offering?" The injured tentacle curled up against his body. The other 3 flailed wildly about the room. I tried to crawl away. The thing grabbed my leg. It squeezed so hard. I hacked at it, but it wouldn't let go. It flung me into the wall. My body ended up crashing all the way through it, and I landed dazed in another room. Tentacles began ripping away drywall and boards, enlarging the hole. I scrambled to my feet. My leg was bruised and didn't feel good, but I pressed on. I made it out the door before the thing got in. Doing my best to run, I finally made it to my car. The keys were missing. I had left them in the ignition just in case I had to make a quick getaway. I couldn't stay. That thing was coming. Getting out of the car, I made my way down the street. I turned down random alleys and hopped fences whenever I could. After a bit, I felt like I was somewhat safe. I hadn't seen anyone following me. I felt like I was going crazy. There was no way that all just happened. Those kids that were at the party where all this started weren't missing. I looked them up before going to meet Rachel. They were all living normal lives. This had to be a mental breakdown. After walking for an hour, the pain in my leg convinced me to call an Uber to get home. I pulled out my phone and saw I had 10 missed calls from my brother. Panic swept through me. He left a voicemail. Shaking, I opened it. "Yo, pick up your phone. That girl is here again." I called him back over and over, but it went straight to voicemail. Screw me. Now what? I couldn't go home. Even if this was all in my head, I couldn't get myself to trust Rachel. Not after what just happened. I took an Uber to the police station. I was going to tell them I saw someone breaking into the house. If they didn't see anything, then I would know it was all in my head. I paced in front of the building, probably looking suspicious. My whole body was a mess of nerves and anxiety. I couldn't stop moving. I just needed to get on with it. I was so deep in my own inner monologue, I hadn't noticed the female officer walking up until she spoke. "You doing alright there, bud?" I nearly jumped out of my own skin. "Hey now, I didn't mean to scare you. You've been out here a while. Everything okay?" It felt like I had just arrived. Was I losing track of time? Was she lying? Was I lying? My silence seemed to worry her. Her stance shifted ever so slightly from concern for me to concern for herself. I tried to force out the words, but they died in my throat as soon as I looked at the station. Standing inside, looking out one of the windows, was the man from the house. He was in a police uniform. I had to focus on literally not wetting myself. My guts twisted painfully and my heart did that thing where it painfully skipped a beat. I just got confused. I wasn't sure what I meant by that, but it's all I could get out. She looked at me quietly. I couldn't read her face. "I'm sorry. I need to go." I backed away, praying she wouldn't stop me. She glanced up at the man in the window before looking back to me. There was a question in her eyes, but I wasn't going to wait around for it. I hobbled as best I could down the street. No one stopped me or followed me. I didn't know what to do. If Rachel was dangerous, I couldn't leave my brother alone with her. But if what I suspected was true, and this was all a figment of my imagination, then maybe I was the dangerous one. Did I have some sort of undiagnosed mental illness? I couldn't go to the police. They would either lock me up for being insane or turn into monsters and tear me apart. Probably the first one. I needed to get things straight. I went over that night this all started. I hadn't drank much. Maybe my drink had been spiked. Possibly. But what about today? Just a mental snap from seeing Rachel again? But there was my obviously hurt leg. I should have recorded the meeting with Rachel. Then I would have had video proof of what happened. That's what I would do. I would go home and talk to Rachel while recording her, and my brother would be there as a witness. I started walking home. It wasn't terribly far, and I wanted the time to think. Sooner than I would have liked, I was at the steps to our house. I took a breath to steady myself before opening the door and walking in. The house was quiet. It threw me off. John always had music going or something on the TV. He hated the quiet. I tried to calm myself, but I could feel my heart beating painfully already. I almost walked right past it. In the kitchen sink, amongst all the dishes, was a towel. It had red splotches on it. It was blood. It was totally blood. I needed to chill. If it was blood, and it totally was, it wasn't much. Definitely nothing life-threatening. I found John in the living room. He was sitting in his gaming chair. Well, not so much sitting as tied to it and gagged. I rushed forward. He mumbled furiously into the gag. Right before I reached him, I was blindsided by someone. I crashed onto the floor with them on top of me. It was Rachel. She forced her forearm against my throat and shoved her hand into my pocket. She pulled out my phone and jumped to her feet. I coughed for air while scrambling away from her. She put my phone in the microwave and turned it on. I nearly whimpered but managed to maintain my manhood momentarily. She walked up to me, squatting at my level. She shook her head in disappointment. "I'll probably die for this, but it's my fault you got involved in the first place." She grabbed my shirt and pulled me to my feet. Then she flicked open a pocket knife and walked over to John. "Wait," I yelled out. She didn't stop. Using the knife, she cut the ropes holding him, then returned the knife to her pocket. John jumped to his feet. He was mad. Really mad. I could see the blood still trickling from his nose. He took a menacing step towards Rachel before she pulled a gun and pointed it at his head. Both of you sit. We don't have much time. I'm going to catch you up as quick as I can, and then we need to move. I lost it. I just started yelling at Rachel. Why do you have a gun? What is wrong with you? Get out of our house. I stepped towards her. Seemingly unfazed, she didn't even bother to take the gun off of John. Dax, I'm not here to hurt you. I cut her off. Then go. Drop the gun and leave. Surprisingly, it was John that calmed me down. Relax, little bro. People don't smash you up, tie you to a chair, then let you go if they plan on hurting you. That kind of tactic is used by people that need someone to shut up and listen because all parties involved are in danger. So why don't you do that? Shut up and let her talk. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I sat next to John on the couch. Rachel put the gun back into the holster she had hidden in her waistband. Your buddy is right. We're all in danger and really should be going as soon as possible. He's my brother, I told her. I don't know why I felt the need to correct her. Rachel looked at John. There was no family resemblance between us. My skinny build and red hair had nothing in common with John's broad chest and curly black hair. You remember John, right? He was deployed while I was in school. John nodded. Yeah, I was speedrunning my way to a double purple medal while Jody was swinging by my place. Thanks for the lovely reminder. See? He's a trained fighter. John let a joyless chuckle slip out. Oh yeah, I'm real good at meg dumping at muzzle flashes while my friends turn into pink mist. Top-notch government training. He turned to Rachel. Let's cut the crap. What did my brother get himself tangled up in? Rachel glanced outside. We can talk in the car. I'm sure they're on their way here. John groaned as he stood up. Alright, let me grab my foot. While John retrieved his prosthetic from his room, I sat in awkward silence. Rachel kept checking different windows as well as her wristwatch. She suddenly ducked down. They're here. This is bad. Just then John returned, shotgun in one hand and duffel bag in the other. I heard car doors slamming outside. Get down, Rachel hissed at John. He glanced out the window before dropping to a knee. He shot me an annoyed look. Seriously, Dax, what have you done? I didn't know where to start, or even if we had time. Turns out we didn't. Something slammed into the front door. There were surprised grunts before more impacts rattled the door. I was real glad John had insisted on upgrading our deadbolt. I jumped as John yelled out, "Hey, identify yourself." The assault paused. John turned to the back door. From my angle, I could see the doorknob turning back and forth ever so slowly. Thank God we had locked it. John was thinking. That was probably his strongest feature. The dude was always playing four-dimensional chess while others were playing checkers. Reaching over, he grabbed Rachel's shirt and pulled her close. I couldn't hear what he said as he whispered to her. Rachel nodded, then made her way to me. We're going to get in the car and get out of here. He's going to meet up with us later. I tried to protest, but Rachel didn't give me a chance. Before I knew it, we were in the car counting down. Suddenly, Rachel floored it, and we went crashing through the garage door. I was surprised at how little damage it did to the car. There was a couple of shouts, but we were gone before anyone could do anything. I wanted to scream. I wanted to take it all out on Rachel. My life was flipped upside down and getting crazier every minute. I couldn't take much more of this. Rachel pulled onto the highway. Should we wait for John? I asked. Rachel gave me a strange look but didn't reply. I shoved her. Hey, we need to wait for John. Rachel turned to me. What? What are you talking about? I hesitated. Had I missed something? My brother, John, the one we left at the house. We need to wait for him so he can catch up. Rachel didn't say anything for a bit. Without looking at me, she said something that chilled me to my bones. Dax, you don't have a brother. Of course I have a brother. You just met him at our house. You know, right before you tackled me and broke my phone. I felt my face getting red. I was mad. Dax, you live alone. You have ever since you inherited your parents' house. No, that's not right. She cut me off. If I broke your phone, then what's in your pocket? I pulled my phone from my pocket. But that's not possible. You... She was crying now. Seriously, Dax. I want to help you and be your friend. Really I do, but you make it so hard sometimes. I don't know what's real right now. I need to get out of this car. I need some distance so I can think. The body in the trunk of my car is starting to stink. I expected it to take a lot longer, but I guess the heat accelerated the process. I should probably start at the beginning. It's been quite a night. It had been about 2 hours since we left my house. The more I thought about the events that had occurred, the less sense it made to me. I had childhood memories of John. He was my brother. I was sure of that. I'm not quite sure what Rachel had slipped into my pocket or pulled out of my pocket or whatever she did, but the phone in my hand isn't mine. Sure, everything on it was the same, almost like an exact clone, but the texture, the feel of it, it just wasn't quite right. Rachel spoke up. I know what you're thinking. You have these memories, you have all this going on, but you have to trust me. John isn't who you think he is. She stared ahead as she drove. These things, the tentacle monsters, not only can they imitate people, they have a little bit of telepathic abilities. They can mess with memories. They can even get a gist of what you're thinking. That's why I had to get you away from him. The more time you spend apart, the clearer your thoughts will be. Where are you taking me? I asked. I can't tell you, she said. Why not? I don't know how strong the connection is between you and that thing in your house. If I tell you where we're going, it might be able to get an idea and follow us there. In fact, I should probably blindfold you just so it can't guess where we are and attack us or ambush us. I was not okay with this idea. But as I had learned earlier, she could kick my butt, so there wasn't really a point in trying to refuse. Next thing I know, we were cruising down what I assume was still the highway. Me blindfolded, and her playing music on the radio. I had to get out of this car. I wasn't even sure where I was, but anywhere was better than in here. The car began to bump and make noises. We had pulled off the road. My heart began to beat wildly. This was it. This was either where I met my end, or where Rachel proved herself trustworthy. I took off the blindfold and looked around. Rachel smacked me in the arm. Hey, put that back on. Her tone was less than friendly. Why? I asked. If I don't know where we are, how could he know where I am by seeing what I see or seeing what I think I see? Or however that works. Fine, she said. Let's just get inside. There was another crappy looking house in front of us. I was not a fan of how things went down last time. I followed Rachel into a house. Why don't I just stay in the car? Rachel glared at me. It was clear that I was getting on her nerves. Dax, get out of the car. I held up my hands, and before opening the door and stepping out, the yard was overgrown and the entire property was surrounded by trees. Behind us strung a long gravel driveway, and in front of me stood a small 2-story farmhouse with no windows or paint. Behind it, dilapidated-looking shed sat in the back. "Rachel?" I began. "This place gives me the creeps. What are we doing here?" She ignored me. She went to the back of the car and opened up the trunk. From inside, she removed a baseball bat and a roll of duct tape. I was officially freaked out. I started to back away and she pointed the bat at me. "Don't." I froze. "Rachel, what are you doing?" I asked slowly. She rested a hand on her hip and gave me an exasperated look. "Would you just calm down? Seriously, if I wanted to hurt you or kill you, wouldn't I have done it already? I've been risking myself to keep you alive, okay? A little gratitude would go a long way." I wasn't sure if I believed her. Actually, no, I was pretty sure I didn't believe her. But I didn't have much of a choice either, and figured if I played along, she was more than likely to let me live a little longer. I don't know what she had going on with these tentacle monsters, but I was not a fan of this situation. Rachel caught me off guard when she threw the baseball bat to me. I caught it, and I eyed her suspiciously. "What's this for?" "What do you think it's for? In case something comes at you, you can whack it between the eyes. I've got my handgun, but there's only the one, and I'm sure not going to give it up." "And the duct tape?" I asked. "It'll come in handy later. First, let's get settled in. We're going to spend the night here, and then take off again come morning." Once again, I was thrown for a loop. On the one hand, Rachel was saying unbelievable things that I couldn't fathom. But on the other hand, she just handed me a weapon and told me to defend myself if I needed to. If she was out to deliver me to a tentacle monster, if she was one herself, why would she give me something to fight back with? But if she wasn't, and she was actually on my side trying to help me, that meant, well, I didn't really want to think about what that meant. Inside the house was as desolate and worn as the outside, all except one room. There was a bedroom in the back of the house that had a bed, a couch, and some other odds and ends. Clearly somebody had been using it for sleeping quarters. "Have you been living here?" I asked. Rachel shook her head. "No, but I set it up in case I ever needed to." "In case something like this happened?" I asked. She simply nodded. "Where have you been? Like, what happened to you? How did you end up in all this?" I flung my hands around. Rachel sighed. She sat on the bed and rested her head on her hands. She looked tired, more than just physically tired. She looked aged and worn. "I guess I owe you some sort of explanation, huh?" She looked up at me and made an attempt at a smile before giving up. "That night, the one where I invited you over to watch a movie, that wasn't the first night something like that happened. I know that this is going to sound horrible, and rightfully you'll be mad, but what happened to me before, I just didn't think it was real." She was quiet for a bit, just looking at the blank wall. I wasn't really much of a social person before college. I was a bit sheltered. A couple guys asked me to come hang out at a party. I figured why not. I kind of knew them. We'd seen each other at class. We talked. We even hung out once before. Well, one thing led to another. People kept giving me shots, and that led to ripping on a bong and then taking some hits of acid. I was pretty messed up. At least I think I was. I had never not been sober before. So when some of the people in the group started backing up against walls, I just kind of zoned out. Even when, well, you know, even when they exploded those things out, I just stood there. I didn't move. I didn't react. I just stood there. They grabbed people, held them down, and God, and they force their mouths open and shove those weird egg-like embryo things into their throats. She shuddered at the memory. I don't really remember what happened after that. I just know I woke up on the floor and everybody around me was making fun of me for being a lightweight. I want to say that everybody was the same, but they weren't. There were red flags that I should have paid attention to. There was little things that didn't quite fit, but I didn't want to see. I wanted it all to be a dream. I wanted it to be fake. I didn't want to have to deal with the thought of it being real. So I ignored it, and now you are paying the price. I thought about her story for a while. It sounded plausible enough. Unfortunately, believing her meant that I would have to face the fact that everything that I experienced the last 2 days actually happened. But I guess I was going to have to deal with that at some point anyways. Rachel looked completely worn out. She looked older than I remembered. Even from when she had come to my door 2 days ago, she seemed to have aged. So when she lay down on the bed and rolled facing away from me, I didn't bother her. I just sat on the sofa and contemplated all the crap I had gone through. If I hadn't been sitting there awake, I never would have heard the footsteps on the gravel outside. My first thought was the gun in Rachel's waistband, but it was shoved down the front of her pants and there was no way I was grabbing it without waking her. Nor did I trust her enough to wake her up and tell her that there might be somebody outside. So I did the next best thing. I grabbed the baseball bat and made my way out of the bedroom. The house was pitch black. Nothing was moving except the shadows of the trees outside. The moon let off with light to navigate by. The sound had since stopped, but I was certain of what I had heard. Bat held firmly, I made my way to the door. I winced with each creak of the floorboards, the sound seemingly deafening in the eerie silence. My arms were trembling and my throat felt light. It was difficult to breathe, which was not helping my anxiety. My heartbeat was audible, but at least it was steady if a bit fast. I reached out to the front door. It glided open without a sound. Stepping outside, I looked around the overgrown lawn. There was just enough of a breeze to stir the tall, dead grass. Each time it rustled, I swore there was something moving inside it. I hesitated to step down from the front porch. Irrationally, I felt like something was going to grab me from beneath and pull me under. Maybe it wasn't irrational. Gritting my teeth, I jumped from the porch. Mid-air, I spun around with the bat held high. Under the porch was vacant. I sighed in relief. I wanted to go back inside, to just ignore what I had heard, but I knew that wasn't the right option. So I pushed forward. I walked alongside the house, careful to scan the area before moving on. I circled the house without incident. I was starting to calm down. Perhaps the entire thing had been in my head. The only place left to check was the shed. I was painfully aware of how loud the dry grass crunching under my feet was. There was no way anything hiding in there wouldn't know I was coming. I tentatively tugged on the door. It was stuck tight. The ground had swelled, locking the door in place. That was all I needed. The coast was clear. I turned back to the house. Screw me sideways. Standing next to the house was a figure. Its identity was hidden by the shadow being cast by the house itself. We both stood there watching one another. I raised the bat. Who's there? I tried to sound authoritative, but it came out as an almost unintelligible squeak. The figure came closer. It had a familiar hobble to its stride. Even before he stepped into the moonlight, I knew it was John. I gasped when I saw him. His hair was matted down. He had a head wound that I could see even at a distance. His left eye was swollen nearly shut. His clothes were torn and stained, and he was missing his prosthetic foot. All right, We're going to get out of here, and then I'm going to kick your butt for dragging me into this crap. I was frozen. John was the last person I had expected to see. He still held his shotgun, but it wasn't pointed at me. I tried to think back to my memories of him and I growing up. Was he really my brother? Was Rachel the one lying? I had memories. There was no doubt about that. But they weren't as clear as they should have been. Or maybe they were. John wasn't around much. He was 5 years older, and we didn't hang out a lot growing up. He was getting impatient. Let's go, Dax. Where's that B word at? I didn't like him calling Rachel that, but it fit with the character I thought I knew. She's inside sleeping. He glanced at the house behind him. And is she one of those squid things? I took a step back. How do you know about that? He growled. Take a look around. 2 of them came in after that girl took you and tried to violate me. It didn't go well for them. No more talking. Let's get out of here. I saw movement behind John. It was Rachel. She raised her gun up, pointing it at the back of his head. I yelled out, "No, Rachel, don't!" John spun around and leveled the shotgun at Rachel. "Guys, please," I begged. "Both of you put the guns down." John snorted. "So she can squid me? No thanks. She ain't cute enough to pull that off." "You know you can't trust him, Dax. Let's get out of here before the rest show up." John looked offended. "He can't trust me? I've been looking out for him his entire life. Dax, who gave you a place to live? Who drove you to interviews? Bailed you out of the drunk tank?" My head hurt. I had so many memories pushing and pulling. Some I knew were fake, others were convincing. But I now knew who was manipulating me. "Well?" John demanded. "Are you going to pick some girl over family?" I walked up to John. I knew what needed doing. "Give me the gun, John." He looked shocked. Rachel must have sensed what I was up to. I saw her finger drop onto the trigger. I threw my shoulder into John, knocking us both to the ground. A bullet whizzed over us. John swung the shotgun over and fired a single shot. Blood and gore blasted across the wall behind Rachel. She dropped her gun and fell to her knees. She clamped both hands around the grisly mess that used to be her neck. The terror and betrayal in her eyes froze me. John was back on his feet, his face as cold as stone. He grabbed me by my shirt and pulled me past Rachel. She had dropped to her hands and knees. The noises she was making would stick with me forever. Blood poured freely from between her fingers as she gurgled for air. My ears were ringing and my head was so clouded I couldn't focus. John had me in the car and back on the road in no time. I felt vomit rising inside me. I barely got the window open in time. I felt John's hand pat me on the back. "Hang in there, little bro. Just breathe." We've been driving for hours. I don't know where we're going. My memories of John have grown clear while those of Rachel are fuzzy. I want to sleep, but every time I close my eyes, I see her face. And I learned why our car was starting to smell. John had the bodies of 2 of those things in the trunk. He's got some sort of plan. At least I hope he does, because I sure don't. John thinks we should ditch the car, our phones, and even our clothes, so I don't know if I'll be updating again. Stay safe out there. I'm writing this in the beginning of May 2024. A few days from now, I won't be able to do so, I fear. In the vague hope of finding someone in the width of the internet who can help me out, I'll try to retell the events that have led to this moment in as much detail as possible. I need to find a way to stop them, the authors of this magazine, The entity that is destroying my life, or whatever else is responsible for these terrible articles. First issue, February 2024. Even though the knocking on my door was very soft, it managed to find its way into my dreams and I slowly woke up. On that Sunday in January, I wasn't quite sure if I actually heard someone knock, or if my brain had just made up the sound. Back then, I don't know that this sound would cause me a lot of shivers in the future. I rolled out of bed and slowly made my way to the front door. No one there. Just as I was about to turn around and go back to bed, I saw something lying in front of me. A magazine. The shiny front cover read, "Embrace Your Life." Why would someone just drop it on my porch and then leave? I suppose that this was a newsletter published by a religious group. But shouldn't they use their chance and try to talk to me? On second guess, it could also just be a free magazine full of ads. This still wouldn't explain why the person delivering it knocked, but what did I know? I stopped speculating, grabbed the magazine, and went back inside. I hopped back into bed and started to read. After all, it was a Sunday, and I didn't have anything else to do. The magazine seemed to center around lifestyle, beauty, food, nothing you've never seen before. While skimming through it, I was surprised that I couldn't find any ads. Who had published this? I read a few headlines which didn't really spark my interest, when I suddenly saw something that caught my eye. Stressed at the office, counteract bullying, and finally start making friends at work. If only it was that easy, I thought to myself. For half a year I had been working a more or less boring office job close to my home. At first it wasn't so bad. Most of my coworkers were friendly, but after a while, a group of women in their mid-30s seemingly had chosen me as their target. I really couldn't figure out what I did wrong. Maybe I had accidentally off-ended one of them. Whatever the reason, they started to spread cruel little lies about me. Apparently I had an affair. I never washed my hands after using the bathroom and was overall a terrible human being. The rumors had evolved, and a few weeks later, I started having a really tough time on the job. I felt as if everyone was eyeing me constantly, while avoiding talking to me as best as possible. Even though I felt as if there was no real solution to my problem, I was a little intrigued by the article. I started to read. Do you know that awful feeling of loneliness at the office? As you enter the break room, everyone suddenly remembers that they really have to get back to work. Your mails asking for support usually go unanswered. Yes, I know that feeling. And now? Keep reading and stick to our tips to improve your life on the job. Our authors have extensive experience in improving the lives of former victims of bullying. I was a little intrigued, and continued. First, you need to find the root of your problem. It usually isn't the case that everyone simply doesn't like you. There are a few people who are responsible for bad-mouthing you. Well, yeah, I know that. I know who that is. It is therefore important to connect to these coworkers who are not involved in spreading rumors about you. Use the opportunity for small talk, as one of them has to ask you for help. For this to happen, you'll need to frequent the communal work areas a bit more, especially on Tuesdays. As soon as you've established a little conversation, use your social skills and show interest in your coworker as a person. Ask questions about their family, their kids. You'll see how easily they'll start to like you. Now you can use your base and forge further connections. The little article continued for a bit and then ended with a good luck. Wasn't all of that a bit specific? Not every office worker had the option to choose between personal and communal workspaces, and for all of that to work out, someone would have to feel the need to ask for my help in the first place. Weird. I read on for a few more minutes, then got up, threw the magazine into the trash, and went on about my day. By the next Tuesday, I had basically forgotten about the magazine. As I got to work, I saw that there were some technicians replacing a heater close to my desk. My boss asked me if I would be okay with using the communal workspaces for that day. I didn't really have a choice, so I grabbed my laptop and went upstairs. I typed a few emails when I suddenly heard someone call my name. Angie. It was Steve, a nice guy from the IT department, who sadly hadn't been talking to me since the stupid women had started their anti-Angie campaign a few months back. Hey Angie, I know we haven't been talking much, but I was wondering if you could help me out real quick. Do you have a moment? Yeah, sure. What do you need? I've just reconfigured some details on our webpage. I'd like to see how it looks on different devices. Could you quickly open the page on your laptop, and maybe your phone as well? I did what he had asked. Steve seemed happy with the formatting of the page. He thanked me and was just about to leave again when I spoke up. I went all in. This was such a weird coincidence. I just had to try it. Hey Steve, I was wondering, how are your kids doing? Oh, you mean because of the surgery? Yeah, sure, the surgery, I replied confused. Well, Georgie is a lot better today. It went pretty well, and Sabrina is coping with it much better than I thought. It's not that easy, but I think we have overcome the worst. That sounds great. I'm happy that he's better. I didn't really know what happened to Georgie, but Steve's tone told me that the surgery had been something that was stressing him out a lot. Honestly, Angie, it means a lot that you show interest in them. Some people in this office only care about themselves, it seems. But I need to get back to my computer. I'll have lunch in an hour. It would be nice to chat some more in the break room then. He smiled at me and left. I sat in front of my laptop and was practically beaming. It was so good to finally talk to someone who seemed genuinely friendly. My day went on ridiculously positive. In the break room, I soon learned that the three bullies, I'll just call them the Karens, had called in sick today. Apparently they had some stomach issues. I continued to talk to Steve, who also introduced me to a new apprentice who was equally nice. They even asked me to have a beer after work, but I had to decline. My social battery was completely drained and confused by all the conversation I had held that day. Even as I entered my home, I was still grinning. This magazine surely was something. I took it out of the trash, put it on the counter, and happily patted it. Great advice, I must say. Later, as I sat on the couch, I read some more. I saw an article that pitched starfruit as a superfood for clean skin. I immediately noted it on my shopping list. It was worth a try. I went to bed happily. A few days went by, and it seemed as if the gods, if there were any, decided to start treating me as their personal favorite. I felt healthy, my skin cleared up, my time at work became bearable, pleasant even. I had been talking to a few more people, of which some even excused themselves for blindly believing the stupid rumors the Karens had spread about me. They had recovered from their sickness, but upon their return, no one really bothered to listen to their gossip. Even though I had read the magazine a few times by then, I couldn't manage to throw it away. I saw it as a kind of good luck charm and kept it on my couch. Another week passed. As I was vacuuming, it accidentally fell to the floor. A card made out of thick, structured paper fell out. Dear reader, are you interested in more content from our professional lifestyle authors? Subscribe and receive a new issue of Embrace Your Life every month. All of that for an unbeatable price. Simply fill out your address and send this card back to us. See you with the next issue. I was interested. Of course, usually I never gave in to money-wasting subscriptions, this one even being an outdated paper medium. But it was intriguing. I couldn't really figure out the payment method, but I assumed they would send me a bill along with the next issue of the magazine. I quickly filled in my address information and threw the card into a postbox the next day. Second issue, March 2024. Even though the first issue I had received appeared on my doorstep on a Sunday, I didn't really expect the second one to do so as well. Was it a special delivery company that worked on weekends? Probably a pricey service, I thought. By the time I heard the soft knocking, I was in the middle of preparing breakfast. I had changed my morning routine up a bit, got up earlier and ate a healthy breakfast, as I was unusually motivated to start my days. It was the 25th of February, the last Sunday of the month. As I picked up the new issue of Embrace Your Life, I felt a warm feeling in my stomach. What a fitting title, I thought to myself. I really feel like I'm embracing my life for the first time in years. On the cover was a beautiful woman holding a fancy heart-shaped cake. Receipts that will make everyone fall in love, the subheading read. I really wasn't skilled at baking. Maybe this issue wasn't for me after all. I opened the front page. How to get your crush to only have eyes for you. A receipt that will immediately spark love in his stomach. This sounds as if it was targeted at 14-year-olds, I thought. And also, isn't it a bit conservative to automatically assume that my crush is a he? All of this didn't really appeal to me. My thoughts drifted away. To be honest, I myself had developed quite a crush at that time. I again started to think about Steve, as I had done many times in the last weeks. He was really amazing, but not only did he have 2 kids, but also a wife. She was quite nice. I had chatted to her 2 times by now, as she sometimes picked up Steve after work. But still, I wouldn't have been mad if he had turned out to be a single dad. I tried to distract myself. These thoughts about Steve felt somewhat wrong and continued. An easy-to-make cake with only 7 ingredients, which you probably already have at home. Try it out. Almonds are the key. I actually did have all of the ingredients at home. Coincidentally, I had just bought almonds the day before. I had an unusual craving for them. Maybe this could be the start of my baking career. I giggled to myself. Worst case would be me losing a few of my almonds. I decided to give it a shot. Of course, I didn't plan to present the cake to Steve only. That would have been weird. I was planning to simply put it in the break room. My coworkers surely wouldn't mind some free cake. The receipt was ridiculously easy to follow. A little suspicious. I cut off a tiny piece of the cake for myself to try it after it had cooled down a bit. I was really surprised. Not to brag, but this was the best cake I ever had in my life. At this point, I was actually a bit excited to see what my coworkers would say as they would taste it. On Monday, I brought the cake to work and placed it in the break room. After 4 hours of work, I came back, ready to receive praise for my amazing baking skills. Only a few crumbs were left on the plate. Angie, did you make this? Wow, you should have made 2. This is just amazing, thank you. Could you bring the receipt tomorrow? Needless to say, everyone was a big fan. I was a bit proud even though I had just followed the instructions of a simple 20-minute recipe. Steve suddenly approached me. This is really good. I didn't know you were such a talented baker, Angie. Then his tone changed a little. Maybe you could teach me sometime. Did he just wink at me? This was just ridiculous. I couldn't help but feel excited about his words, even though they sounded like the script of a bad rom-com. My smile faded within a second as I suddenly heard someone scream. Help, she can't breathe. I think she can't breathe anymore. Someone please do something. I rushed to the next room where the screaming came from. Karen, yes, one of the Karens was ironically actually named Karen, lay on the floor. Her face started to turn blue. Our boss sent us all home early after the ambulance had taken Karen away. They couldn't do anything for her anymore. It turned out that she had a severe allergic reaction to almonds, which she apparently didn't know of. Back home, I just lay on my couch. I couldn't really cry, but I felt terrible. It had been my fault, I was sure. This terrible magazine. I swiped off the desk. Surprised, I noted that another thick gray card fell out of it. Dear Angie, thank you so much for your subscription. We will deliver the upcoming 3 issues of Embrace Your Life right to your door. Get ready for a whole new life. My name seemed to have been filled in by hand. For a moment, I wondered who wrote it, but that thought quickly escaped my mind. I was devastated. At my current state of desperation, there was nothing I wanted less than to see more of this magazine. I crumpled up the card and pushed it and the magazine itself under the couch. Sometime later, I fell asleep. Abruptly, I was woken up by my ringtone. I had received a message from Steve. He had never contacted me like that before. The message read, "Hey, I'd like to talk to you. What we've witnessed today upset me so much. Maybe have a glass of wine together." I replied, "Sure." I was exhausted and sad, but it felt somehow right to talk. Steve and I spoke for a few hours. While we did so, I noticed how the distance between our 2 seats on my couch became smaller and smaller. What can I say? One thing led to another, and as Steve finally went home at 2 a.m., I was simply confused. What was happening with my life? There was so much change in so little time. I couldn't really comprehend it. I didn't sleep that night. The following days at the office were strangely quiet. I met Steve in private a few more times in the afternoon. 2 weeks went by. In the middle of March, I nearly slipped and fell after I had stepped on a small gray card that lay on my porch. I picked it up. Dear Angie, we hope that you enjoy the improvements initiated. Don't be afraid to follow our advice. It will surely pay out. The message was handwritten, a type of handwriting I had seen before. It wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together. It was the same as on my thanks for your subscription card that had been laying under my couch for weeks. I noticed that I had goosebumps all over my body. 3rd issue, April 2024. The 3rd issue was left on my porch on the 31st of March. As I heard the soft knocking, I ran to the door. There was nobody there. I had a bad feeling. Before throwing the issue in the trash can, I didn't even look at the headings. I copied the publishing information. I had never before heard about this company, Better You Publishing. They seemed to be located in another state. Later that day, I wrote a short letter. Dear Sir/Madame, I would like to cancel my subscription of the magazine Embrace Your Life with immediate effect. Please do not send me any further issues. Thank you. I signed it and then went to the post office. It seemed strange to me at the time that there was only this address. No phone number, no email. Who doesn't have an email address in 2024? Days went by, and I heard nothing more from the company. My affair with Steve went on. It felt wrong, but I couldn't really help it. It was the Wednesday in the 2nd week of April that I saw Steve's wife in his car pulling up into a parking space outside our office. The other times she had picked him up, she had been driving her own car. She slammed the door shut and ran into the office. One of my coworkers jokingly said, "Man, looks like Steve is in for some trouble." He didn't know how right he was. Steve's wife grabbed the sleeve of his shirt and pulled him outside of the office. The attempt at being discreet about their argument failed, as we all could hear them shout in the parking lot. I saw her holding up something green into his face. What was that? I realized it. My hair was down. Most days I wore it in a low ponytail, usually fixed with a scrunchie, my favorite green scrunchie. The scrunchie that Steve's wife had now found on the back seat of his car. As I went home that evening, I thought it wouldn't be possible to feel any worse. I was very wrong. Steve didn't come to work the next few days. As I didn't see him the following Monday, I decided to finally text him. I saw that he had received my messages, but there was no answer. That night at 2 a.m., my phone rang. Angie, I won't be coming into work the next days. I have to... Silence. Then he hung up. An hour later I received a text. I have to prepare her funeral. I couldn't breathe. I sat in silence for hours. The next day Steve called again and explained what I had already assumed. His wife had hung herself the night after confronting him in the parking lot. She knew of us. It was my fault. After repeating this sentence in my head for hours, another thought silently joined. It was the fault of this magazine. I wanted to scream, cry, destroy something. I ran outside, grabbed the magazine from the trash, and started ripping it into little pieces. It felt therapeutic until I saw it. Maybe their breakup is just what you need. This issue's feature heading I read. Many women worry more about the luck of others than their own. It is time to focus on your luck. Don't wait for him to run towards you and leave his wife by himself. You can push things into the right direction by following a few simple steps. 1. Leave a piece of clothing or accessory in his car for her to find. I read it over and over. I had received this issue on the 31st of March. I hadn't even looked at it. I had lost my scrunchie in Steve's car on the 9th of April. Even as I am writing this weeks later, I cannot put into words how I felt upon reading this. Just so scared. I don't know what to do. Later I found myself in Steve's arms, the only place I felt somewhat safe in. For the rest of April I stayed at Steve's place. I get along well with his kids, but they were missing their mom terribly. Even though I was eaten up by guilt, I stayed in their home. I was so terribly afraid to find another magazine in front of the door of my house. It was the 28th of April when I heard the soft knocking last. I was having breakfast with his children in Steve's home. 4th issue, May 2024. I will now get back to the start of my story. As I have said, I don't have much time left. Today is the 7th of May. If I don't find a way to stop this magazine's authors, or its power, or whatever it is, I will end my own life soon. I won't leave you in the dark about the latest issue's main article. Its heading reads, "You want your man just for yourself? Remove his distracting children from your life in just 3 easy steps." When I was a kid, I watched a lot of TV. Heck, I watched it so much my parents didn't let me keep one in my room. They, correctly, thought I'd stay up all night watching cartoons or weird sci-fi movies. Then Katrina hit New Orleans. We got out safe, but our house was in such bad shape we had to move into an apartment miles away from all of my friends. My folks felt bad about the situation, so they set up a 9-inch set on my desk and made me promise to go to bed on time. That promise was swiftly broken. The TV had a headphone jack, and I managed to score a compatible set by trading some kid at school a Blue Eyes White Dragon. As long as I wasn't too loud, I was free to watch whatever, whenever. Those days were rough, so it was nice having something I could lean on when I started missing home. One Saturday night, I was flipping through like usual when a bumper I'd never seen before caught my attention. The bumper faded in on an image of a clown dressed entirely in black sitting on a stool in the middle of an empty white room. I know what you're probably picturing, but she wasn't scary at all. In fact, there was something inviting about her. Curious, I put down the remote and settled in to see what would happen. The clown pulled out a pocket watch and showed it to the camera. The second the hands hit 11 o'clock, the tip of her mouth ticked up into a gentle smirk. She put the watch away and said, "It's 11 o'clock, kiddies. You should be in bed, but since you're not, welcome to the Crossing Hour. We have some new viewers tuning in tonight, so let me give you a quick rundown." She looked around and motioned for the camera to come closer. The camera zoomed in until the clown's face filled the screen. I noticed her irises were yellow. She winked and I blushed. I felt like I'd been caught doing something embarrassing. "I'm your host, Reagan Sorrows," the clown said. "Here's how this works. 11 to midnight, everything's spooky fun and games. Midnight to 1, we cross over to something much, much scarier. Younger viewers should probably switch off once we shift to the black room. That means you, hun." The camera pulled out just enough to catch Reagan pointing at the screen. I knew it was silly, but it felt like the comment was aimed directly at me. Naturally, I was hooked. After catching that first broadcast, I watched Crossing Hour every Saturday night without fail. Every week the programming changed, and you never got the same combination of shows 2 weeks in a row. I didn't know about variety shows or stuff like The Wonderful World of Disney at the time, so the idea of never knowing what I was going to get was a real thrill. The block always started with the White Room shows. None of Crossing Hour's programming had age ratings, but the White Rooms seemed to be more or less for all ages. I can't remember everything I watched on it, but a few stand out. Almost every week there was a new episode of Heck Busters. It was like X-Files for kids, but with a higher budget than shows like Goosebumps. Every episode followed a different team of kids as they investigated some spooky happening around the world. Some of the teams were used multiple times, some just once. The through line was that they were all members of Heckbusters International, a sort of boy/Girl Scouts for monster hunters. My favorite kid was David. He was a loner, but he was really smart and knew a lot about how to trap ghosts and fight werewolves and stuff. Even better, we had the same name, so I could pretend I was the one fighting monsters and helping out my friends. His group got the most episodes, which I was always really happy about. Grim Grim's Palace was a puppet show about the Grim Reaper. I want to say it was a parody of little kids' shows like Bear in the Big Blue House, but there was something weirdly sincere about it. Grim, as the Reaper insisted the audience call him, was trying his best to be one of those cool uncle types for the viewer. The catch was his palace was full of demons and weird creatures that annoyed the heck out of him. So most of the time, he'd end up getting angry, and the episode's intended plot would go out the window. There was always a moral, but it was presented so poorly, I usually ignored it and laughed at the shenanigans Grim got into. Not going to lie. A couple of the lessons landed. I still think about the conflict de-escalation episode since it's the one time Grim managed to keep his cool. Stopped clocks, I guess. The Timing was a cartoon that's hard to describe. Every episode features a giant humanoid statue that occasionally plonks into a different time period. A crowd would gather around the statue and debate what it was before the statue stood up and started to walk around. What followed was usually some sort of trippy chase scene, involving the statue transporting people through time and space on a whim. At the time, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I think if I watched it now, I'd like it more. Some of the visuals were pretty out there. Tony's Rat Time Kitchen only ran once, as you might expect. It was a cooking show starring a giant rat named Tony. It played out like a regular cooking show. But all of the ingredients were moldy and rotten. There wasn't any music, and it didn't seem like Tony had an audience. But he kept acting like he did for some reason. It didn't help that Tony was kind of disturbing. The way he moved wasn't right. He was too fluid to be a puppet, but the proportions were so stretched out. He couldn't have been a guy in a suit either. His eyes were constantly moving too, never settling on one thing. He was so manic it was like he was drugged or something. At the end of the program, Tony took a bite out of his nasty-looking pizza, moaned with pleasure, and said he'd get me to try his food one day. It was so creepy, Reagan actually apologized for it the week after it aired. That rat has starred in many of my nightmares. Still can't watch cooking shows because of him. Laylee's Funhouse was weird because it seemed out of place on a midnight block. It was a kids' show about these three bulbous mascots named Laylee, Lulay, and Lo. They bounced around and learned how to share or whatever. I was a bit too old for it, but it was nice background noise while I caught up on comics or doodled. Every episode, the mascots sat down and told the viewer how much they cared about them and how great a friend they were. For some reason, I always caught myself saying it back. Dumb show, but charming. Saving the best for last, my favorite show was Regal Radiant Retribution. The concept was this angelic robot superhero guy rescued kids in trouble by beating the crap out of demons. Think Bible Man, but replace the title character with the Doom Slayer and make the villains actual threats. Nostalgia could be coloring my perception, but the special effects were some of the best I've ever seen. Lots of massive puppets and intricate suits that looked so good I swore the monsters were real. For some reason, they didn't play it much. If I had to guess, it was probably because it was way too expensive to run it every week. The one weird thing about it was every episode would run with Regal talking to the viewers about how to protect themselves during spiritual warfare. Always pray before bed. Don't make deals with ghosts, even if they seem friendly. Use salt to deter spirits, etc. It wasn't bad advice, necessarily. Just seemed a bit esoteric for a kid's show. I still think about this one. Wish I could find it online. One of the best things about the block was there were never any commercials. Instead, Reagan would talk to the viewer between the shows. If Mr. Rogers was your lovable grandpa, Reagan was your cool aunt who'd let you watch R-rated movies and sneak you a sip of her beer. She told a lot of funny stories and occasionally read viewers' letters. I tried writing to her once, but I couldn't send it because for some reason they never showed a mailing address. I guess in hindsight, the letters could have been fake, but I like to believe they were not. I'd usually turn off the TV and go to bed when the White Room programming was over, but occasionally I'd stay up to see what happened in the Black Room. When the White Room shows ended, Reagan would say goodnight to the kids, watching, wait a moment, and snap her fingers. The color would then bleed out of her clothes and into the room, staining it in an unnaturally dark black. Reagan was dressed in white, would then introduce the night's programs. Even as a child, the symbolism was about as subtle as a brick to the face, but it was a cool effect. When Reagan was in the Black Room, her personality shifted. She was still playful, but a bit more bitter. She never crossed over into being a jerk, but she'd tease the viewer for watching such horrifying content and taunt people who were trying to record the block. I never figured out how to tape shows for later, so I'm not sure if it was actually possible to tape Crossing Hour or not. That said, her stories of television sets catching fire turned me off trying anything. I didn't watch the Black Room very often because most of the shows were too freaky for me. That said, I recall the ones I caught in my braver moments. Stolas Round Table was a recurring segment that played every couple of weeks. They'd usually show it first, so it was the Blackroom show I caught the most. In it, a man wearing a suit, gloves, and an owl mask sat in the middle of a nicely decorated study and talked about current events, news stories, science, that kind of thing. He had a chair, but for some reason he was always sitting in the middle of a white circle. Usually he was alone, but sometimes he invited guests on. All of his guests also wore animal masks and sat in white circles. I thought his show was boring most of the time, but I liked what he did whenever a guest said something he didn't agree with. He'd always cut them off by saying the word drivel in a low voice. Stolas would let the silence sink in for a moment, then he'd continue on as if nothing had happened. Guests almost always kept their answers in a short yes or no after that. In retrospect, most of Stolas' guests seemed to be afraid of him. Pretty creepy setup for what ultimately amounted to a talk show. Cletus Cunningham's Chainboree was shot in what appeared to be a flooded basement. The titular Cletus was a disgusting old hick who wanted to teach the viewer how to make real moonshine. This one was hard to watch because it was recorded off a handheld camcorder. The guy filming was terrible at keeping the camera steady, so it was hard to make out what was happening. Something about a party and harvesting ingredients. I had to turn it off midway through because the camera work was so bad I started to get sick. That and someone in the background started moaning for help. One nature special followed a camera which was being lowered into the ocean. The camera must have been pressurized somehow because it went deeper and deeper without cracking or having an issue with transmitting video. Eventually the camera got so deep there was no light at all. It was silent for a few minutes. Then something in the dark groaned. Weird sounds reverberated through the air, almost like chanting. Before I could figure out what it was saying, the camera jerked hard and the footage cut out. The rest of the program was a technical difficulties screen. There was one untitled show that started out in a dark room full of shiny threads. A soft voice in the darkness started talking, saying stuff about how kind it was of us to come into its home or whatever. The topic turned to tonight's dinner, and I realized something was slowly creeping towards the camera out of the darkness. The voice was so hypnotic. I didn't realize the thing was a giant spider until its face loomed out of the shadows. Multiple eyes glittered menacingly as the spider clicked its mandibles and reared back. I ripped off my headphones, dove for the remote, and turned off the show before the spider had a chance to do whatever it was planning to do to the cameraman. I was already an arachnophobe, but that show made it so much worse. The way those eyes glistened in the dark. A show that only aired once looked like home video footage of a guy walking through a house. The viewer never saw the guy's face, or got an explanation about why he was there. Halfway through the show, the cameraman started filming people sleeping in beds. The creepy thing was the cameraman didn't do anything to them or say anything. He just stood there for a bit and moved on. The show ended with the cameraman crept into the basement and zoomed in on someone watching a TV. The guy turned around and the show abruptly stopped. I couldn't get a good look at the guy's face, but he seemed scared. Even with the threat of potential nightmares hovering over my head, I couldn't stop watching Crossing Hour. Problem was, I couldn't talk to anyone about it. If I told my parents, they'd know I was staying up too late, and the kids at school thought I was making it up for attention. I felt bad about it at first, but then I decided to think about it like I'd been inducted into a secret club. It was a fun feeling, and it took my mind off recent events. And then one day, I stopped watching. All because of one specific show that really got to me. It started out as a pretty great night. Heckbusters had a David episode. and there'd been a particularly awesome episode of Raggle. He'd been forced to fight a whole gauntlet of monsters at the same time, and he still won. He even managed to decapitate the monster that had organized the whole thing. Seriously, best show ever. After the credits ran, Reagan said goodnight and switched the show over to the black room. I was just about to turn it off when a little voice in the back of my head told me to stick around. I had just turned 9 the day before, and I guess that made me feel more grown up or something. So what if the black room had given me nightmares before? The white room had too. It was just weird TV. I could handle it. I settled in and watched the first program. Another episode of Stolas. Nothing special. After Stolas ended, a bumper played like usual, but instead of Reagan's normal introduction, the bumper faded in on an empty black room. Off screen, Reagan was arguing with someone. Whoever it was, he was getting chewed out. This was new. I'd never heard Reagan get angry before. After a few more seconds of arguing, someone pointed out they were on. Reagan stepped into view, fixed her outfit, and glared at the camera. She forced a smile, but I could tell she was still mad. Hey there, creeps. The next program is going to be even spookier than usual. Viewer discretion is advised. Reagan held the smile for a moment. Then her face fell. I know I say that every night, but I'm serious. Kids, if you're still here, turn off the TV. Now. Naturally, Reagan's pleading had the opposite effect. The black room was disturbing as a rule. If Reagan was begging viewers to switch off, something crazy was about to happen. Turning the TV off wasn't an option. I had to see this for myself. As for the rest of you sickos, let's start the show. But have your remotes ready just in case. And if it talks to you directly, don't. Reagan's face flickered out, replaced by static. After a few seconds, a title card appeared. Nothing fancy, just some white text on a black background. The name of the program was Invitation. The screen cut to a dimly lit room filled with candles and weird symbols. It was too dark to see exactly what the symbols were, but they were all made up of circles and complicated line work. The audio was bad too, like something recorded on an old home video camera. A hooded man walked into the room, cleared his throat, and spoke to the camera. Deep shadows made it impossible to see his face. Welcome. Tonight we are going to invite a being from beyond the grave into our earthly plane. Unlike the network's previous offerings, we will be seeing raw, uncontrolled evil on live television. I look forward to the results. The man drew a circle around himself, sat down, and began muttering. I tried to catch the words, but I couldn't understand what he was saying over the camera buzz. The man muttered for a few minutes, then raised his hands. Hark! If any being hears me, speak. Speak and be known. Nothing happened. I laughed. All that build-up for nothing. The man shouted again, trying to get a response. Still nothing. He stood, enraged. Spirits, I demand you listen to. The man screamed. I looked at his feet and noticed in his haste he'd stepped slightly out of the circle. Every inch of flesh outside the circle had been crushed flat. The man barely registered what had happened to him before his foot began moving further out of the circle. He tried to pull it back, but something was preventing him. He screamed in pain as whatever held him slowly dragged him out of safety. Seemingly prepared for this, the man pulled a knife out of his robes and prepared to sever his leg. Before he could swing the blade, the thing grabbing him yanked hard on his leg. The man yelped and fell to the ground, now more than halfway out of the circle. The knife had fallen out of his reach. The invisible creature resumed, slowly pulling the man out of his protective charm. No, I'm sorry. The man screamed as he attempted to claw his way back to safety. I spoke out of turn. I am a loyal servant. I am your beloved servant. By this point, the man was completely outside the protective boundary. His hood had fallen off, revealing several tattoos on his face. He looked scared. Whatever was in the room with him forced him to stand. He tried to run back to the circle, but the invisible creature pushed him away. I leaned into the TV, absorbed by what I was seeing. The man stood there. For a moment, nothing happened. Tears ran from his eyes as he looked around for any sign of his tormentor. I'll make a sacrifice. Anything you want. Just don't. That was when his body crumpled like a tin can. I recoiled back in shock. 1 second the guy was fine. The next his body was flattened in the middle. Blood trickled from his mouth as he gasped his last breath. I like to think he died before the pain hit. The corpse stood there for a few seconds before falling to the ground. After that, nothing. The body stayed on the floor. The thing in the room was silent. The camera buzz droned on and on. Eyes still glued to the TV, I reached for the remote. Whatever came next wasn't worth it. That was when the voice said, "Don't touch that." I froze. Nothing had happened on the show. Same dead guy, same vacant audio buzz. But I'd heard it crystal clear through the headphones. Whatever was in that room was talking. "Good. Hands in your lap now. I want to talk to you." I did as the voice told. It seemed like a bad idea, but I couldn't help being curious about what it had to say. Listen to me carefully. This man was a very bad person. He did many terrible things. He deserved to die. Do you understand? I couldn't help nodding. To this day, I'm not sure if it was because I agreed, or because I was too scared to argue. Good. With that out of the way, hello, my newly devoted followers. So lovely to meet all of you. A light static haze covered the screen. If I squinted, the static just barely made a shape in the middle of the room. It was vaguely humanoid, but something about it wasn't right. The arms would be too long, then they'd fix themselves, but the head had horns. Then the horns would disappear, but it would have too many legs, and so on. Devoted. You've tuned in tonight because you wanted to see evil. Here I am. Am I what you hoped for? There was a pause. The voice laughed, and the fuzzy shape paced the room. I noticed it steered clear of what remained of the circle. Devoted. Can I be honest with you? I'm thrilled. I've never been able to talk to so many of you at once before. I don't know what to say. Oh, I know. Would anyone like to make a deal? The shape briefly looked at the camera, then continued to pace the room. I was starting to feel let down. The guy getting killed was scary, but this part was dragging on too long. Oh, we've got our first one signed and dotted. Devoted, you're too kind to me. Anyone else? This continued for a while. The shape would pace the room, glance at the camera, say something about completing another deal, then start pacing again. As the program went on, the static shape grew clearer. It got to the point where I didn't have to squint to see it anymore. Devoted, you're all so wonderful. I could deal with you all day. I can't help noticing there are some viewers out there who haven't spoken up yet. Isn't there something you want? The comment got me thinking about home. The show was getting boring, so it wasn't long before I started daydreaming. It would be nice to go back, see all the friends I had to leave behind, hang out at all my favorite spots again. I could tell all my friends about Crossing Hour too. They'd believe me. We could all have a sleepover and watch it together. I could be the cool kid, the kid everybody liked. It's yours, David. All you have to do is ask. I jumped back to attention. The thing was still pacing the room. It had grown much clearer since I'd zoned out. It was easier to see the transformations as it changed shape. Spider legs, bat wings, eyes with too many pupils, misshapen hands, serpent-like tails, goat heads, and all sorts of other horrors flashed over the thing's frame in impossible lifelike detail. Just looking at it made me feel sick. You can have anything you want, Devoted. Just ask. Out loud, right now. There was an unnerving forcefulness to the thing's voice. I forced a chuckle and grabbed the remote again. Ask. I winced and ripped my headphones off. The voice was so loud my ears started ringing. I quickly turned off the TV. As the power cut out, I heard a roar of frustration bellow out of the headphones. I can't be sure, but I swear the shape glared at me right before the screen went black. I settled into bed and stared at the ceiling. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get to sleep. I kept replaying the last part of the show in my mind. David and Devoted did sound kind of similar, but Devoted had an extra syllable. But if you said it fast enough, it all sort of ran together. And it was late. I was tired. But I heard David. I fell asleep before I could decide one way or the other. That night I had some of the worst nightmares of my life. Something was in my room and it wanted to hurt me, but I couldn't see it. It kept moving around so I couldn't get a good look at it, and it whispered things about what it would do to me and my parents just when I was starting to calm down. I woke up so many times I lost track of what was a dream and what was real. At one point I woke up to a woman sitting on my bed, but she shushed me before I could say anything. Just me, hun. Go back to sleep. In my sleep-numbered state, I reasoned she was either my mom or a dream. Neither one was a threat, so I shut my eyes and drifted off. The rest of the night was peaceful. The following nights, however, were plagued with similar nightmares. None of them were as vivid as the first nights, but they were just as terrifying. It got so bad I couldn't even watch the White Room shows anymore. Eventually fear became aversion, and aversion became habit. When my family moved out of the apartment and settled into our new house, there were no complaints when my folks said I couldn't keep the TV in my room anymore. All desire to watch Crossing Hour was gone. I didn't think about Crossing Hour again until a few years later. One day, bored in science class, I doodled Regal in my notebook margins. The doodle activated all the good memories from before invitation, and I decided as long as I stuck to the White Room, it couldn't hurt to check in on Reagan and see how the block was doing. That Saturday night at 11 o'clock, I snuck downstairs to the basement, plugged in the old 9-inch set, and flipped through every channel, hoping against hope that I'd stumble onto Crossing Hour again. I tried every channel twice. It wasn't playing on any of them. Every couple of weeks I tried again. No luck. Maybe it was a regional thing. Maybe it got cancelled. Maybe Reagan just got sick of it and shut it down. Whatever the reason, Crossing Hour was off the air. Which brings me to this post. A cooking show came on last night and it reminded me of that rat. Normally, I click the show off and try to forget. But this time got me thinking, has anyone else seen Crossing Hour? If you have, shoot me a message and we can chat about old times. Even better, let me know if you have tapes. I'd love to watch Regal again. Keep invitation to yourself, though. I don't care if it was a trick, or if it's not as scary as I remember, or if I was hearing things at the end. I never want to see it again. Me and Leela always carved dozens of jack-o'-lanterns every October, so they'd absolutely saturate our lawn on Halloween night. It was our thing. But looking back on it, now that I've lost her, I just feel bad for the pumpkins. I almost relate to them somehow. The way they were carved up, had everything of substance inside of them torn out, and left as hollow, rotting shells with forced smiles. Needless to say, I didn't cope with her death well. I didn't want to cope with it. I wanted the world to drown in the black sludge of my grief. I loathed the people I saw going about their lives, unaware that the world had already ended the moment Leela died. The earth shouldn't keep spinning. Life shouldn't go on. Not without her. Even my relatives bring me along on a trip to Kauai only made it worse. The most gorgeous place on earth, and it made me sick with hatred. Nothing that beautiful deserved to exist if Leela wasn't ever going to see it. It wasn't fair. I thought I'd never enjoy or care about anything again. Then I discovered media preservation. It started with taking some of Leela's old VHS tapes to a video repair place to fix some issues with the footage before it's digitized. The job fascinated me. In a universe based on entropy, where everything inevitably fades away and is forgotten, restoring something lost is like snatching it from the jaws of death, right? Like flipping the bird to the universe and its so-called natural order. People die, but information doesn't have to. Now it doesn't matter how small, be it some god-awful plug-and-play licensed game, or a serial commercial from the 80s. It's my mission to recover it in as high a quality as I'm able, and make sure it's freely available online for as long as possible. A couple weeks ago, I came across a big haul. 4 boxes of old VHS tapes offered up on eBay for dirt cheap. Most of the tapes were just recordings of Cheers episodes, already preserved in higher qualities. But one Maxell E240 caught my interest. First of all, I'd never seen one so melted. Sure, sometimes they were left in an attic too long, and the colors and audio started to degrade, but this one looked like it had survived a house fire. It was covered in soot and the smell of smoke, and had the overall shape of a chocolate bar left out in the sun a little too long. Second was the label, which read in neat Sharpie, episode 4,679,329, March 8th, 2035. The casing was so disfigured, I had to bust it apart just to pull out the tapes and re-spool them in a fresh cassette. I tried to iron out the creases in the tape as best I could, but I had no illusions about it accomplishing much. The mylar surface had been irreparably warped in places by whatever fire had half melted the thing. Imagine my despair at the sight of that dreaded no signal. I could clearly see the tape wasn't blank, yet no amount of adjusting the tracking or trying different TVs or VCRs accomplished anything. Just as I was about to give up though, the thing just suddenly started playing properly at the exact instant the clock struck 3 a.m., as if it had only now decided to work. My all-nighter had paid off. I didn't dwell on the fact that this miracle fix had been impossible. If I'd had any sense, I'd have torn the horrid thing out of my VCR and buried it beneath holy ground. Instead, fool I was, I sat down and watched. At first, the thing seemed unwatchable. The audio was so distorted that the show's theme song emerged as a low, crackling, staticky wail that made my head throb, and the logo was completely indistinguishable through the flickering and interference. I thought it was a lost cause for a moment, but then a figure appeared and cleared away the static, like Moses parting the Red Sea. It was the sight of the show's host that hooked me. He was just perfect. Perfect in every way. I knew it just looking at him. Infinitely handsome and likable and charismatic, and he always said the exact perfect thing. The only issue is, I don't remember a single thing about him now. In the same way you can't remember a dream that seemed so clear to you while you were experiencing it. He just appears in my memory as this abstract blur in a sharp suit. Yet at the time, I was awestruck, even before he said a single word. I can't even remember a word he said. It was like he was speaking another language, one I felt as opposed to heard. I'll try and transcribe it as best as I can into words, but know that it's only a pathetic imitation. For another night of laughs, prizes, and fun for the whole family, with your hosts. I noticed that the audio and visual distortion seemed to suddenly intensify the instant he said his name, rendering it completely illegible. Idiot I was, I figured that was a coincidence. Tonight is a night of celebration, folks, because thanks to the support of loyal viewers like you, we have just been approved for, get this, 200,000 more seasons. The live studio audience went wild with applause. I put that in scare quotes because, as far as I could tell, besides the host, the studio seemed completely empty, as if he was standing on a plain white stage that extended outwards into infinite darkness on all sides. For those just joining us, the game here is simple. He explained that this was some sort of a trivia show. Every time a guest got an answer wrong, it brought them a little closer to some sort of unspecified punishment, and if they got it right, he smirked. Well, they get to delay the inevitable. I wondered what he meant by inevitable. I didn't have to wonder long. The host gestured to a curtain that hadn't been there moments ago, which raised to reveal a middle-aged man. You know the type. Bushy mustache, gray hair, round-rimmed glasses. Kind of guy you'd have doing your plumbing. He couldn't look any more out of place stood up and restrained in that. What is that? I recognized that metal coffin-looking thing from a medieval torture museum I went to once. The Iron Maiden. The lid hung open, countless, long, needle-like blades poking inwards, threatened to poke a million new holes in him if it was shut. His situation was not lost on him. Where am I? What is this? Oh, lucky guess. The host joked, more canned laughter. I know you always loved watching those trivia shows, Malcolm. Weren't you always sitting there, grinding your teeth, seething that it wasn't fair, that you should be the one up on stage winning big? The man paused. Even he seemed mesmerized by the unreal perfection of the host before him. This is a game show? All you have to do is answer a few questions. Think you can handle that, Malcolm? He pulled out a cue card without waiting for an answer. And our first question. What were you doing the night of February 18th, 1998? The man seemed baffled. Just sat on my couch watching the NFL, I think. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to remember. He let out a startled squeal as a horrid buzzer sounded. On cue, the lid slid a third of the way closed, making him flinch. Oh, I'm afraid that's the wrong answer, Frank. But you know what? I'll give you one more chance. What were you? Following a girl home, the man cried out. From the bar. There, are you happy? Correct. The canned audience began cheering. Such honesty. Now, our second question. Just what were you carrying while you followed her? He hesitated for a little too long. And then the buzzer sounded again, and the lid slid so near to closing that its blades began poking uncomfortably against his skin. He tried to press himself against the back of the maiden as well as his restraints would allow. Jesus, okay. A knife. A knife. Aw, if only you'd said that just a second earlier. Another big question. Our third question. Why Malcolm? Why did you do it? That set Malcolm off. He started thrashing, clawing, screaming. Let me out of this thing, you maniac. You can't do this to me. Do you know who I am? Is this some sort of sick joke? My lawyers will have your head for this, you... And then the buzzer. All of a sudden, the lid slammed shut full force, and the man was utterly silenced save for an unnatural drawn-out wheeze. Another wrong answer, Malcolm. I'm afraid I was looking for, because if I can't have her, no one can. I admit it. I laughed. Out of shock more than anything. How was this allowed on TV? I took it as some sort of dark comedy show, and it was kind of satisfying to see that freaky character get his comeuppance. Still, there was something unnerving to me, seeing the man's eyes through the openings in the maiden, wide and red and terrified. They just looked a little too real. But the maiden disappeared as quickly as it came, before I could dwell on it too much. Oh, envy. Definitely one of my favorite sins. More laughter. Stay tuned, folks. We've still got a night of fun and games in store for you. But first, how's about a word from our sponsors? Cut to a corporate logo, which I again couldn't recognize. This segment was made possible by Buer Health, which has recently announced a brilliant new initiative to protect our citizens from skin cancer by removing their skin completely. The camera cut to a massive industrial building, resembling a solid concrete cube around 50 meters in width and height. Its surface bore arcane symbols etched using carvings of wailing, tormented faces. The host would occasionally be rendered inaudible by a deafening metallic scraping from within, though he didn't seem to notice. The only protrusion from the building's cubic shape was a single smokestack, belching a scarlet red smoke into the atmosphere. A queue of gaunt figures waited at the entrance, herded and coerced by their grim overseers. And there were no words to describe the procession of scarlet ghouls limping out of the building's other end. Owing to the non-linearity of time, the brand new grand skin-peeling machine has spontaneously appeared several years before construction deadlines, and indeed, before it was even conceived of by anyone in our timeline. People have rushed all the way from Molly Bolge just to try this miracle of technology out on opening day, and so far, the reviews have been stellar. He shoved his microphone in the face of a shambling thing that could only scarcely be called a human. Tatters of flesh clung to its exposed musculature, blowing in the wind. Its eyes were the only hint of color in that sea of bloody red, and they were wide, white, and terrified. The thing screamed and wailed for as long as it could before the last tendons connecting its jaw to its face snapped, and it was left to choke and gurgle. An amazing wail. The results speak for themselves, folks. The grand skin-peeling machine is a hit. So far, I was still laughing along and having a good time. The sight of the next guest, however, started making me nervous. It was an old lady. She couldn't be a day younger than 60, the sort of sweet elderly woman who in a gist world would be cooking chocolate chip cookies for her grandchildren in a comfy cottage somewhere. But here she was, tied to a metal chair, eyes wide, shaking like a leaf. Unlike the last contestant, she seemed to know exactly what was happening. In exchange for our loving endorsement, they've agreed to loan us one of their star employees. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Lakisma. Something slunk from the darkness far behind her. Or perhaps it'd be more apt to say that the darkness birthed it whole cloth. It was like a living shadow, and it took my eyes a moment to register what I was seeing. How do I even begin describing this creature? I could say it looked almost human, or at least like something that may have been human long ago. Or I could start with its skin, which was all black and shiny as latex and seemingly smooth on first glance. But if you looked closer, you'd realize it was covered in a million tiny reptilian scales, almost like a shark. Its head was a bald man's, utterly devoid of any distinguishing features, like the basic stock template for a human being. It was notable only for a complete lack of pupils and irises, its eyes a pure white. Its body defied basic biology in so many key ways. I had to stare at it for what felt like an eternity just to wrap my mind around its physiology. It was at least 5 or 6 meters long by my estimate, composed of multiple human torsos stacked one on top of the other like segments of a centipede, each melding with the ones around it at the waist and shoulders. Each torso sported a pair of short, stubby arms that propelled it with terrifying grace. It ended with a pair of human legs perpetually bent on their knees. Beneath a tail that looked more like a coccyx was poking free from its body. The old lass could clearly hear it, and kept futilely trying to turn her head around enough to get a peek at what stood behind her. I mouthed uselessly, You don't want to know." "Glad you could join us again, Miss Withersby. Judging by our ratings last week, you seem to have been a fan favorite." Her voice was so soft, I could barely hear it below the static. "Oh God, please. Why won't you people let me go? I've told you. I've never done anything. Never hurt anybody. There must be some sort of..." He waved a hand over her, and it seemed to forcefully snap her mouth shut. "Please, Miss Withersby, save your breath for our questions." Another cue card. "Your first question, my friend. Where did you and your husband buy your first home?" She had to think about it for a long time. Eventually she cried out, "Alabama. Tuscaloosa, Alabama." Ding, ding, ding. "Why, you're already doing better than our first contestant. Next question. What breed of dog was your childhood pet?" She had a pained look on her face as she thought. Eventually a timer started ticking down. It wasn't visible, so it wasn't clear how much time she had left exactly, but the sound it made got more shrill and high-pitched with every second. "Miss Withersby, need I remind you that we have a time limit on this show?" A tear ran down her cheek. I keep telling you people, I don't know. I have dementia. I can't remember, please." The buzzer again. "I'm afraid that was the wrong answer. Laquisma." The old lady shuddered at the sounds of hundreds of feet drawing a little closer to her. "Now, your first grandchild, what did he look like? What color were his eyes? His hair?" She was crying harder now, like it hurt her that she couldn't remember something so dear to her. "I told you I can't remember. Why are you doing this to me?" "If you don't remember them, why would they remember you?" The host mocked as the buzzer sounded, and the beast drew a little closer. "Really, do you believe they even still think about you? Or do you think they're glad that the old bag of bones isn't there sucking up their inheritance?" This went on for, God, it could have been an hour. I was glued to the screen all the while, frozen with terror, praying for this nightmare to just end, for her to make it out okay somehow. He pored over every little detail of the life she lived and the people she loved, delighting in how little of it she could still recall. And the thing grew closer and closer, until she finally felt multiple pairs of hands resting upon her shoulders. The thing was looming over her now, and a long black tongue a few feet in length emerged from its mouth and ran trails of dark saliva over the back of her head. She looked broken down, eyes raw from crying, and I could tell by the dampness of her dress that she'd wet herself. "Now, Miss Withersby, our time here has been fun, but I do believe it is time for our final question. Tell me, what is the name of your only son?" She couldn't even answer anymore. She just stared ahead like her mind was a million miles away. He cackled as the buzzer sounded one final time and threw his cue cards aside. "Thank you for playing, Miss Withersby. Better luck next time." I would say the thing unhinged its jaw like a snake, but that'd be an understatement. The way the thing's face malformed and wrinkled and stretched as it opened its maw, it no longer looked even remotely human. Its jaws must have parted at least 30 centimeters apart, revealing a second pair of jaws that lashed out and gripped the woman's skull, pulling her headlong into the darkness. I could hear bones crunching and snapping as its throat constricted down around her body. Peristaltic muscles compacting her into a meat slurry, bit by bit. Yet she just wouldn't die. Even as her skull and upper body were already crushed and compacted, organs and muscles pressed into mulch, she still kicked her legs, twitched her fingers, let out a gurgling that must have been some attempt at screaming. She was squirming even as the beast snapped its jaw shut around the last of her, condemning her to whatever torments awaited her inside the creature. And all the while, that horrible laughter. "Don't worry, folks. She'll be back next week. And the next. And the next." Needless to say, I wasn't having fun anymore. In fact, I had to turn away and fight the urge to throw up. I stood about to turn the TV off and... Don't touch that dial now. I froze. There was something chilling about the way he said that, staring right into the screen as if reacting to what I was doing. I hated the grin on his face. The real show is just beginning. And with the barely restrained excitement of a child on Christmas morning, he yanked back another curtain, and I recognized everything. I recognized that crappy bootleg knockoff Always Sunny in Philadelphia jacket that was so gaudy and terrible it instantly became her favorite thing in her wardrobe. I recognized those subtle hints of slight acne she disguised as fake freckles. I recognized the way her gray eyes would remind me of those overcast mornings at the beach at Hilton Head, and pointing out all the cannonball jellyfish washed up on the sands. I recognized that tattoo of the name Rocky. How I'd held her all night long as she cried into my shirts after her childhood cat had died. It was Leela. I shuddered, gasped, fell from my seat as if I'd been punched in the stomach and the air had been knocked out of me. I couldn't breathe. This couldn't be real. I was dreaming right now. I must be. I just had to wake up. But I couldn't wake up. Nothing I could do dispelled the sight of her curled up in that thing. That bronze statue of a bull, horns jutting on either side of a head that roaring silently up at the heavens, all while the love of my life was locked in its hollowed out belly, visible only through a pane of glass. I could hear her cry out in shock at where she'd found herself, and every whimper felt like it drove a knife through my chest. The host soaked in that moment. It was ecstasy for him, the suffering of it all. He stared dead into the camera like he was looking right at me as she called, "What is this? Where am I?" Why, I have good news, my dear Leela. You're exactly where every American dreams of being. You're on TV. He pointed to the camera. And we have a very special guest in the audience tonight. Your very own beloved Jackson. I shuddered hearing my own name ooze from his fetid lips. His facade of perfection was slipping, and there was something so profoundly ugly beneath it. Her eyes snapped to the camera, confused, despairing. Jackson? Baby? What's happening? What is this? I don't know, I thought, gripping the sides of the TV so hard my knuckles turned white. But I'm going to get you out of there, baby. I'm going to find whoever did this, and I'm going to bury them all so far beneath that studio that they'll never... I'm afraid Jackson hasn't joined us quite yet, my dear. But if you truly love him, surely you'll give him a show to remember, won't you? He taunted her. All I want, after all, is to ask you a few questions. In fact, I'll offer you a special deal. Get even a single answer right, and I'll let you go free. But get one wrong, and, well... On cue, a fire was lit beneath her, small, smoldering for now, but she whimpered as she noticed the heat. We both realized in that instant what this was. By now I was screaming things I can't repeat here, and slamming my hands against the TV screen as if I could reach through and save her. She bit her lip and acquiesced. Not like she had any room to argue. The host grinned and readied a cue card. Your first question. Where are you, Leela? I don't know. How am I supposed to know? You do know, Leela. You know exactly where you are. He smirked at her. Here's a free hint. What's the last thing you remember before you woke up here? She thought about it and choked back a sob, visibly shaking as the realization slowly settled in. But why? I... The horrible wail of the buzzer cut her off. Oh, too bad. I'm afraid you've run out of time. Seemingly as if on its own, the fire doubled in size. Sparks licked the belly of the bronze bull and began to ever so slowly heat the surface. She pawed around in the tight confines, searching for any reprieve from the scalding heat all around her as the metal grew hot like it had been left out in the sun on a summer's day. Please, God, let me out of this thing. It hurts. The host seemed to breathe in her pain as if stealing a moment's indulgence. Now that there is no doubt about where you are, my dear, let us proceed to the second question. He switched to his next card. Did you believe in God? In the end? Of course. She pled her case as if she was being tried in court. My entire life, every day I gave to the poor, helped the sick, did whatever I could to honor him. I'm afraid you misunderstood my question. I asked, did you believe in him at the end? The very moment your pitiful little life was snuffed out. I always believed. I'd never forsake him. Yes, I know. You lived a good and holy life, didn't you? He cackled. But what of the very end? You and your little husband were so excited to deliver your first little baby boy, but oh tragedy. It all went wrong, didn't it? Your precious little boy didn't make it through childbirth, and you followed closely behind. That whole business was the botched pregnancy, it was. What did you call it? Ah, yes, a test of faith. And I'm afraid you failed. In your final moments, you watched the light fade from your child eyes, and you seemed, wisely, in my humble opinion, that no kind and loving God would allow something like that to happen. He laughed. Funny how after a lifetime of dutiful service, all it takes is one little mistake at the end to bring you here, to us. I'd never seen such depths of despair in a person's eyes, such emptiness. Like with every word, he'd been scooping out another piece of her until she was hollow. And then that buzzer roared again, more shrill than ever, and I could barely see her little window through the smoke and flames. The belly of the bull was turning orange in places, and I could hear her flesh start to sizzle like meat on a grill. There are no words for the noises she made. No words at all. And our last, final question, he continued. What were your last words to your poor, beloved Jackson? I love you. I called out the answer. Bloody fingerprints stained the TV screen from me slamming my hands against it as I screamed the answer over and over. At some point I forgot that there was ever a question. I was just screaming it at her as if hoping that she could hear it, that it could bring her a modicum of comfort in that place. The buzzer sounded again. I couldn't bring myself to look. All I could hear was the roaring of the bull and the steam rising from its bronze nostrils. The curtain fell. Silence drowned the sound. The host dropped all pretense that he hadn't been speaking directly to me. Now, Jackson, you might just be one of my new favorite audience members the show had ever had. I know this must have been hard for you, but if you'll just stay tuned, I have one more show I know you're certain to love. I didn't bother to touch the remote. After all, nothing could be worse than what I'd just seen, right? Wrong. Horror racked me as the curtain rose and I saw the man chained to a chair. I pulled away like a caveman witnessing fire, cringing and stuttering, face wet with sweat. It was the sort of fear that worked its way into your bones like a bad chill, that left you shaking, teeth chattering. It was me. An older me, sure, but not by much. 10 years, maybe. A gaunt and hollow version of me, one twisted by 10 years of depression and hard drugs. But it was unmistakable. His eyes widened as he recognized the host. Oh, God, please no. It can't be. Let me out of this chair, you. Come now, we wouldn't want to use the Lord's name in vain, would we? I mean, that would be a sin. The host laid a hand on the other me's shoulder. It may have been a few years since you watched our program, but I'm sure you remember the rules, don't you, old friend? The other me was wordless, on the verge of hyperventilating, just as I was. The host was giddy with delight. Now, our first and only question is one I'm sure our viewer will be very interested in. What sins exactly do you think landed you here? The other me tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. I could see it in his eyes. The years of self-destruction, the bitter hopelessness, the whirlpool of nihilism and vice and decay, the suffocating depths of a man, the darkness. How could he put it into words? The sound of the buzzer was like a pig's squeal. I'm afraid that our viewer is going to have to figure that out for himself. In the meantime, your punishment? Well, we wouldn't want to spoil anything. The curtain slowly began to fall just as a couple other of those black, grotesque monstrosities emerged from the darkness. The curtain covered them all before I could get a good look at their obscene, twisted, asymmetrical figures. All I could hear was the crunching, the sound of skin tearing like paper, the screaming that went on for longer and louder than a human throat or vocal cords could endure. The image and audio were beginning to distort, glitch, burn away. The tapes were physically melting as they played. My VCR was starting to overheat, sparks pouring from its front panel. The host's voice jumped around in tone. his voice fading into the static blur as the tapes bubbled and boiled and distorted. But, my friends, I'm afraid that concludes tonight's episode of our show. So, with a final farewell to our dear, beloved viewer Jackson, just before the image melted away, the camera seemed to jump forward until his face filled the screen, his eyes piercing into mine as he cackled in that sing-song voice. See you soon. Ever since I was a young boy, I would wake up in the morning with my furniture arranged differently than when I went to sleep. Sometimes it was small, like my lamp in the wrong place or my shoe rack was tipped over. Other days I'd wake up and the bed would be in the wrong spot, the dresser on the wrong wall, my desk in front of the door. In the beginning, it wasn't in a messy fashion. It seemed like a perfectly normal way to arrange my bedroom, just in a different way than I preferred. I have a very early memory from around 5 years old of my mom yelling at me for moving around all my furniture at night. I swore up and down that it wasn't me. She seemed conflicted when she was yelling at me. I wasn't a troublemaker. She knew it wasn't something I would do, but looking back now, I think she was just as scared of the thought of it not being me. After a couple of hours, I convinced my mom it wasn't me. After all, I was a small kid. I don't think I could have physically moved it on my own. Next to blame was my older brother. He was 11 at the time, so it still would have been hard for him to move my stuff, but not impossible. My brother liked to mess with me. No more than any normal brother, but never any over-the-top pranks. Mostly just because he was lazy, though. No way he'd lose sleep over something so weird like moving my furniture every night. After my brother denied it, and adding on that he stayed at his friend's house for sleepovers often, gave him an alibi. My mom attempted to blame my dad next, but of course, that comment was not taken lightly, and ended with my parents just pointing fingers at each other. My mom spent that night with me in bed. She tried her best to explain why she was sleeping in my bed without making it sound scary, but I could tell she was scared. I wasn't scared at all because it felt normal. I see now as an adult why she was freaked out. The night felt normal. If anything, it was a fun night, like a big sleepover. My first sleepover, even. We woke up the next morning, and my mom gasped and gripped the sheets. Wait, how did this happen? I was right here. My mom looked around the room. It was pretty easy to do so given that the bed was right in the center of the room. This hadn't happened before. It was always in a normal spot against the wall. It was like the room was showing off that it could put the bed in the middle of the room without us waking up. My mother always claimed to be a notoriously light sleeper. She said she can't fully turn her brain off in case we need her in the night, but she always seemed to sleep deeply to me. The rest of the day she kept insisting that someone was sleepwalking or something. She didn't think anyone was playing a prank, but she knew someone in the house was doing it. She had to believe it. My parents ordered a security camera online to put in my room so they could watch the footage the next morning. They got next day delivery, so I'd have to go one more night without them being able to watch me sleep. That night, they decided to let me sleep in their bed. I was even more excited than the night before. Now this was really a sleepover. That night, my mom tucked me in tightly in between her and my dad. I remember she held me all night long. I woke up the next morning to my mom sounding terrified. My parents' bed wasn't even in the bedroom anymore. It was sitting in the living room right outside my parents' bedroom. My dad sat up and started to get as concerned as my mom. How did our bed get out here? He whispered with a stutter. It can't even fit through the door frame. Was it taken apart and put back together out here? He hopped out of bed and picked me up into his arms in the process. We all stared at it confused. Even as a young boy, I knew something was really wrong. My dad started to take the bed apart to bring it back into their bedroom and noticed that the screws were loose. Some were even missing, like it was put back together in a rush. I remember my parents being on the phone with, I think, the police, but they never showed up. I remember my mom being upset on the phone when they wouldn't help us at all. That night, my dad installed a camera into the corner of my bedroom. My mom once again slept next to me. The camera they got was basically like a baby monitor that recorded the night. My dad had the monitor beside his bed to be an extra set of eyes. The night came and went. My mom and I woke up with my room yet again rearranged. She looked up at the camera to see that it was destroyed. All video from the night was destroyed as well. This was right around the time when baby monitors could record to an iPhone, and you could watch the video the next morning, but everything about the video was corrupted. My family went to the police station that night, insisting that someone was in our house. The cops wrote down a statement, but that's all that came of it. My parents for the next couple of years kept trying to figure out what was going on, trying different solutions to find out how this was happening, only to find dead ends over and over again. My mom started to believe the house was haunted, and after a couple of years, my dad believed her. This was the main reason for our move when I was 8. I was so excited to be done with whatever was going on. At this point, the sleepovers weren't cute. I wanted my own space. My parents didn't let me go to summer camp or stay at friends' houses like my brother did. I was sick of it. It was night 1 in the new place. It was only about 30 minutes from our old house. Not too big of a change, but just enough that I was excited. My parents felt so good about the new place that they let me sleep in my own bed. I remember they told me at dinner while we ate McDonald's over a makeshift table made of cardboard boxes. I jumped up and down and hugged them both. That night, I got tucked in, and my mom was hesitant to leave me in my own bed. She seemed worried but knew I needed this. My room didn't have much in it, just my bed, dresser, and a few boxes with my clothes in them. I remember falling asleep that night and thinking how creaky the new house was. But I didn't mind. I was hopeful. I woke up the next morning before my mom and dad. I didn't have curtains yet, so the sunrise woke me. I sat up and stretched. I rubbed my eyes to wake myself up, and I immediately felt a knot in my throat. The furniture was moved. At that moment, I made a decision. I knew if my mom saw this, I'd be stuck sleeping next to her for my whole life. My little imagination took over, and I thought about coming home from my job one day as a grown man wearing a suit and my mom still tucking me into bed. I sprung up and quickly moved everything back to where it came from. Luckily, nothing was too heavy for me to move. Just as I got everything back into place, I heard my mom's footsteps. I jumped into bed and pretended to be sleeping. She cracked the door and let out a sigh of relief and shut the door. How I wish I could go back in time and tell my mom the truth. I spent the next month doing this same routine. My mom always woke up at 7:30 to check on me, so I'd always get up at 7 and fix everything. It was exhausting, but worth it. My mom was warming up to the idea of me going to summer camp, so I was motivated. My mom got comfortable enough to send me to camp. It was only a one-night camp that year, which was fine. She needed to take baby steps. I didn't think anything would happen, honestly, but when we woke up in the morning, every single bunk bed was outside. All 20 of them. 30 kids and 10 adults. All waking up feeling confused and disoriented. Some bunk beds, even on their sides, tipped over. Of course, the camp counselors were confused. I knew what I had to do. I gaslit all the adults into believing it was the plan of the troubled kid, Eddie. I made up a whole story about how he convinced the other kids to do it in the night. I didn't think it was believable. but I was so convincing that everyone believed me. The camp counselors wanted to inform all the parents when they came to pick up what happened. Of course, it was a violation and needed to be explained to all the parents what happened. Luckily, I got out of it. I went to the camp with a school friend and his mom picked us up. His mom believed me when I said I'd tell my mom myself. As the years passed by, I realized no matter where I slept, this would happen to me. I turned it into a sleepover trick. I'll tell my friends to come over and sure enough it would happen. I'd even sleep at their houses and it would happen. Whenever I was trying to show off the trick, the room would be in even worse condition than a normal night. It felt like I had a superpower. The years went by and it just became my life. It was like brushing my teeth in the morning. Now and then I'd forget to fix everything in the morning, and my mom would check on me. It only happened a few times, but each time I saw fear in her eyes. I always just said I moved stuff around the night before because I was bored of the layout. I could only use that lie so many times, though. One time in high school, I was very sick. I was having a hard time getting up in the morning to move my furniture, and I didn't move my furniture for a couple of mornings. My mom was getting nervous, and I knew I had to get up before her to move it the next day. My mom came into my bedroom to say goodnight and let me know she'd been done in the early morning but would say hi as soon as she got home at around noon. This was music to my ears. I could sleep in and not worry about moving everything before she could barge in. The morning came, and I got to sleep until about 11. I couldn't believe how much better I was feeling. I knew I should have probably started to move my furniture and be proactive, but of course that's not what I did. I could hear my brother in his room next door playing video games, so I went to see what he was playing. Him being my brother, he wasn't letting me play with him, so I instead stood by his bed for way too long and annoyed him. I lost track of time and heard the garage door open. My heart sank. I ran back into my room and tried to move everything back into its place. Luckily, throughout the years, I convinced my parents to get me lighter furniture. They never caught on, and it made life so much easier. Everything got replaced except for my dresser, which was a family heirloom. It wasn't all that big, but this day it felt heavy. I knew I was weak from being sick all week, but I couldn't believe how heavy it was. It was the last thing to move, but it just wouldn't budge. I frantically ran to my brother and told him I needed help moving my dresser. He leaped out of bed to run to my room. With most things, he doesn't care to help me. But I was always honest with my brother that the furniture thing never stopped. He knew that if our mom knew, the whole house would be a living hell, and she might even make us move again. He always had my back when it came to my supernatural furniture. Instead of going back into my room, I went downstairs to distract my mom. I knew she'd be mad to see me out of bed, but the consequences of my furniture being out of place would be so much worse. My socks slid across the hardwood floor, and I reached the kitchen just as she was opening the door. Her happy humming was immediately interrupted when she made eye contact with me. She set a grocery bag on the counter and got out some soup she'd just bought at the store. I thought she was going to yell at me, but I wasn't going to question it. I figured she was being patient with me since I was sick. Just as she got out of a box of popsicles, I heard an awful sound. One that I will never forget. A sound that is completely my fault. I heard my brother scream. It was a loud scream, but short, like something interrupted it. It sounded like he stubbed his toe and then covered his mouth halfway through. My mom and I made eye contact and started to head upstairs to check on him. It was too loud to be something small. We turned the corner into my room, and I didn't know what to feel. I saw my dresser still not in its normal spot, but just slightly moved from where I left it. The dresser had a big drawer on the front that opened like a door or a cabinet, and it was wide open and empty. But most importantly, my brother was gone. An hour went by and my brother was nowhere to be found. The doors to the house seemed to be all locked. Same with the windows. We ended up filing a missing persons report. A whole week went by and there was no sign of him. My mom thought my brother was in the middle of moving my furniture to prank me or something and got spooked and ran off. I didn't have the heart to tell her, or anyone, that I felt like this was my fault. I thought that maybe whatever was moving my furniture wanted just me to move it or something. After that awful week, we found something to make it so much worse. My dad was in my room with me and trying to ask more questions about our last interaction. A lot of people asked me this since I was the last person to see my brother. As I explained it to him for the 100th time, he was randomly looking at the dresser and opened up the big door we originally found wide open. It had a note taped to the inside. Before my dad took it, he looked nervously at me asking if it was mine, but he very well already knew the answer. We called my mom into the room before we read it. The following is an exact quote from the note. "I see our little game of hide and seek did not end like I imagined. Your brother is not who I intended to find me, but he will have to do for now." We had no clue what the note meant, but that didn't stop it from sending shivers down my spine. At the very least, now we knew someone had taken my brother. We thought the cops would do more to help now that we had a note. Well, they did do a little more to help us find him. They never found anything else. I never saw my brother again. Last year I moved out of my parents' house. The decision was completely based on my not wanting to move my furniture around every morning. I couldn't imagine a world where I could leave my furniture as is and just sleep in without the worry of my mom seeing it. That being said, I moved out as soon as I could afford it. I moved in with my best friend and we shared an apartment. He knew about my little party trick and was never too freaked out by it. Although part of me was scared that once he saw it was legit, he would be scared. The first morning I woke up and the room was a mess. Everything was in the wrong place just as usual, although I didn't think there would even be a usual for how my room looked anymore. I was sick of fixing it. It was going to look however it wanted to look. After a couple of days of just letting my furniture do whatever, I noticed that it was being arranged more and more chaotic, messier. Like the furniture was mad that I wasn't putting it all back. I started straightening things, but nothing too wild. I'd just leave the big stuff. I mean, my roommate was weirded out, but he didn't care at first. One morning, about 2 weeks into living at the new place, I woke up with my bed on our deck outside. I knew it was starting to get out of hand. The whole reason of me moving out was to not have to move my furniture around like crazy. I was so mad I couldn't just leave the furniture as it was. For some reason, it had to be put back to its normal spot. I let it go one morning. I wanted to see what would happen if I just left it, just once more. I woke up the next day in the middle of the woods with no clue where I was. I felt like when I was a kid and this happened with bunk beds, but this was so much worse. It was relatively easy to find my way back, but just a long walk. In all, it took me about 2 hours to get home, not to mention having to figure out how to get my bed back home. When I got back, my roommate had a chat with me. He said how he never really thought the weird furniture thing was real, and thought it was a very elaborate joke, and now that he lived with me, it was affecting his mental health. He felt paranoid and really tired and wanted me to move out. I was of course bummed, but knew it was for the best. I tried to tell him I'd start moving the furniture back every morning, and it would all be okay, but that didn't seem to help him feel better. I called my parents to tell them I was coming back home. They seemed excited to have me come home. They seemed very cheerful, actually. When I asked them what was making them so happy, They said they felt better than they had in years and felt so well rested. It felt nice to hear them happy for what felt like the first time since my brother went missing. I had most of my stuff packed up and was ready to move in just a couple of days. We both knew this whole moving thing might cause problems for our friendship, so we wanted to do something fun before I moved out. We did a spontaneous week-long road trip. The morning I left, I didn't move any of the furniture back. It didn't seem necessary. I noticed something strange about the road trip. At no point in the trip did my furniture move. It was the first time since I can remember I woke up with everything looking the same. I thought maybe I found some kind of weird hack. We got back from an amazing trip feeling closer than ever, feeling thankful that we did it. I walked into my room and saw everything just as I remembered leaving it the day we left for our trip. Everything except for my dresser with the front facing down right in the middle of the room. I went over to the front of it to try and lift it into place, but it felt heavy. I immediately felt the memories of the day my brother went missing flash back into my head. This thing being heavy is bad news. I wasn't sure why, but I knew I didn't like it. I called my roommate in to help me move it. At first, he was hesitant. He didn't want anything to do with my furniture. Finally, I convinced him to just help me lift it quickly. As we pushed it back up to the wall, the body of a man came falling out. He was dead and limp. Claw marks filled the inside of my dresser. It looked like it fell over while he was hiding in it. He most likely fell over at the beginning of our trip and couldn't get out. He was in the same spot where I found that ominous note a little while back. He also had a gas tank that had a sleeping aid in it that was connected to one of those things that go over your mouth and nose before surgery or something. He looked malnourished and sickly. This man was my ghost for the last 15 years, moving my furniture around, thinking it was some kind of fun game or something. This was the man who took my brother. This was the man who gave a sleeping aid to me and everyone else I lived with so he could move my furniture around for me. This was the man who took away countless sleepovers from my childhood. This was the man who stole my mother's peace of mind my whole childhood, so I could have some sick game every morning. They never found out who he was. They couldn't find anyone that matched his fingerprints or dental records or anything at all. It's like it never even existed. Most of all, they never found my brother. They never found out how the man got in and out of my house, if he even left, or how he was always around no matter where I slept. They never figured out how he managed to sneak around my living space for so long and not be seen. That was last year, and after that day, my furniture never moved again. Hey guys, my friend has gone missing and this is the only thing he's left me. I wanted to post this here. I recently tried to visit an old college friend. His name is Jason. I got lucky and had a work-related event in a city near his town. I would talk to him quite a lot over the phone, trying to maintain regular communication. However, this stopped just after we had called and agreed to meet. I just couldn't reach him anymore. Once I was done with the conference, I drove over to his place. That's all that was left for me to do after my last calls failed again to reach him. I rang the doorbell and there was no response. I desperately tried calling again. Nothing. I decided to call the police and ask them to check on my friend. They would at least be able to get through the front door without getting arrested for it. Well, the authorities came and went. There was still no sign of my friend. One of the cops, however, handed me a crumpled letter. I gave them my name, and seeing how the message from my friend started, I could quickly guess why they gave it to me. I've read it over and over again. I can't make sense of it. That is where I hope you can help me. The cops ended up launching a proper investigation after I called them again 3 days later after no sign of my friend. There was no sign of him or any break-in. Everything was in order. They said they would keep looking, even try the lake just outside of town. The suggestion made me shudder. However, it's in their hands now. I called everyone I could who might know something. My friend is still nowhere to be seen. Give this a read and let me know what you think. Here's his letter to me. Please. My name. I know you are likely looking for me, and please don't stop. I am here. I'm still here. I got this. And then in crossed out, it says painting art. Abomination of a German cabin in a birch forest. I just hung it up over my bed. As you know, Allison had just left me and was taking a break from work. I found it at a yard sale. I don't know. Just picked it up because it reminded me of a similar cabin my Oma had back in the fatherland. I guess the nostalgia that came when seeing it made me feel just a little less alone, but I didn't know. As soon as I hung it up, something, and then crossed out, it says itched at the back of my neck. Just felt plain wrong. I had just bought it and something was off. I looked at it. It wasn't the placement. And then crossed out again, it says. Actually, it looked quite good on the wall. It felt like it expanded the room. So I kept staring at it. Staring and staring and staring. There had to be something I hadn't seen before. I even forgot to blink every now and again. Only when I had to go eat, sleep, or go to the bathroom I would avert my eyes. The very existence the picture was supposed to help me alleviate had only become worse and worse. I was basically living out of my bedroom. Now nothing more than a rectangular cell with pastel wallpaper, a wooden Swedish bed and closets, and my desk. I was so thankful for you calling me when you did, reminding me of your visit. I thought I was going nuts. Your voice really helped me. Finally, I wasn't feeling so alone anymore. But the painting was still there. And then in crossed out it says mocking. Reminding me of what your calls were only temporarily fixing. Then it happened. It was the day when you told me about your plans to come to the city. You were my escape. You could have helped me trash the painting and just not be alone. I didn't have the strength. And crossed out it says, I lost whatever was left. See, I had begun to believe it was just me like always. You know what I mean. At least obsession was good back in college when fixing your code. Before I say more, I want you to know that I'm just lonely and sad. And then in crossed out it says I'm gently losing my sanity. Nothing more, nothing darker. I need you to understand that since you read this, I don't want you to give up hope. I need you to do something. Anything. My door vanished. Not the front door and not any other door. And it didn't just vanish as if pulled from its hinges. Where there was once my white bedroom door was now just that blue pastel wallpaper, disgustingly clean just like the rest. I know. Of course, I barely noticed, staring at the painting all the time. It was only when I needed to go to the bathroom that I almost flat out walked into the wall where the door used to be. First there was disbelief, then there was horror. And then came vindication. If you can believe it, I felt vindicated. For once, justified my obsession. Of course, it had to be the painting. It's not like I get trapped like this regularly. But you know what's worse than being alone in a room with the only company being a gaudy painting? Being alone in a room with a painting that has just sealed off your exit. It wasn't like I was going to take it anytime soon. I was waiting for you. Given everything else, I have to say I took it quite well. It surprised me. But it also gave me renewed energy. I had to keep looking. The secret had to be somewhere, but I also knew I had to go eat or go to the bathroom. This painting wasn't going to beat me. My room was my prison to make, not the pictures. The next stop was obviously the window. I looked outside and a relieved sigh escaped my lips. I could see my neighbor's house. As you will come to see, the room is not placed at any great height. It might strain my knees and scrape my skin, but I would survive. An escape was there for now. I felt a tingle at the back of my neck. Something was wrong. I darted around. My eyes fixated on the painting again. This time I felt it in my bones. There was something. I thought I saw movement on the two-dimensional layers of paint that made up the picture. It was only for a split second, but I swear I saw something. I grabbed my chair, placed it facing the painting, and planted myself securely. The light outside was getting dimmer and dimmer, but this time I wouldn't just give up. My bedroom seemed to contort around me, the walls twisting and turning to make the painting the only vanishing point in my line of sight. I wasn't losing sight of it. Pretty soon I was doused in darkness. My eyes struggled to adjust, but they got there eventually. Licking my lips, I leaned in closer. Then crossed out, it says maybe it was just the moonlight. Maybe the moonlight helped me, but I saw it again. It moved between the far-off bony whites of the forest in the background. Again. It was for a split second. If I had blinked, I would have missed it, but I swear to you, I saw something move. What it was, I couldn't say, just that it moved. I clapped my hands in triumph, but this time my order of emotions was reversed. First validation, then horror. Something had just moved. In the moonlight of my room and the sunny rays of the painting, my obsession changed its nature. Fear took over. Fear of missing it moving again. Fear of it getting closer. How many times had it traversed the painting when I wasn't looking? That's why I'm writing this letter, documenting what's happening. I have become fixed in the room, in a constant battle with something I don't even know what it is. I can't call you anymore. I need to keep looking. When you read this, I should still be here, but I don't know anymore. You can't come fast enough. I am scared. I grabbed the sheet as fast as I could from the desk next to me, trying to minimize eye contact with the painting. I almost fell to the floor, my little room suddenly regaining its dimensions. And crossed out it says it felt bigger, emptier, but that was just my imagination. I was not a prisoner, but a warden now. I wrote everything up until now. I'm sorry if it's hard to read. My hands are shaking and I am trying to both focus on this letter and the picture all at once. I don't know how long I have been sitting here. It's still dark. I saw movement, but only as it vanished behind another skeletal tree. I hate myself for being right. It was closer. I will throw this letter out of the window if I have to. I will jump out of the window if I have to. There it is again. God save me. I could make out a shape. It was walking. Please come find me. Break down the door if you... It's coming through the trees. It's behind the cabin. I see an arm. Help. I'm going to make a run for it. I have to. God help me. I just have to work up the courage to turn away and open the window. Letter in my hand. One last glance. It's here. There is a face staring at me. Just a face. Human, looking at me with sunken eyes and colorless skin through the paint. It's covering the entire canvas. Its world behind it, finally looking directly at me. It doesn't blink. It doesn't move. It just stares. I have to go now. I am not alone anymore. Letter ends here. The last lines were the hardest to read, but not just because of the handwriting becoming exponentially worse, but of course also because of what was written. I got a chance to go into his bedroom. There was a door where he said there wasn't. However, there was also a painting hanging right over his bed. There was a chair in the middle of the room and the window was open. I walked out as soon as I could, trying not to stare too long at the picture of a beautiful cabin in the birch forest. It's something she's been doing for as long as we have rented this house together. When she is sleeping, normally in her deepest sleep, I've noticed, she itches and scratches like there are bugs creeping between the hairs of her skin. Some days she wakes up with freshly scabbed scratch marks where she dug in too deep. Typically, I try and hold her hands before bed, just to stop her from scratching, but I tend to get antsy when she falls asleep, and I end up reading for a bit until I can doze off. Lately, it's been like insomnia, maybe due to anticipation of change. We have definitely been coming towards a turning point in our lives, as our lease is ending. We have been sorting out what to sell and give away furniture-wise, because we are moving out west and won't be bringing much with us. I collected everything else I could think of that would be worthwhile with the intention of hitting a few pawn shops to see what I could get in return. I had some baseball cards and a PlayStation I never used. I even listed my TV for a great price online, and got rid of it the next day. We planned to drive separately across the country, but we still didn't have that much space in two sedans. As I kept reminding her, I asked her if she had anything unnecessary that would take up too much space in our cars. She would only say she had everything handled, and we had plenty of time. But I had been getting anxious over her inaction. I mean, she really seemed stuck in this place. That is one of the reasons I love her. A sentimental nature. She really appreciates what we have, and this place we lived in is part of that. But this felt different somehow, like she actually could not let go, and this place was feeling hard for even me to leave for some reason, which was stupid. I mean, I wanted to move. I was ready. We were ready. And it was my OCD that propelled me to go through her areas and belongings while she was out for her friend's birthday dinner. At least, that's what I told myself. Surely there was a part of me that was investigating. She had been acting strangely. That part of me that suspected something, enough to snoop, grew into my full astonishment when I found it. It was some sort of gem, or crystal, the size of a baseball and smooth. I'm no expert in that sort of thing, but anyone could have seen it was uncanny. It was glowing a subtle reddish beam from its very core. Upon inspecting the gem further, I noticed some sort of runic text. It was beyond my abilities to decipher even Spanish, let alone this. But it was then I started to feel I could understand, as if the runes were speaking to me. Calls of my name in a long-lost universal language that we all comprehend when heard. It was then that I panicked and dropped the gem to the floor. I dropped down next to it. I gazed upon the glow illuminating towards me. I panicked and pulled myself back towards the wall. I caught my breath and pulled a pillowcase off the bed. I wrapped the gem thoroughly so the gleam of the gem ceased to show through the opaque linen wrap. I staggered my way through the house all the way to the kitchen table and sat the gem atop it. I felt relieved upon setting it down, for it had begun to feel heavy, and so was the sinking feeling that now sat in my chest. I waited there at the table for her to return. I had no clue how I would confront her about this. She tried to call me as she was on her way home, but I couldn't answer. I wasn't ready to face this looming confrontation. She greeted me from a distance, sensing something was off. I bid her closer. That sinking feeling was dragging me deeper into the depths of what was covered in the pillowcase. I decidedly uncovered the gem, because I came up with nothing to say. "What are you doing with that?" she had asked. I posed the retort that I ought to be asking her the same question. "That's mine, and you shouldn't have gone through my stuff," she had said, and I became flustered and pointed out that she had been concerning me with her recent behavior. She seemed aloof and was scratching worse than ever, and this gem, this object felt wrong, like it wasn't supposed to be here. I told her I needed to know where it came from, and then she made me feel bad. She explained that it had been a family heirloom passed down for generations from mother to daughter. It was a precious item for her, and she had been worried I was going to try and convince her to sell it. I wanted to believe her then, but something just felt off. What about the glow of the gem and the runic text? She looked puzzled at the assertion. She referenced the gem itself, which now to my disbelief did not shine in the slightest. Furthermore, I failed to locate the runes I had seen before. Had I been beside myself? Was I hallucinating something this vividly? She calmed me as only she could. She rubbed my shoulders and played with my hair. I believe her when she said that everything was okay. She took the gem, which in her hands looked resiliently inert. For just a moment I was suspicious that the gem was hiding its true self from us, but she took my hand and led me to bed, and I followed as one does. It was when she started scratching that night that the suspicion came back. I held her hands for a moment to stop her from digging into her skin. This time her temperature had seemed to rise, and her skin felt clammy. Her arm struggled as she attempted to scratch herself. This fit was the worst I'd seen. I knew then what I had to do. I waited until she was in the shower the following morning. I went back to her possessions where she kept the gem. The gem called to me as it did before. Its illumination felt like a familiar friend's embrace. The euphoria felt like her, a calming yet intense sense of belonging. But then it cut off, and everything I had been feeling was taken away, and I felt fierce annoyance, and it was consuming. Thoughts of paranoia followed, and my suspicions I had for the gem were gone. My eyes had turned to her. That night I waited for her to sleep, and surely she began scratching, even more violently than before, and in that moment I felt she deserved it. I went to the gem and basked in its call. The gem told me lies I perceived to be truths, and whispered ideas I had never thought of before. I felt frightened, but the gem reassured me. The gem wanted her for itself. She had found the gem here in the basement, and she had lied about it because she wanted to be with the gem too. As long as the gem could have her, I could have the gem forever. But this promise reminded me of a promise I had thought of making before. A promise of forever. A promise to her. I turned to her. She was clawing her skin. She was drawing blood in several areas. I felt the weight of every step as I went towards her, as if I were dragging chains, coupling bowling balls. The gem called me back, but I trudged forward. I had to get to her by any means necessary. The rays of the gem light brightened beyond vision. I blindly went onward. I instinctively outstretched my grasp, reaching for her. When I made contact with her, she was boiling over the pot with a fever, drenched in her sweat, dampened t-shirt and shorts. I had long since closed my eyes, but clenched them more tightly as I held her with all my strength. She shook rebelliously, attempting to scrape herself wherever she could reach. The gem amplified its call. A cackling resounded in the room, swirling with energy. I felt a heaviness leave my body, and lightness took over, as if my bones hollowed, and I'd achieved some form of buoyancy. The firm grasp around her felt strained, and she began to slip free. She scratched herself good and plenty in short bursts, blood ruining her nails. The gem hollered and heckled. I held on to her for all I could, and it felt as though hours upon hours passed before her heart rate slowed and her breathing steadied. The gem's volume faded and the glow subsided. I panted still as I held her late into the morning. She woke with a start that she had overslept, but I reminded her it was the weekend. I told her to get ready for brunch and to take her good time like she likes, because I had an errand to run. Again, I waited for her to get in the shower, and gross as I was from the day before, I threw on a hat and once again pulled a pillowcase from the bed. I sensed the gem had less power, perhaps during this time of the day. Maybe its light could not outshine the glisten of the sun. It faintly called to me, a pinch of remorse in its tone. I rapped it decisively. This was over. But it wasn't over. I brought the wrapped gem to my car and started up the engine. I noticed that the gem's call was slightly louder in the confined space of the vehicle. I rolled down the windows to let in some air. My plan was to drive to the nearest river where the county meets the city and chuck the gem to the very bottom. It couldn't bother us down there, I reassured myself. I calmed down and actually started to block out the gem's call. It tried to grow louder, but I held fast. I tried to remember her. I needed to picture her. But it distracted me just enough to miss my exit on the highway to the inlet of the river. I cursed, knowing I would have to progress forward through the toll road and into the tunnel. Traffic clogged up by the toll booth despite the electronic transponder payment lanes. I pulled through my lane at a steady speed and accelerated to pick up to speed at the tunnel when just then the truck in front of me slammed their brakes. I jerked the car to a stop just in time and just centimeters from the truck's tow hitch. The truck sped off as though not to be bothered by the event, and I proceeded onward. Once inside the tunnel, I began to have an uncomfortable feeling that the gem found something to be humorous. Could it be the truck I had almost hit? Was the gem somehow involved? I thought back to her scratching and scratching, and decided the gem could have had some involvement. It was at this time that the gem started outright chuckling. I sped out of the tunnel and found myself unable to slow down as the gem burst out in a maniacal laughter. My foot felt like a bag of bricks pressed down on the gas. It was impossible to lift. As if glued to the pedal, I steered off to the side to avoid a collision. Drivers honked as I blew past them on the shoulder. The wind whipped my face through the open windows, which now made the chaotic, chortling slice thin slashes in my face. The sound had left blood dripping from my cheeks. I looked off over the side guardrail where the river could be seen in the distance. It couldn't stop the car. I could make it go where I wanted. I ripped the steering wheel over as hard as I could and angled into the guardrail at full speed. The car flipped on impact and spiraled over the rail, landing upside down in the grass along the highway. I dangled a moment before coming around and unclipping my seatbelt. I dropped onto my neck and shoulders, crawled out of the open window. I coughed and my eyes stung from tears. I was apparently crying. I rushed around to the passenger side and saw the gem unwrapped. I grabbed it with little thought and made to chuck it in the river for good riddance. I cradled my arm back to catapult the gem and launched. In a swift motion, my body followed my fist, holding the gem to the ground, for I did not let go. I yelled out and cursed the gem again. I madly stomped to the edge of the river and plopped in. I had to tread water here. I took a massive breath and dove beneath the surface. I swam downward, intending to leave the gem at the bottom. But when I reached the sandy surface and placed the gem, I could not let go. Bubbles blew out of my nostrils and mouth as I lost my breath. I firmly placed my feet on the ground and pushed with all my might to launch upward. I ended up flailing in the water. The gem was pulling me down. laughing menacingly through the pressure of the water. It was here I blacked out into the darkness. I remember spitting up water on the grass next to the river. I looked around for my apparent savior and saw none. Then I remembered the gem. I searched the immediate area, and there was no sign of it. I looked out at the river, wondering if I could have been successful in the dispatching of the gem. Did I really do it? Then the hair on my neck stood, and I felt a slight itch. The call of the gem quietly beckoned me. I looked over my palms, and shimmering across my skin was a familiar runic text. The itch grew on the back of my neck. I slapped it as one should. Just then reality set in, and from a distance a police officer called across the side bank of the river. A team of paramedics and other officers soon followed, and beyond them I noticed apparent witnesses. I spent the night in the hospital, and will get off fairly easily with my clean driving record and a good lawyer. No one had been hurt, and besides the guide rail, only my property has been damaged. Community service and weekly check-ins with a therapist, and I might get my license back one day. Or maybe I wouldn't have to worry about that. For now, everyone accepted I had passed out at the wheel due to lack of sleep. I'd told them in my disorientation I stumbled off and fell into the river. Terrifying, but with the lack of casualties, not much of a police priority or a media buzz. But it was all fine as long as I could get back to her. And the next day I did. But things have changed. She was horrified upon my return, cradling herself on the floor. My first thought was the gem was still with her, like it was still with me. But her horrified state simply came from the current date. The last day she remembered was the day we moved into the house. The day she had apparently found the gem, I presumed. She'd spent the day I had been gone sobbing, and figured she was seriously ill, perhaps dying. I calmed her and assured her we'd go to the doctor, that she would be fine. She asked for space, so I went to the couch. And now here I am collecting my thoughts, writing these events down, so maybe she can understand what really happened to her. As for me, I now feel the itch. It crawls across my skin in the worst of moments, and especially now at night. I've been applying lotion and drinking water, but this seems like the kind of itch that must be scratched. And so here I sit scratching, hoping she will believe me, while the runes shimmer across my palms. Maybe only I can see them. Maybe the call was always meant for me, because now it serenades me as I fuss over an itch that's been hard to scratch. To be honest, I wasn't sure that the advice sub would let me post this there, so I'm posting it here because it's so messed up. And it didn't seem right for Let's Not Meet either. But I do need advice, because I feel like I'm losing my mind. So I, 30 female, have always been very close to my cousin, also 30 female. Let's call her Angela. Because we're the same age, our parents, my mom and her father, are siblings. Went through all the same stages with us, and as such, we were more or less raised like siblings due to how much time our families spent together. We even had homes in the country in the same township, which is where I think this happened. And I can't really tell my family because it will make me sound legitimately crazy. And some part of me even doubts this memory, but at the same time, I know in my heart that it's true. It's a complicated feeling, and this memory was brought to light last week when my suspicion I've had for years was more or less confirmed. One winter, 16 years ago, when Angela and I were both 14, both of our families were at our cottages, a 20-minute drive from each other. Angela and her little brother, my cousin, let's call him James, parents, my aunt and uncle, were going skiing one morning, and I wanted to go too. So I spent the night at their cottage, like I often did when we all went up north. Angela's bedroom had 2 single beds in it, and James' room was down the hall. The whole house was open concept, so the hall from Angela's room to James' room did not have walls, but rather was bordered by 2 railings over which you could see down into the main floor, the open concept living and dining rooms. James is 4 years younger than us, and when he was 10, he was such a typical little boy / little brother. It's almost cartoonish to look back on. Like, I'm talking constantly bothering us. Putting a stink bomb on a remote control car that he would sneak into our rooms. Trying to read Angela's diary when we weren't in her bedroom. Just all the stuff, but never anything cruel or out of the ordinary or sinister. Just a massive handful. The basement of James and Angela's cottage was filled with storage and old toys, and sometimes, on the rare occasion, that we'd willingly play with James, we'd all go down to the basement and try to freak each other out. Anyway, one of the toys in the basement was your typical Raggedy Ann doll from the 60s or something. I think it belonged to my uncle when he was a kid, and then Angela when she was a baby. Her name was Trilly. I forget who named it. Anyway, I have vague memories of playing with it when we were younger, and pretending it was our 3rd cousin or our little daughter. But since then, she'd sat in storage in the basement. But what great nightmare material, right? A creepy, limp, smiling doll. So the night I stayed over, before we went skiing in the morning, James, Angela, and I were up to our playing in the basement. And I remember we tried to freak James out by pretending Trilly was alive or something like that. Whatever. Game over. We all had dinner with our parents, then watched a movie as a family and went to bed. James to his room, and Angela and me to Angela's room. Now, this is the thing. Angela and I still joke about this night, and she remembers it just like I do, which is why I sort of wrote off my hypothesis until last week. That night, in the middle of the night, I started tossing and turning. I woke up and could tell that Angela was stirring as well. One of us said to the other, "Are you awake?" And the other said, "Yes." And we realized that we both couldn't sleep, or were woken up by the same thing, or were both just feeling restless. But then at the other end of her room, Trilly was sitting in the desk chair. I think it was Angela who pointed it out. We saw a shadow, thinking it was a person, freaked out, and then relaxed briefly when we saw it was just a doll. But then we got freaked out all over again and were like, "Why is this doll in your room?" Murderously standing up and going over to it to pick it up and throw it in James' room and pound the living Christ out of him. We turn on all the lights, turn on the hall light, stomp down the hall into his room and turn on his lights, and see he's not in his bed. We then go downstairs. My aunt and uncle's room was on the main floor, Trilly still in Angela's hands, and here my aunt and James in the washroom. Turns out James had been sick for the last few hours, and my aunt had been up all night with him as he was throwing up in the washroom. And when we saw the scene, we immediately could tell that James had nothing to do with Trilly. Like, it was just one of those really believable situations where we could tell James truly had no idea what was going on. We even felt bad for him. And to top it off, when we told him the story in the morning, it scared him so much that he didn't go into the basement for like a year. Anyway, it seemed really sincere. So Angela and I went back to her room and we were like, "Are we sure we didn't bring this up here last night? Are we sure? We must have." Anyway, while we were really freaked, we figured that it was explainable. We knew the doll obviously didn't walk itself upstairs like it was some horror movie, but because we were 14 and all for the drama, and I remember us having the better safe than sorry mindset, we called our dog upstairs. Bella, a poorly behaved black poodle. We started playing tug of war with Bella, using Trilly as the toy, and eventually Bella ripped her to shreds. Anyway, funny memory. Making the dog rip up the doll. We laughed and thought we were tough and cool. Then we went back to bed. The next morning, instead of all of us going skiing, it was just me, Angela, and my uncle, because James stayed home with my aunt on account of his stomach flu. But when we woke up, Angela was acting weird. Nothing too notable, just really bizarrely quiet as she moved around her room to get her clothes out of her drawers and get changed. She didn't, acknowledge me in her room. I said something like, "Morning," when she didn't acknowledge me, and she looked at me and then turned back to her drawers and kept getting changed. And she was looking around weirdly. I remember that too. Almost like she'd misplaced something, but a little more dazed than that, just moving strangely. Then she went downstairs without saying anything to me at all. I thought maybe she was just super groggy, but it still felt really weird. When I went downstairs, she was standing at the island in the kitchen buttering toast that my uncle had put in for us. I distinctly remember walking up beside her and to the toaster, pulling a piece of toast out of it, putting it on the plate that had been set out for me. And when I dipped the knife into the container of butter, Angela smacked my hand away, hard, and looked at me and snapped, "What are you doing? Don't take things that aren't yours." I was shocked. It honestly felt like being struck in the face. She'd never spoken to me like that before. And even though we were like siblings, I still felt that kind of mortifying embarrassment you feel when someone calls you out on misbehaving. Even though I wasn't doing anything wrong. But it was her family's butter and bread. I don't know. That's what I remember thinking. But it was awkward and weird, and I just said, what? And then she didn't say anything, just kept buttering her toast, and I mumbled some apology. The three of us then drove to the ski hill, and I kid you not, Angela and I didn't speak the whole way there. I had no idea what was up, but I didn't want to ask with her dad in the car. Then when we got to the ski hill, we went skiing just the two of us, and on the chairlift during the first run I mustered up the courage to say, "Hey, did I do something wrong? I feel like you're really mad at me or something." And she turned to look at me and was confused. Not friendly, not warm, not reassuring, but confused. It was almost as if I was a stranger, and she looked at me as if to say, "Sorry, who are you? Why are you talking to me?" And she responded in a formal way, "Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about." The distance in her voice was really eerie, and I started to think maybe this had to do with the doll incident the night before, and either she was trying to extend the prank, and she was the one who had put the doll on the chair, or she felt guilty that we ruined the family doll, and she resented me for being a part of it. Anyway, when we got to the top of the hill, she skied down quietly and didn't wait for me to go back up again, and we ended up skiing separately. I felt awkward and embarrassed, like I'd done something wrong. I ended up skiing with my uncle, who asked me what was up with us, and I just said I didn't know. Then after our day of skiing, he dropped me off at my family's cottage and continued on home with Angela. For the rest of that whole school year, we were in 9th grade, Angela and I didn't really speak. It was really sad. We were like sisters before, but better because we weren't actually sisters, but cousins. And so we were like best friends that were related. Seriously, we were really close, and it really messed me up. I felt like she just ghosted me. I would text her and call her house, but she was always fine or with Jessica, her best friend. I chalked it up to her just outgrowing me, and it really sucked. But to be honest, it was so jarring and such a stark shift that I was more confused than hurt. I talked to my mom about it, and she explained to me how rough it can be to be a teenage girl. But that following summer, we were up at our cottages again, and our family had a barbecue and invited over my aunt and uncle and Angela and James. I had seen Angela at family things a couple of times since, and she would just kind of ignore me and spend the whole time texting. Which is what I expected this time. Sure enough, that's what happened for the first bit of the barbecue, but then when the food was ready, she came up beside me as we were dressing our hamburgers at the condiment table and said, "Oh my god, remember that night we got Bella to ruin Trilly?" And I was so shocked by her friendly tone, by her acting as though she were picking up a conversation we were just having, that I just stared at her and said, "Yeah, that was crazy." And she said, "Yeah, so funny. Anyway, how have you been?" Again, really different and formal. I almost couldn't get past how altered her tone was, like we'd never even met. In fact, she seemed so sprightly and kind that I thought she was mocking me. And our relationship since that barbecue carried on just like that. She started talking to me more, but I'd reference inside jokes or ways we used to be, or things we used to do, and she never really latched on to any of them. I was caught between thinking she'd outgrown me, and thinking she was like embarrassed of our closeness before or something, and was trying to move on. I talked to my mom about this, and again got the speech about how teenage girls can be really cruel and strange sometimes. So, until we were about 22, we were like that, nice to each other, talking sometimes, not that close. And I learned to not try and act like we were all close or that we had been close. I talked to my friends about it too, and they said it was normal for friendships to change like that. But something felt off about this. I started to honestly feel crazy for hanging on to this before memory of Angela so much. Then when we were 22, we grew apart. This time it was mutual and natural. I moved cities and she got engaged and became a real estate agent, and we just had nothing to talk about. It was gradual and I didn't notice it much, which brings us to 8 years later, just last week. I was traveling in Iceland. I had to be there, very randomly, for a conference/workshop I was leading for work, and turned it into a vacation. Rented a car, decided I was going to drive across the island after the conference was over and stay on the east part and explore a bit. Day 4 of my 7-day-long road trip. It's mid-afternoon. I'm hungry. I've been driving for 3 hours and have come across no sign of civilization at all, and it was 50 miles to the next town. But then, voila, a little gas station/general store/cafe. Perfect. I can't believe I'm writing this. It makes me sound crazy, but here I go. I park in the little 3-car parking lot. I get out of my car, step onto the gravel. The sky is white, expansive. There are mountains everywhere around me, fields, sheep. The air is fresh. Seriously, middle of nowhere. I walk up the wooden rickety steps and push open the door and hear the door chimes go. A man walks out from the back room and greets me, and the place is cute. There's a little handwritten menu above the cash register, and I asked him in my pathetic Icelandic/English mix if I could have the gravlax toast. He's very friendly and kind and says yes. Asks if I want a coffee. I say yes please, blah blah. He rings me up at the cash register, and I go and sit at the one table they have and wait for my food. I look around. It's mostly a fishing supply store with some general groceries. The man opens the door to the room from which he came, the kitchen I suppose, and says the order to the lady in the back, who looks like she's doing some prep cooking. Immediately I stop. It's fricking Angela. Or I thought it was. Now remember, I hadn't seen Angela in about 8 years, since her dad passed away when we were 23, and because I'd moved cities, we just had no reason to really see each other, especially after growing so far apart. So like, it's Angela. She's working at a random general store in the middle of nowhere, Iceland. But wait, I thought, no. This is obviously not Angela. Angela is a real estate agent in my hometown. I'd obviously know if she lived in Iceland, right? I don't really use social media, but the odd time I do, she'll pop up here and there. But I guess not enough for me to confirm she still lived in my hometown. But anyway, she looked enough like Angela that I went right up to the cash register and rang the little bell, and the guy came back out. And when he opened the door, I was able to get another look at her, and my heart skidded. A chill spread across my crown. It was 100% Angela, like my full-on cousin. So, looking over the guy's shoulder, right at Angela, I smile and say, "Angela, oh my god." And before she could respond, the door shut again. And the guy at the cash smiled really big, a nice, friendly smile, and he looked surprised as well, and pointed back over his shoulder and then at me, as if to say, "You two know each other?" Which confirmed for me that her name was Angela, because he seemed really delighted at the coincidence. Expecting her to emerge from the kitchen, I walked around to behind the cash register. The invitation was implied by the guy, and he put his arm back to open the door for me, or for Angela, whom we both expected to be making her way over to me too. When he opened the door, she was head down again, chopping vegetables. I walked through the door and said, "Angela? Angela!" Smiling, thinking she hadn't seen me yet, or realized who I was, all context considered. She looked up at me, and then quickly, as though avoiding my eyes, looked down. "Hey," she said quietly at the cutting board. What was going on? Before I could ask anything, she said, "I'm really sorry, okay?" What? She repeated herself and then continued, "I'm really sorry, okay? But we can't talk." I actually, had no clue what was happening. I was looking into the eyes of my cousin, whom I hadn't seen in forever, in some random shack in Iceland, and she was acting skittish and afraid. I opened my mouth to protest, and she said, "I need you to leave." Then she called the guy's name and said something to him in Icelandic. She can speak Icelandic? The guy came in, his demeanor totally different, almost like he was a bouncer. He gestured to my coffee and toast that were ready to go, took them in his hands and ushered me out of the kitchen, and I could tell I no longer was welcome. Either I wasn't welcome or I was in danger, or both. It felt more like the former, and I don't think the guy had any idea what was going on either. I think she must have said something to him like, "I don't know this person. This person is crazy." Or something. That's how he was acting toward me. I got in my car, I drove 5 minutes down the road and pulled over. I miraculously had service, and I called my mom and told her everything. She kind of just laughed at me and was like, "Mini patient 2894. That obviously wasn't Angela." And joked about me making some poor Icelandic woman feel extremely weird. But based off the guy's reaction when I said her name was Angela. And the way she spoke to me and said sorry and said we couldn't talk, she knew me too. I told my mom all of this and I sounded crazy, and she just was basically like, "Haha, yeah, weird." I think she thinks I was making up the part about the apology. I told all of my friends this when I was still in Iceland, and they all reacted like my mom did. At this point, I had 4 days left in the country, And I kept wanting to return to the cafe/general store, but I didn't. I started to think maybe the woman thought I was someone else. But then I kept coming back to, but wait, this person was Angela. Her name, her body, her face, like I just didn't know what to do. This brings me to 2 days ago, the day before yesterday, when I returned to Canada, where I live. It's 8 o'clock in the morning and I'm on my way to work. In my car, just picked up a coffee. Exhausted, not thinking about Angela at all. Thinking about my laundry, my bills, what I'm going to make for dinner. The traffic is bad and it's a miserable day outside. My phone dings, it's a random number. The text reads, "Hey, it's Angela. How was your trip?" Haven't heard from her in 8 years, except for our run-in in Iceland, if indeed it was one. No, how have you been? No, I miss you. No, long time no talk. I also hadn't posted anything about my trip on social media. Unless you were a friend of mine, you didn't know I was there. I immediately call my mom, who follows Angela on Instagram, and ask her to look at her profile. Sure enough, Angela, not at all to my mother's surprise, is posting stories of the bachelorette party she's at in Miami. She's like, not at all in Iceland. I have no idea what's going on, and the way Angela/the woman spoke to me in the cafe had the cadence and softness that Angela had, and in my memory, lost, starting the morning of the skiing after the incident with Trilly and the dog. For some reason I'm fully back there in my memory now, realizing that that was the first morning of the new Angela. The one that seemed to have no emotional memory of me at all. Like, the Iceland Angela seemed more like the before Angela. I haven't replied to the text. I have no idea if it was a bachelorette party Miami Angela or Iceland Angela that sent me the message. The area code is from neither Angela's hometown or Iceland. I need advice. I have no idea what to do or who to talk to. Do I reply to the text? What do I say? I feel like the real Angela is trapped in Iceland or something, and has been for a long time. Or I don't even know. I have no idea what to do. A couple of years ago, I went on vacation with a couple friends of mine. My friend Kelly came from a place called Chatterblinds up in New England. Well, her family had long since moved out. They kept a summer home in the area. Small town living in a place down by the coast? Sign me up. There were 4 of us in total. Kelly, who arranged the whole thing, was a work friend of mine. Then there was Mary. I didn't know her very well, but she and Kelly went way back, to the point where they could probably finish each other's sentences. Finally, there was Annie. I don't know her all that well, but I'd seen her around the office a couple of times. Apparently she was related to Mary somehow, but I hadn't bothered to ask how. So on a late Thursday afternoon, we headed to a New England Labor Day weekend. Chatterblinds is a peculiar town, just past Brunswick. The place is along the coast and houses, at most, a couple of hundred people. Most of it looks sort of frozen in the 1970s, and you can tell by the sun-beaten signs that not a lot has changed since then. We made our way to the old summer home at the edge of town. It was the kind of place where you needed firewood to keep warm in the winter, and where your water might suddenly run out. There was a well on the property. Electricity was spotty at best, and there was a massive wasp nest hanging from the southwestern corner of the roof. Still, it was exactly what we bargained for. Cheap country living. Our stay there took some time getting used to, but by Friday night, we were having a blast. We took a rowboat out to a sauna on a small island and had margaritas. We spent Saturday touring the town and having a bite to eat at the local pub. We met one of the local fishermen who offered to take us out on a trip on Sunday, which we all heartily agreed to. Subsequently, Sunday turned out great. Sure, we had to get up early, but we were feasting on freshly smoked lobster by the end of the day. We were having a bit of trouble though. There were a couple of locals who weren't all enthused about a bunch of metropolitan women coming to see their town, so we had to endure more than a handful of nasty comments. They were just stupid kids, but it was probably the worst part of the trip. There was this one blonde kid with a white shirt that just refused to stop smirking at us. His baby sister, aged 10 or 12, didn't seem all too enthused either. When Sunday rolled around, we were ready to go home. Before we did, Kelly decided to give us a final tour. Mary remarked on something peculiar, that there was no church in town. "Towns like this always got a church," she commented. "It's just strange is all." "It's the bedrock," Kelly commented. "Most of the town is built on solid bedrock. So just build a church on the bedrock." "Can't have a graveyard built on bedrock," Kelly shrugged. "Most folks who died back in the day were shipped off to either Brunswick or Wiscasset." Kelly stopped for a moment, considering something. Checking her phone, she nodded. "We got time," she smiled. "You gotta see this one last thing. The casket cellar." She took us to the north side of town. We followed a dirt road into the woods, where there was this bulging dirt mound. Not just like a pile, but like a small structure. It was clearly man-made, but hadn't been used in decades. It was covered in wildflowers in the perfect circle, like a place of worship. There was a solid oak door in the middle of it. The road was severely overgrown with weeds and fallen trees, showing just how few people went out of their way to see this place. A couple of rusted out logging machines lay to the side. Just looking at them made me feel like I needed a tetanus shot. "This is one of the few patches of land around that isn't just solid rock," Kelly said. "It was too small to build a graveyard, but they figured they could make a kind of storage." "A storage for what?" Annie squinted at her. "For a while it was logging stuff, but back in the day it was dead folks. Like, you know, a temporary thing before the bodies were shipped off north. So it's like a cooler, a cellar," said Mary. "Yeah," Kelly nodded. "People don't use it anymore, but it's sort of a morbid local curio." We all fell silent for a moment. Kelly turned to me with the biggest grin. "Wanna check it out?" Of course we wanted to see it. We were 4 women in our mid-30s hopped up on true crime podcasts and Stephen King novels. This was the sort of thing that gave me the goosebumps. I'd never heard of anything like it. A body cellar? Sick. The door took some convincing to open, but we managed to squeeze through. The air was damp and cool, much colder than expected. Using our phones as flashlights, we walked down a narrow set of stone steps, deeper into the ground. The cellar was about 9 by 9 feet, and we had to crouch not to hit our heads on the ceiling at times. The ground was solid bedrock, but the walls were a combination of propped up planks and deep dirt holes. This reminded me of the wasp nest back at the house, where you could see these deep chambers built into it. It was the same here. About a dozen holes in the wall, going deep into the dirt. Of course, there was nothing there. The place hadn't been used for decades, maybe even a century. There was some kind of opening, somewhere, as I could feel a puff of cold air going through the room, but I couldn't see any ventilation or opening. To add to the ambience, Kelly decided to light an oil lamp she found in the corner. We were a bit skeptical, but it seemed to work well enough. She hung it on a hook in the middle of the room. The light flickered a little as we turned off our flashlights and looked around the room. There were these small notches in every hole where caskets were once slid in. There were tools along the left-hand wall, things like hooks to drag the bodies out, hammers and rusted nails to fix broken casket lids, masks to shield workers from swarms of flies. Every item told a story, and once you put it all together, it painted a grim picture. This place had been something real and sorrowful. This wasn't a tourist attraction. It was a remnant of a grim reality. This was a place of necessity, not curiosity. I felt a little bad about it and suggested we leave. Mary and Kelly wanted to take a couple of pictures, so they asked me to help. They sat down by the edge of one of those holes and pretended to look scared. I took a couple of photos while Mary giggled about having a new Tinder pic. I wasn't amused. It was too morbid. The cellar was uncomfortable. We turned to leave, hurrying up the stairs. Annie was first. As she reached the door and pushed on it, she stopped. She pushed again and again. "It's stuck," she said. Hold on." She tried a couple more times but couldn't get it to budge. She switched places with Kelly, who was the more athletically gifted of us. Kelly gave it a proper shoulder push, but the door didn't move an inch. She gave it another push, a kick, and an impressive effort, but it didn't move. Then I heard something. Giggling. It was those kids. They'd locked us in and put something against the door. Annie yelled at them to let us out, or we'd press charges. That just made them giggle more. It didn't take long until we could hear them leave, with a faint "bye" echoing off in the distance, while Kelly and Mary took turns punishing the door. Annie and I tried to get a signal on our phones. Even at the very top of the stairs, we were still underground and off the grid. This place was isolated, and we couldn't get a signal through. Kelly and Mary came back down dripping with sweat. Annie was curled up in a corner trying not to panic. There was no doubt about it. We were stuck, for the time being. Maybe someone else could pass by and let us out. Kelly tried to use some of the tools to break the door, but it didn't work. The hammers were termite-ridden, and the handles were falling apart. There was a saw, but the blade was rusted straight through. There were hooks for dragging out caskets, but these were useless when it came to breaking doors or hinges. We were stuck down there for a couple of hours. Things were getting dark outside, and we could feel a wind growing colder. Annie was having some sort of panic attack, and had resorted to desperately pounding on the door, screaming for help. The rhythmic thumping and yelling were boring into my brain, to the point where I could still hear it in the quiet moments where she stopped. Kelly had run her phone battery dry trying to find a spot with a signal. Mary had just fully given up and collapsed against the wall, taking a stress-induced nap. The oil lamp was still burning strong. Kelly had tried to set the door on fire, but it just wouldn't catch on. The air was too damp, and it only resulted in smoke blowing down into the cellar. It seemed that no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't MacGyver ourselves out of this one anytime soon. It was getting annoying since we all had work in the morning, and we'd have to drive late into the night to make it back on time at this rate. Inevitably, we turned on one another, blaming each other for provoking the locals, for not keeping the door open, for going there in the first place. Annie went on a long rant about how we all could have gone to Aruba instead, where she had a half-sister who ran a bar. Mary had fully checked out at that point, turning from napping to silently weeping. There was no way that we'd be left there for long. If the kids had found us, others would too. We just have to make sure we're heard, I said. "That's all we can do." We took turns pounding on the door, calling out for help. Even Mary joined in, although not as energetically as the rest of us. We rationed our water bottles, sharing what little we had between us. It went on and on for hours. Banging on the door, call for help, banging on the door, call for help, over and over and over. We were lucky that cellar was empty, or that kind of brain-dead monotony would be annoying enough to wake the dead. It got colder a lot quicker as the sun set. There'd already been an overcast during the day, so we figured it wouldn't be long until it started to rain. Maybe someone would come looking for us in the morning. The four of us not showing up for work ought to raise a few eyebrows. We huddled together for warmth, watching the light of the oil lamp flicker back and forth. There was a cold chill reaching us, pulling me back from the brink of an exhausted sleep over and over. It must have been close to midnight when I looked up to see Annie standing in the middle of the room, staring down the holes in the wall. She was breathing heavy, as if trying to psych herself up. I squinted at her, trying to get the sleep out of my eyes. "What are you doing?" I whispered, as to not wake the others. "I heard something," she said. "In there." She pointed straight into one of the holes. As she did, an icy wind swept through the cellar, swirling the dirt around and stinging my nose. Mary shuddered in her sleep. "I'm gonna look," said Annie. "Real quick." I got up and stood behind her. She crawled into the hole face first. She could barely move, but I promised to pull her out by her feet if I had to. As she got to the back of the hole, I couldn't see anything but her shoes sticking out. "Anything?" I asked. "No," she sighed. "I think it's just some..." She stopped. Another wind passed through the room, this time a little stronger. The oil lamp swayed and fell off the hook, falling to the ground with a clunk. The flame went out as Mary and Kelly sprung awake. For a moment, everything went deathly quiet. I felt this strange sensation in my chest, something tightening over my ribs like my blood constricting, something poking my heart to provoke it into racing. "Annie?" I whispered. Nothing. I picked the lamp up, lit it, and hung it back up. I could see her feet dangling at the edge of the hole, not moving an inch. Then she moved. A sudden lurch. Her legs motionless, moving further down the hole, as if something was dragging her in by the head. I grabbed her foot and felt a tug on the other end. A sudden pull and her shoe came off. The hole went deeper than we thought. A lot deeper. Mary and Kelly panicked. Mary rushed up the stairs and resumed banging on the door while Kelly battled against her instincts to follow Annie into the hole. She poked her head in to look, but couldn't bring herself to go further, instead pulling at her own hair in frustration. I didn't even notice how I'd stumbled backwards into the opposite end of the room, flattening myself against the wall. It was subconscious. As Mary and Kelly panicked, running back and forth, all I could do was look at Annie's shoe. It still lay there at the edge of the hole, the same hole we'd used for a nice profile picture earlier in the day. A stray thought hit me. I still had some battery left on my phone. Not much, but a little. As the screams for help faded into screams for Annie, I fumbled through my photo album. I didn't even notice how much my fingers were shaking until I had to precision tap which image to view, where I picked the wrong one at least 3 times. Finally, I brought up the picture of Kelly and Mary standing in front of the hole. The flash had gone off, giving them a bit of an eerie glow, but it also allowed me to see straight into the hole behind them. There were these 10 white spots in the dirt, laid out in a sort of crescent semicircle. They were too dull to be eyes or glass. They weren't really reflective. My mind wandered as I pondered the possibilities. My eyes blurred looking away from the screen and down onto my dirty hands, my pale thumbs, holding the device in a cramp. Looking back at the picture, I couldn't help but to see a similarity. 2 sets of 5, deep in the dirt. Fingers. I looked down the oil lamp and carefully moved up to the hole. Kelly and Mary joined me. We looked inside, only to see that the back end of the wall was gone. Instead, it was just this hole going deeper and deeper into the dirt, at a slight tilt. This wasn't just an abandoned cellar, it was something's nest. We all stopped to listen. Further in, almost as if coming from below our feet, we could hear a sound travel. The faint noise of fabric being torn, the pops of buttons coming off, and zippers being torn open, the shuffling of hair, then a sickening crunch, the breaking of bones. We backed away. Mary was having trouble breathing. Kelly tried to calm her down, carefully stroking her shoulders, hushing her. We spoke in whispers, leaving the oil lamp hanging in the middle of the room. "We're not getting out," Kelly whispered. "We have to wait until they find us." "There's something in there," I whispered back. "We have to do something." "We gotta get Annie out," sobbed Mary. "We can't leave her in there." "I'm not sticking my head in, and neither are any of you," Kelly snapped back. "We're getting out, and we're getting help." We all decided to try one thing each. Mary was going to check one of the other holes to see if there were any other tunnels, possibly leading outside. There was fresh air coming from somewhere, so there had to be some kind of connection to the surface. Kelly was going to block the hole where Annie had disappeared. We all collected our spare jackets, shoes, and backpacks, stuffing it in the hole along with any tools and debris we could find along the cellar. I was going to try and call for help again. There was a slight gap at the bottom of the door where I could slide the phone through. It might be just enough to get a bar. I used a long sleeve of plastic from a Slim Jim and put it under the phone, so I could drag it back in carefully. I put the phone down, pressed to call, and slid it out, hoping those extra inches would be enough. It briefly sounded like a call went through, but I couldn't hear anyone picking up. It was raining outside by now, and the sound drowned out everything else. There was cold water dripping through the door, staining the stone steps on the way down. We weren't going anywhere anytime soon. By the time I dragged my phone back in, the battery was as dead as the rest of the place. Going back up the stairs, I almost slipped. I caught my grip, but looked at the surprised faces of Kelly and Mary, standing in the middle of the cellar. "You alright?" Kelly asked. I nodded. Before I got to respond, I saw something moving in one of the other holes. A forearm, almost 3 feet long, reaching out into the room. I pointed at it, screaming, just as another wind swept through the room, this time blowing out the flame of the oil lamp completely. There was commotion. I couldn't tell who screamed the most, Kelly, Mary, or me. Someone was in pain. One voice grew more distant and suddenly stopped, a dragging noise dwarfed by panicked crying. I touched the walls. I forced myself to think of my own body. I was unharmed. I was all right. But someone down there wasn't. That was just it. Down there. It was down there, not up the stairs. "Come up here," I whispered. "Up the stairs." A quiet sobbing. Step by step, someone came up the stairs. The thought hit me that it might be none of them. It could be Annie. It could be whatever took her. There was no way to be sure, and with the last light snuffed out, there was nothing to prevent my mind from filling in the blanks. As a hand grabbed my leg, I screamed, startling poor Kelly, who was the one coming up. We made our way to the top of the stairs, pushing our backs against the door. We made ourselves small and tried to keep quiet. A sliver of light made its way through the cracks in the door. For a good half an hour or so, we just sat there, trying to find the courage to speak. Finally, Kelly whispered to me. It grabbed her ankle, she said. It crept along the floor and grabbed her ankle. Instinctively, I moved my feet up and hugged my knees close to my chest. Did you see it? I whispered back. Just the fingers, she said. It had really long fingers. My leg cramped up, and I stopped feeling anything in my toes. I couldn't move, and neither could Kelly. We could barely breathe. I tried to listen past the pitter-patter of rain, but there was nothing coming from downstairs. Instead, my mind filled in the blanks, imagining all kinds of noises. I could almost hear the way Annie pounded on the door, calling for help. I could hear Mary's gentle weeping, and if I let my mind stray just a little bit too far, I could hear the snapping of bones and the ripping of fabric. My pulse was racing so hard it hurt my head, making me bob my neck back and forth like a fish out of water. Kelly didn't say a word. We just held each other close, waiting second by second for dawn to come. It must have been an hour, maybe 2, before I heard something. There was a shuffling noise outside on the other side of the door. I perked up to listen, and Kelly did the same. Footsteps. Someone walking by. I saw the outline of Kelly's face as we looked at one another, quietly contemplating our options. Then, a voice. Are you still in there? A young girl, maybe 10 or 12. We'd seen her run with the local kids. Yes, Kelly whispered back. You need to go get help. Call the police, and you need to open the door. I can't do that, the girl sighed. The chipper they put there is really heavy. I can't. Then you need to go get help, Kelly roared. Right now. The girl took off immediately. For what purpose, we couldn't tell. Maybe she was gonna get help. Maybe she got scared off. We didn't know. Either way, she was gone. And shortly after, there was a sound coming from downstairs. A chill wind blowing through the cellar, carrying a strange, musty scent. We tensed up. I held my breath. A light tip-tap of something poking against the stone steps. Then nothing. I looked at Kelly and held her hand. Then she was pulled down. It was quick. She held onto my wrist like her life depended on it, and I slid down 3 steps. I held on to her and pulled, but the force at the other end was too strong. She kicked and screamed like a wounded animal, but nothing seemed to work. Finally, something came loose, and she scampered back up the stairs. Pushing ourselves against the door, I could see her foot was bleeding. Her shoe had come off, and at least 2 toes were broken at a strange angle. There were marks along the middle of her foot, bite marks. I could see the imprint of human molars on her big toe. We huddled against the door. Kelly's eyes were wide with panic, scratching at the wood until her acrylic nails came off. It didn't take long for it to return, a long white arm making its way up the stairs, a hand tip-tapping against the stone steps like a spider, and far down into the dark, I could see 3 pairs of eyes reflecting the sliver of moonlight coming through the door. 6 eyes, parted into sets of 2. We threw our shoes, we kicked, we screamed. It retreated only to try again and again and again. As soon as there was a moment of quiet, it came back, poking and prodding at our readiness. In a moment of silence, Kelly and I just held one another. I eventually came to realize that there was a new sound coming from downstairs. It had been there for some time, but we'd been too busy to notice it. A low rhythmic hum like a deep cackle. A laugh. It had stopped playing with us. Seconds later, 2 arms shot out of the dark, one grabbing me by the hair, the other grabbing Kelly by the throat. We were immediately pulled down step by step by step. Within seconds, I could feel the floor as we reached the cellar. My hands fumbled for something to grab, only to feel the glass shards of the now broken oil lamp next to me. Grabbing the largest shard I could, I let it sink into my palm as I stabbed what had grabbed me over and over and over. The moment it let go, I dove for Kelly. I drove the shard into the pale white arm grabbing her, forcing it to let go. A dark blue kind of blood, thicker than jelly, pooled around the edge of the shard as both arms sunk back into the holes. Kelly was barely breathing, struggling to get air past her neck. I grabbed her under her arms and tiptoed my way back up the stairs, only to see those white arms slowly coming back out. I couldn't survive another attack. It'd be our last. I dragged Kelly back up the stairs, hoping against hope we'd make it somehow. She kicked helplessly at the white fingers that poked at her wounded feet, teasing her, a reminder that it was going to get her next time. Laughter. No, Kelly mumbled with what little breath she could muster. No. We reached the top of the stairs. The arms grew closer, nails tip-tapping against the stone steps. It was joyful, eager, expectant. I pressed my back against the door. If it came to it, I would have no choice but to drop Kelly. I had to do whatever it took to make it out. I remember coming to that conscious decision that if it came down to it, I'd do it. I had to. Then I lost my balance. The door gave out from behind me as it opened. I fell backwards, keeping Kelly in my arms. A sudden burst of moonlight lit up the hallway as a mound of pale limbs retreated into the dark. The local kids had pulled an old, rusted-out machine aside, unlodging the door. Kelly coughed, crawling away from the entrance to see a grown woman crawling through the dirt like that in a panicked weeping. I'll never get that image out of my head. Even the kids who trapped us seemed shocked. We thought you could open it," one of them said. "It wasn't meant to get stuck." The blonde kid with the white shirt, he wasn't smirking anymore. I just stayed there in the rain, the palm of my hand slipping on a couple of trampled petals from a blue sunflower. I looked at the cellar, unblinking. Even then, despite the rain and the excuses and the weeping, I could hear the tip-tapping of nails against the stone steps. Something waited for us to slip up, for someone to look the other way, for another chance to take it all away in the blink of an eye. This was a couple of years ago, as I mentioned. It was all written up as an animal attack, but there wasn't even an attempt to elaborate, just an animal attack. The local sheriff ordered the place permanently closed so they could just fill it up with gravel and dirt. They never recovered Mary or Annie. They never even said what happened to them. Kelly had to amputate part of her foot, but was otherwise fine. But she, like me, wasn't going to be the same ever again. That's why I sleep with the lights on, and something playing on my laptop. As soon as the dark gets too dark, or the silence gets too loud, my mind fills in the blanks with something from that night. The weeping, the banging on the door, the tip-tapping of nails against stone. And I will do what it takes to drown that out for the rest of my life. Sometimes I just want to scrape the skin off my body, a constant irritation to my existence. I want to peel it away from my bones and be rid of it. I know that sounds macabre. I don't mean literally, but often I have scraped myself so rigorously that I have left scars just to get relief. I have an undiagnosed itching disease. At least, I think this is a disease. It has to be. There's nothing I can find on the web, sometimes when I lie in bed, about to descend into unconscious bliss, ready to forego the responsibilities of the awakened world. An itching spell overcomes my entire body. It's much worse than the common description of bugs crawling all over your body. It feels like a moving, unreachable itch under the skin. I scratch one area, only to be cognizant of yet another area that needs scratching. My fingernails are tools without effect, too dull to get the job done. I keep a screwdriver and a pair of scissors on the nightstand beside my bed. Sometimes the finite point of the screwdriver is adequate. Other times the broad surface of a scissor blade is needed. I scrape and dig, plowing sharpened edges across my skin with little or no relief. And yes, I've tried medications of every sort. My dermatologist is bewildered and thinks my condition is more akin to a mental disability rather than a physical ailment. She suggested a psychiatrist might be able to help me stop itching. I do not concur. If the spell drags long into the night and I haven't slept, I will fill the tub with lavender bubble bath and scalding hot water, get in, and hopefully fall asleep. In addition, but not on every occasion, I'll pour myself a little Kentucky bourbon and sip it until I'm numb to the boiling of my skin. I try not to make a habit of it, but it's nice to have a spare bottle just in case. There was a particularly bad night when nothing seemed to work. I had gone through my normal steps of trying to ease my affliction, scratching and bathing and sipping with no relief. Every inch of my skin itched. When I scratched my legs, I felt an itch in my back. Scratching in one locality made it universally worse. I decided another bath may do the trick, and maybe instead of sipping, I'll get straight away drunk and get some sleep. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll pass out. I know I was in the tub for a long time, for my hands and feet were wrinkled, and usually by that time I had fallen asleep. I was in a state of consciousness between slumber and wakefulness when I noticed a little flashing light under the skin in my forearm. A red point of light blinking fast and then slowing down, a continuous pattern alternating between the two. I immediately felt nauseous, my head spinning, stomach churning, and my ears ringing. I vomited in the tub, not once, but numerous times until the contents of my stomach were empty, and then I was dry heaving. This lasted for about an hour. My throat was raw and sore. My stomach muscles were tight, balled up in tension, and then it stopped. My entire body relaxed, and a warm sensation enveloped my body. The light in my forearm was flashing green, slowly fading away, until it was gone. Needless to say, there was no sleep that night. I tried to call out of work, but my manager told me that I had already used all my time, and that another absence would amount to a critical written. I slugged through the day, checking my arm every now and then to make sure there was no blinking light. Over time, my fear subsided, and I reasoned that I was probably drunk. There were the classic symptoms of being way too drunk, except for the blinking light lodged in my skin. Maybe it was a rare hallucination, something I never realized I was prone to, but these things often develop late in life. And then one day, it happened again. I was at work running the forklift, and as I turned the steering wheel, I saw the blinking red light. I jumped off the forklift and ran to the bathroom. I started vomiting before I got to the toilet. Green beans and regurgitated meatloaf spilled out onto the floor. I slung open the stall door and crouched down over the toilet. "Oh, crap," someone said as he walked across my lunch. "Man, are you okay?" I was unable to give a coherent answer. The only sound I could make was an involuntary gag. The door opened and the mysterious stranger was gone. Whoever it was must have been seriously concerned with what he witnessed. Dave, my manager, came to check on me. "John, are you alright? You've been off the dock for an hour now." I managed to communicate something intelligible as to my assertion that I was in fact not alright. An hour? His sense of time was well removed from reality. This must be food poisoning or something. What did you eat? I guess I'll take you to the hospital. You think you can stop throwing up before you get in my car? The blinking red light slowed and turned green. I think I can manage. Dave drove me to the emergency room and dropped me off at the door. When they're done with you, call the center and Todd will come pick you up. You're good with the absence as well. I won't count it against you for leaving early. I turned and lumbered towards the automatic doors. As the door slid open, I noticed a tall, slender humanoid, dressed in a black robe, standing next to the nurse behind the desk. It was hunched over to fit under the ceiling. It had an elongated skull that split in two at the back of the head and curled in under its cheek lines, a broad face with 4 eyes and a wide gaping mouth. Its skin was gray, mottled with bright red scars. As it moved its arms, they extended well beyond its body and over the top of the desk. The creature reached around the nurse and motioned for me to come forward. I ran away from the building into the entrance of the parking lot. I called the center and got an irritated Todd on the phone. "Already? Dave hasn't even gotten back yet." "Yeah, I'll come get you." "Todd, I'll meet you at the store. I'm going to get something to drink. Something to calm my stomach," I explained, not wanting to be anywhere near the hospital. "They didn't give you anything there?" "I didn't go in. I'm fine. Waste of time." "Well, does that mean you can finish your shift?" I told him politely that just because I didn't go inside didn't mean I was ready to go back to work. I was still sick. "Whatever. You know we had time to clean that stuff up," he answered. "You cleaned up the vomit?" "No, but I had to pull someone away from the dock. Now we're behind." I just apologized and asked again if he could come pick me up. It took him 2 hours to get there. When I got home, I was determined to cut the dang thing out of my skin. I had a good sharp box cutter and a bottle of liquor to quell my inhibitions. I knew exactly where it was located, the light flashing incessantly in my mind. The very thought of it made my stomach queasy. I took several shots and waited for the effects. I wanted to be numb, not sloppy. I didn't need to be a precise surgeon, but I sure as heck didn't want to haphazardly cut in the wrong place. Quick, precise, and without much intrusion. It didn't seem deep, so I decided to make 3 incisions, fold the skin back, and pluck it out. I took another shot. The anticipation of pain was affecting my buzz. I grew impatient with the cowardice, took a large swig from the bottle, placed my arm over the sink, and made 3 quick cuts. The pain was sharp and excruciating. Blood seeped through the wound, thick and fast, large drops pounding against the porcelain. My flap idea wasn't as well thought out as I had imagined. The skin didn't easily fold back, and there was too much blood for me to assess the situation. My will was faltering. I didn't have the fortitude to make another cut. I ran some warm water and put my arm underneath. I had all but made up my mind that I was done, but then as I washed off the blood, I could see that the light was still blinking red. My stomach churned, my eyes shook, spots shooting across my field of vision. I started dry heaving, my body jerking violently, throwing blood everywhere. The sink and floor were a mess. I slipped and fell to the floor, knife still in hand. My mind was overwhelmed with sensations and none of them good. Instinct took over and I shoved the knife point down through the skin and right into the light. It stuck. The pain in my stomach subsided, but the feeling of the knife in my arm became more acute. The light faded and shut off. I moved the knife vertically, making sure that the light I had snagged didn't fall off. Ironically, this meant cutting through the flap of skin that had finally separated. I pulled quickly, cutting and tearing the skin from my wound. Stuck to the end of the knife was a 2-inch clear vial with thick copper ends. I thoroughly cleaned myself and the bathroom, and then bandaged up my wound as best I could, with the hopes of finding something at the pharmacy better than a wash rag and duct tape to bind my wound. This would have to wait until morning. It was late into the night and I was exhausted. I took the bottle of whiskey with me to bed. Sometime during the night I felt pressure in my chest. I woke up, but unable to move. Standing above me was the creature, his large hand and slender tree limb fingers pinning me to the bed, each of its 4 eyes blinking erratically, not in unison, all looking in different directions. The creature was angry. With its other hand it pointed down at my forearm, shaking its head in disapproval. He then placed his frigid index finger on my eye, and I fell asleep. The next morning when I awoke, the pain in my arm was unbearable. My makeshift dressing had failed and blood was all over the sheets. I hurried to the bathroom to grab some painkillers and a clean towel. My stomach started to hurt, and the room began to spin. I panicked, snatched the tape off, and uncovered the wound. Nothing but a nasty skin carving with congealed blood. The feeling wasn't like it was before. Maybe it was just the stomach flu. The vision in my left eye was a little blurry, and again I thought it was nothing as before. But this blurriness persisted. It was a strange sensation, more like a flashing. I turned to look in the mirror, and to my horror, I saw a blinking red light just behind the pupil of my left eye. I don't allow myself to buy a doormat for my home anymore. I lived in an apartment complex about 5 years ago, right in the heart of New York City. I was living alone at the time. My family was in Rhode Island. And with me being new to the area, I didn't have many friends to speak of. I moved into Shallow Reed with my backpack and 2 large suitcases. Boxes from home were on the way, but it couldn't be anything too big to not fit in the mail, and had to be light enough for me to not go dirt poor in fees. My family helped, but they've already done enough. I was fresh out of college and looking to be an editor. This lifestyle didn't come with the highest hope. Just an immature energy that will push your loved ones away from you, but will fulfill your personal aspirations. My apartment was small, but fulfilled with more than enough. The rooms were clean, and the utilities worked. I was stressed, but happy. Excited, even. The area was, well, pretty rough. I had to grow a pretty thick skin to not take it personally if someone was calling me something or trying to hassle me. Crossing the street was once stressful, but it's nothing new. The bus station was only down the street, and it took me everywhere I needed to go. I didn't take my car with me, so walking and public transport was my way to go. It was about 2 years into my job at a publishing house that I had to leave. I had recently gotten a few shelves, a few wall decorations, and a welcome mat for the entrance to my apartment. It was a tufted mat with a rainbow, and under it was a white lettering of welcome. Something sweet, subtle, queer pride, you know, a homey feel. The day of the incident went about as expected. I woke up for work, did what I had to do, and came home. I didn't go out to a club or a bar that night. I liked the nightlife of the city. I had a few people over and every now and again, but no one really stuck around. I had a relatively defensive disposition with where I lived. There were a few times that I had to fend off solicitors. I always kept my door locked and bolted. I didn't take any risks, especially when I lived on the first floor. I was pretty mad that night, to be honest. The unit above me was blasting music, and the couple in the room next to me was enjoying their relationship just a bit too loudly. It was a little after 8 p.m. and I was watching something on my TV. I didn't really watch a lot of TV shows. I read what I needed from my phone and heard office gossip at work. I did watch the nightly news though. Got into that habit from my parents. I had to be in the know about literary news, not so much local news. Suddenly, I heard the faintest sound of a knock. I perked up from my seat on my couch but didn't mute the show I was watching. It could have been anything. There was a knock again, this time sounding more firm, more confident. Immediately I stood, some panic starting to rush through me. Who would be knocking on my door at this hour? The police? Maybe a neighbor. I walked over to my door quietly, sneaking up to look through the peephole. The person was looking down at the floor and had a red jacket on with a hood obscuring their face. They looked small though, like a child. They nervously shuffled as they waited for me to respond. I cleared my throat and put on my man voice, trying to sound somewhat intimidating. They were knocking at my door after all. Hello? Who's there? The person turned to look at the door. I could see the tears running down the young girl's face. I barely even gave it a second thought as I opened the door. With her being what, no more than 9, I was concerned for her rather than myself. Hi, little one. Are you looking for someone? Is someone out with you? I can't find my mom. She sniffled and wiped her eyes. She was wearing a simple red raincoat that was soaked from the rain outside. I peeked down each end of the hall and saw no one else there. I knelt to be closer to her height. I'm not a big guy, but I towered over her. When did you last see her? She was here, but then she was gone. She continued to talk, but her words came out as a blubbering mess. It's alright. Listen, we'll find her. Do you know a phone number we can call? She nodded and wiped her face once more. Come inside and we'll get you dried off. I gently offered my hand, which she took after a moment. There was no such thing as a front office to shallow read, and at this time of day, I doubted any of the landlords were here. She wiped her shoes on my doormat, and when she looked up, her eyes were wide, scanning around the apartment. Not that I felt embarrassed at the time, but my house wasn't really geared toward young children. I had a nice little cart of different alcohols, and various collections strewn about that I used for decoration. I led her to the living room where the TV was. She took off her raincoat after I asked if I could leave it on the doorknob outside the apartment. Anyone who knew her would recognize it, and I doubted anyone in my building would steal a children's raincoat. I quickly rushed to my bathroom to grab her a towel. She was standing in the center of the living room staring at the TV. I offered her the towel and grabbed my phone. Here you are. I'm Derek. Can I get your name? I'm Cho. I'm calling Mom, she said in her small voice. I offered her my phone, which she quickly snatched up, dialing the numbers. She turned her back to me as the dial tone rang. I stepped away to the kitchen to give her a moment. A small marble island separated the two rooms, which allowed me to peek over at her while I got her a cup of water. After a few moments, she spoke in a different language, which I only knew enough about to know it was some Asian language. She turned to me as I handed her the water. What is this place? She asked. Shallow Reed Apartments. I'm Unit 5, first floor, I clarified. She spoke again to the person on the phone. She was quiet for a moment, looking around the room as if someone could be listening to her. She briefly made eye contact with me and flicked her gaze away. I felt a bit awkward standing there, despite knowing the fact that this little girl could do absolutely nothing to harm me. I was still a bit on edge. It was a few moments later before Cho handed me my phone back. "She'll be here soon," was all she said to me, looking down at the floor. I looked at my phone, thinking if I should report this to the police or not. Yeah, her mother is on the way, but why was she missing in the first place? "How come you knocked on my door and not Unit 1? "Sorry, the first door in the hall." "Your carpet." My carpet? I thought. What did she mean by that? "There's a rainbow. No one else had a rainbow," she said simply, like it was obvious. I realized then she was talking about my doormat. Shallow Reeds wasn't exactly the most queer inclusive, but I didn't worry about someone knocking down my door for having a rainbow on my mat. I hoped to show a bit of friendliness. Didn't expect it would lead a kid to my door. I moved on and asked another question. "How did you and your mom get separated?" I asked her in the most peaceful tone I could. She didn't answer. She just kept staring at the ground. Her eyes darted to my TV when the opening theme for the news started playing. "Can you change this, please?" she asked. I mean, it felt out of the blue that she asked me that, but then again, I don't think the news is the most popular children's show. I found the remote right where I left it on the arm of the couch and put on a kids show starring a blue healer family. Figured that would be better than the nightly news. She didn't really seem open to talking much anyway. Well, the quicker she's out of here, the better, I thought. It was maybe 5 minutes later that a hurried knock sounded through the apartment. I immediately stood up from where I was on the opposite end of the couch from Cho and rushed to the door. I instantly opened it up and found a woman clutching the red raincoat in her hands. Unlike Cho, she had long black hair and a slight hunch on her back. She looked younger than what I expected to be walking with a hunch. She was maybe in her 30s to 40s. Cho cried behind me, "Mama!" I quickly stepped to the side as the woman moved past me and into my home. I kept the door open, expecting them to be on their way shortly. The mother started talking to Cho in the same language I heard over the phone. She cupped her face in her hands and did a thorough look over of her child. "She arrived maybe 10 minutes ago. She hasn't said much." I spoke up, but the woman didn't indicate if she heard me or not. "Would you mind if we use your restroom? She has a cut on her arm that I want to clean," said the mom. "Oh, sure. It's down the hall and to the left. First aid kit is in the closet." I pointed in the direction she had to go. My bedroom was right across from it. She led her daughter to the bathroom, looking a bit too curiously into my bedroom for my liking. They've seen my whole apartment by this point. I didn't remember seeing a scratch on the kid, but I didn't search her to begin with. While they were in the bathroom, I went to change the TV, but couldn't find the remote. I found that a bit odd, seeing as I placed it in the same spot I did earlier. The great thing about today's day and age is that everything is digital. So I pulled up the TV app on my phone and changed it from there. When I changed the channel back to the news, I was met with the video of a roaring house fire that happened earlier in the day. Well, I didn't miss all of the nightly news coverage. I could hear them fiercely whispering in the bathroom, which I didn't find surprising. I'm sure the mom was giving the kid an earful, but I was under the impression that improper adult supervision was the cause and not the child. But I'm not going to intervene. And in our last update of the night, we have a local alert brought to you by the police department. We are on the lookout for a group of individuals wanted for home invasion and homicide. On the screen, they flashed a few images of men that all looked like basic figures. None of them really stood out in any remarkable way. They all wore black masks and all had thin figures. They've been breaking into homes and stealing electronics, jewelry, and anything that could be sold off easily. It was what came next that caused my stomach to churn. In their most recent attack, the homeowners had a camera system installed that captured the entire event all on film. On the TV screen, someone was standing in a bright red raincoat. The recording had audio and subtitles to go along with it. I can't find my mom. I could feel the blood draining from my face. I quickly lowered the TV volume, looking behind me to make sure no one was there. The bathroom light was still on, but the whispering had stopped. I turned back to the screen, and they had fast-forwarded the clip. The same woman in my bathroom was there on my screen. I quickly dialed 911 and turned off the TV. I kept my eyes locked on the bathroom as I rushed to the front door. When I was about to reach for the handle, a heavy knock banged against the door. I froze in place, my finger hovering over the call button. From the bathroom, I heard the lady call. "That should be my brother. He's our ride home. Can you tell him we will be right out?" "Sure thing. Let me just turn off the oven," I responded. Panic coursed through me. I slowly locked the door. I even grabbed some mail to make an impromptu doorstop. As I shoved it underneath the door, the person knocked again. I jumped back and tiptoed to my bedroom. They pounded the door again. I held my breath as I passed the bathroom. Neither the girl nor the woman made a sound. I locked my door behind me and called 911. 911, what's your emergency? "My house is being broken into. It's the people from..." I was interrupted by a sudden slamming. They were breaking down the front door. "They made it into my home," I whispered. I stepped away from my door. "Sir, what is your location?" There were shouts from the men who busted the door down. They were smashing my stuff and God knows what else. I knew my door wouldn't hold long enough for the police to get here. I had to do something now. Without a second thought, I ran to the one window in my room. I heard the woman cry. My doorknob twisted as she did. She was crying for help. She yelled that they would kill her if I didn't help. They would kill her child. I opened the window and pushed the screen out of the frame. The walls shook as someone started to pound my bedroom door. I stepped out of the frame, only to have a hand grab tightly onto my shirt collar. Someone was standing outside waiting. I dropped my phone as I was pushed to the ground. I could hear the 911 operator yelling through the phone as it dropped, breaking against the small rocks that lined my building. There were hands around my throat before I could even react. The person on top of me dropped all his weight onto my hips, straddling me and keeping me pinned. I struggled in his grip. I didn't even have time to panic. All I could do was react. I'll never forget the look in his eyes, the utter disregard for humanity. I can still see the smile stretched across his lips. I could see myself reflected in the black of his eyes. I tried to knock away his arms, tried to scratch at his face. My head was pounding, and my vision getting darker and darker. I couldn't hear him, but I could see him bending closer to my face. Spit hit my cheeks as he laughed just inches from me. I grabbed the ground under me and used the last of my strength to aim for those dark pools. The blood hit my cheek before his laughter turned into screaming. Air rushed into my lungs as the man clutched his eye, or what was left of it. I could only wiggle away from him as he dislodged the small rock from his eye socket. He pulled out more than the rock. I finally picked myself up and left the man behind me. I ran as fast as I possibly could and didn't look back. I ran across the street and started yelling at the top of my lungs for help. There were a few businesses, one of which was a pizza joint that still had its lights on. I ran to their door and yanked it open. I quickly found the lock for the glass door and turned it. The employee immediately started yelling at me, getting ready to defend themselves, I'm sure. I turned to face them and they stopped trying to shoo me away after they saw the dark red handprints around my neck. Everything was a blur of movement from that point on. The pizza place ended up calling the cops, which is where I was able to give them more information. The cop car took a few minutes to arrive, long enough for me to know that if I didn't get out of my window. By the time they arrived, there wasn't anyone left in my apartment. Even with the officers by my side, I was worried about going in. They had a team come in to try and get samples of anything they could think of. They swabbed the man's blood that got on me and took photos of everything. My apartment was an utter disaster. Whatever they couldn't take, they smashed. The police took me down to the station in order for me to write up a formal report. I told them about Cho and the woman who came to my door. Hours later, they gave me an update. They found a man fitting the description I gave them. He was missing his eye and was dumped in a garage bin 20 minutes from where I lived. Even after I spent a week in a hotel and another week at a coworker's place, there was no sign of the people who attacked me. The cops weren't any help either. Without anything to go off of, all they could do was wait. I asked the cops why they came after me, and they responded by asking me if I owned any firearms, which they would have known the answer to already, but I told them I didn't. They told me how the other homes they had been suspected of breaking into all had something in common. The first family they attacked worked closely with a local church. Another home was just an apartment of college students. And the last home, the one that got footage of the woman from the security cameras, was a family who didn't have their citizenship in the States yet. It didn't take much to connect the dots that none of these people would have owned any guns or would have turned away a young child. We were all targeted as an easy mark. The police said they couldn't know how much the group knew about us until they were able to catch the culprits, but they knew enough about me. I've since moved and taken some self-defense courses, and even bought myself a handgun that I touch once a year to bring to the range. I jump every time I hear a knock at the door, but I'll be ready for when they come to visit me again. At least, that's how I felt before I came home today. And on my doorknob, there was a red raincoat. May 9th, 2024. Hey guys. I'm not usually the type of person to ask for advice on the internet, but I don't really know what to do right now. I don't want to be like one of those recipe pages where they tell you their entire life story before actually getting to the recipe. But in order to help me, I think it's important to get some background on my situation. I met my roommate, we'll call them Cameron, online. I know what you're thinking. I had kinda signed up for some weird rooming with some rando. The reason I resorted to finding someone online instead of asking a friend is that A, I don't have a lot of friends, and B, the few friends I do have either want to live alone or live with their partner or family, so I didn't really have a choice. And C, I'm not really in contact with my family right now. I would live on my own if I could, but I'm currently working as an intern and barely make enough to scrape by. This is how I ended up on the Looking for Roommates in Their 20s Facebook page. Cameron messaged me first, and I thought it was really weird that they didn't have any Facebook friends nor a profile picture, but I thought the polite thing to do was respond. However, we got to talking and it seemed like we had a lot in common. We both are okay with clutter as long as it's not gross, i.e. moldy food or poorly unkempt bathrooms, or hygiene, and loved cats, horror movies, and time to recharge on our own. Cameron told me that they specifically made their Facebook page to find a roommate and isn't really interested in having a social media presence, which is why there is very little info on their page. I can respect that. Sometimes I wish I never got my first Facebook account at 13 and relished unrestricted internet access. Cameron said that they were just moving into the cities this year from a small farming town up north, and was a little nervous about living in the cities for the first time. After talking more, we decided to meet up in person. We agreed to meet at a small diner halfway between their current home and mine, which still ended up being a 2-hour drive. They had gotten there first, and when they stood up to greet me, I was stunned as they did not look how I expected them to. Cameron was tall, muscular, and incredibly attractive. Their pale blue eyes seemed to glow in the dark, and their teeth lined up as straight and uniform as a military cemetery. I found myself jealous, as my eyes were dark brown, and not the pretty dark brown like puppy dog eyes, like sewer water brown, and never got braces when I should have. After I got over my initial shock, I bustled my way over to try to cover up my reaction. We shook hands and sat across from one another in an old booth that seemed incredibly worn but still felt welcoming. We discussed our desired living situation. How many bathrooms? Did we need a dishwasher or in-unit laundry? Was AC necessary? Are we okay with pets? Rent budget, and neighborhood we wanted to live in. Cameron appeared to be the perfect roommate. Agreeing with everything I said, I was looking for in an apartment. I readily accepted their offer to move in together. We found the perfect apartment and started moving in 2 months after we first started talking on Facebook. Neither of us had much, so we were able to move all our things ourselves without having to rent a moving van. Our layout looked something like this. Our bedrooms were linked with a Jack and Jill bathroom that had plenty of space for 2 people to keep their things and get ready at the same time. The front door opened up into the living room, with the closet containing the washer and dryer to the immediate right. The kitchen was to the left, and there was a small island between the kitchen and living room. I already had 2 cats, Seymour and Audrey, that Cameron was very happy to live with. At first glance, it seemed like we were going to be great roommates. Okay, sorry for rambling. I just want to show that everything was normal at first. Our lives intertwined seamlessly. I left for work before they got up, and they got home when I was starting to get ready for bed. We would occasionally eat dinner together on the weekends and play video games and watch movies and stuff, and sometimes go out for a beer. That is how it was for the first 5 months or so, until I noticed the hole in my bedroom wall. I saw it after I started to hang things up on that wall and noticed a small chip in the paint. I inspected it, as I did not notice it when we were filling out the form with all the damages from before we moved in, so they wouldn't be counted when we got our security deposit back. As I looked at it more closely, I saw something that reflected off my lamp for just a second. I got my phone to use as a flashlight and spotted a small, round, black object that was no bigger than a peppercorn. The hole was too small to reach in with my fingers, so I started searching for things small enough to grab whatever it was. I tried everything I could think of: tweezers, toothpicks, tape, pliers, cotton swabs, you name it. Eventually I gave up and just went to bed. I couldn't sleep that night. All I could do was stare at the ceiling and think about what it could be. After a few hours of tossing and turning, I decided that if I couldn't get it out, I'd have to make the hole bigger. I wasn't too worried about the security deposit, since the hole was already made. What difference does it make if it's just a little bit bigger? I didn't have any tools, so I dug around until I found a small pocket knife that my grandpa got me as a souvenir from Alaska. It said, in all caps, "I love my grandpa." I slowly made the hole bigger until it was enough to pull the object out with my tweezers. I celebrated as soon as I got it out, until I realized what it was. It was a pin camera. I only recognized it because I worked as a tour guide for a spy museum one summer. My mind was blank before the sirens in my head started going off. What was this? Who put it here? Is the landlord watching us? Was there a person living in the ceiling that only came out when we were gone? My brain reeled with possibilities, mostly related to situations in different horror movies I had seen. I had just watched 13 cameras last week, but one thing was certain. I had to search the apartment for other cameras. I just have to wait until Cameron is gone. May 11th, 2024. Cameron is gone for the weekend visiting family. We had previously discussed that it would be okay to quickly run into each other's rooms if needed, like if the cats were going crazy or we needed to borrow something. I hadn't had a reason to go into their room yet, but I had to see if there was a camera in their room too. I didn't want to freak them out without evidence. I opened their door and was a little surprised at the lack of furniture. Cameron had a twin-size mattress on the floor without a bed frame, a small desk, and a wooden cutting board that they must have been using as a bedside table. There was nothing on any of the walls, no lamps, and no TV or computer that I could see. It was the polar opposite of my room. It looked like it was straight out of Howl's Moving Castle. I was relieved that I didn't have to move a ton of furniture or take things off the wall, though. I started on the wall next to the bathroom where mine was, and when I didn't find it, I started searching up and down every wall. Nothing. As soon as I started to walk out, I realized I hadn't looked in the closet yet. I went over and pulled open the sliding door and froze. The clothes in their closet were almost the same as mine. I closed the door and left. I was a little weirded out, but we had a similar job and we never saw each other wearing anything other than pajamas or sweatpants, so I chalked it up to a coincidence. Anyways, I left their room and softly closed the door. I leaned against it and took a deep breath, half relieved and half terrified. It was good that Cameron wasn't being targeted, but that meant that someone was watching me specifically. May 21st, 2024. After our last conversation, I'm pretty sure it's Cameron. The next Saturday that we were both home, I decided to bring it up. I brought them into my room and showed them the hole and the camera. They said, "What is that? That's messed up." But his face showed little emotion. I suspected they were just in shock, as I was when I found it. Then I told them I had gone into their room. They became rigid and slowly turned their whole body at me, as if they were one solid being without joints or limbs. They stared at me and I felt their eyes in my soul as they blazed with an emotion I can't name. Fear, hatred, confusion. I wasn't sure. "You went in my room?" they asked coldly. I guess it was more of a statement than a question, but I answered them anyways. "Yeah, I wanted to make sure that there were no cameras in your room so you didn't freak out and tear apart your room trying to find one. I didn't find any though. I guess they're only interested in me." I laughed, trying to avoid the fear that was striking its way through my veins. "You went in my room?" Yeah." I was confused. This was something clearly stated in our roommate agreement that we could go into each other's rooms if necessary. "Did you see anything weird in there?" "I just told you I didn't see any cameras. Don't worry, your room seemed normal." "Okay." Silence filled the space between us. I stood under Cameron's gaze, feeling as though I were being dissected. Then Cameron flashed their 100-watt smile. "Good," they said. "I can help you search your room and the rest of the place for other cameras." We searched our apartment top to bottom. Nothing. While I was still on edge, I felt better knowing it was the only one. Maybe it was left over from a previous resident freak. I decided to plug the camera into my computer to see if there was any footage on it. Thankfully, it seemed like it was really outdated and had no data on it. I threw the camera away, but decided it would be a good idea to put a small camera in my room to see if anyone strange came in or out. I didn't think to tell Cameron about it since it was my room, and it was a good thing I didn't. June 13th, 2024. After a few weeks of recording, I decided to review the footage. It was mostly normal stuff. Me on my computer, sleeping, cleaning, etc. That is, until the second week. The door to my room creaked open slowly and a large figure began to walk through the darkness. My breath refused to come out of my lungs as my heart pulsated. When the light turned on, I felt like I was having a heart attack. It was Cameron. They started by doing a quick scan of the room before opening my closet. They didn't do anything, just stared at it as if he was taking pictures with his mind. They did this all around my room, spending the most time looking at the pictures of me and my friends and family on my desk. After a few minutes, they turned off the light and quietly left my room. After that, I really didn't know what to do or how to interact with them. I tried to keep it cool, but I could tell that I was acting weird. They didn't say anything about it and went on as usual. I decided to do some background research on them, something I should have done in the first place. I started easy by Googling their name. I knew they didn't have a social media presence, but I still expected something to come up. A LinkedIn profile, a news article, a mention in a dean's list or something, but absolutely nothing came up. I thought maybe I didn't spell their name right, so I decided to look at their ID when they were in the shower. I quietly went to the basket in the entryway where we keep our wallets and keys, and slid the ID out of its pocket and froze. Cameron's name was not the one printed on the ID. The picture was definitely them, the blonde hair and wide smile, but the eye color description said BRO, not BLU. I looked closely at the picture and realized that instead of their piercing blue eyes, it looked like the person in the picture had brown eyes. I quickly took a picture of their ID and put everything back as I found it and escaped to my room. I decided to Google the name on the ID. Sure enough, a fair amount of information popped up. Whoever this person is seems to be a carefree and easygoing person with lots of pictures of them with friends and family. I sighed in relief when I clicked on the Facebook profile as it was public. I started from the bottom and scrolled through their posts. Most of it was the normal stuff. Happy birthday wishes, memories from years prior, pictures of them at events and stuff. I couldn't help but notice their eyes. Again, they were not that piercing blue that I have come to know. They were brown, like a puppy staring at you with unconditional admiration. I didn't think that Cameron wore contacts, and I never saw any in our bathroom. The final post was dated 2 years ago. It said, "Can't wait to move into my new apartment. My new roommate Cameron is the best." Posted with the update was a picture of the person with the brown eyes, and another person that I did not recognize at first, until I noticed their piercing blue eyes. Cameron's eyes. I have no words to describe what I was feeling at that moment. My heart sank so deep into my body. I closed my laptop and stared at the wall, my thoughts coursing through my head so fast that it felt like I wasn't thinking at all. I decided to just go to bed. June 15th, 2024. I usually try to write these a few days after stuff happens, but I'm not even going to have time to proofread this because I am typing as fast as I can. Cameron is outside my door right now, banging on it. I just want to document this and post it because I think I know what is going to happen to me. I opened my door a few minutes ago and saw myself standing outside, but this copy of me had those piercing blue eyes that I have become to fear, and I knew in an instant that I had to document my experience as fast as possible. because I don't know how much time I have left. If you're seeing this, tell my friends I love them, and that whatever it looks like I am doing in the future is not me, and to stay away. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Comments. Update. Hi. I know it has been a while since I posted this, and I have to say I am very embarrassed about it. Turns out our apartment had a carbon monoxide leak and I was hallucinating. I am out of the hospital now. Thankfully, Cameron was at work when this happened and came home to find me passed out. I'm not very internet savvy, so I'm not sure how to edit or delete this post, but I did figure out how to comment. I just wanted to update and reassure you all that I am okay. I've decided to move back to my hometown to spend time with my family, to take my mind off of things. Cameron is sad, but understanding, and is looking for a roommate. Attached below is a screenshot of their Facebook if you are in the area and looking for a roommate. Image description. Screenshot of a Facebook profile. The picture is of a man in his late 20s with messy brown hair, slightly crooked teeth, and pale blue eyes. The account has no friends or posts. If you are local, I'm sure you've noticed the old yellow gas station has been closed for a long while. They say it was because of low revenue and vandalism, but that's a lie. I was there the night it was open. I know what happened. I know why the doors are chained shut. If you have driven the Mountain Loop Highway, then without a doubt you've seen the rundown little station on the corner of 20 and 530. And if you stopped by on a weekday between 5 and midnight, you would have been served by either myself or Iris. I was 16 at the time. Technically I couldn't work the hours that I was, but the owners were pretty relaxed when it came to certain things. Iris was 2 years older, and in my teenage opinion, simply beautiful. She stood equal to my 5'8", had long dark brown hair that she kept in a ponytail while working, and the most mesmerizing blue eyes imaginable. It was the winter season. The pass over the mountain was closed due to snow. This meant we went from being nearly overrun by customers to seeing 1 or 2 people an hour. The later hours were even slower. Sometimes we would go the entire shift, only getting a single customer. During these times I would wander around bored out of my mind, or watch movies that I had downloaded at home. There was no cell service or Wi-Fi, so scrolling social media wasn't an option. Iris preferred to lean back in her chair behind the register and read books. I would try and make conversation occasionally, but it would always die quickly. The night of the incident was like all the rest. The sun had set depressingly early. We hadn't seen a soul in hours. I pulled my phone out of my pocket out of habit, realizing there still wasn't any service. I put it away. What time is it? I nearly jumped at the sound of her voice. What? I asked in confusion. She took her feet off the register and placed her book on it instead. Raising an eyebrow, she repeated, What time is it? Oh, it's... I had to pull my phone out again. It's 9:45. She sighed. We still got another 2 hours until closing. I just nodded dumbly. An awkward silence hung in the air for a minute. Iris picked up her book and continued reading. Feeling the moment slipping away, I blurted out, Hey, you want to do something? Like what? She asked without looking up from her book. I don't know. Something to help pass the time. As in? I just shrugged. She sighed and put her book down. Listen, Clyde. We're paid to keep an eye on things and help people buy stuff. Not to goof off or socialize. Her rebuke stung a bit. And it must have shown somewhat because she quickly followed with, Tell you what, go take the trash out, and I'll check once again if the bathrooms are clean. Then we can inventory the beer cave together. I hated taking out the trash, but it meant we could do something together. Afterwards, it was worth it. Carrying the large black bag over my shoulder, I used my free hand to fumble with the bolt on the rear door. The doorknob never properly latched, so the owners had installed a large gate-style locking bolt. It usually required two hands, one to pull the door closer, and the other to rotate then slide the bolt back. Finally working it free, I pushed the heavy metal door open. In front of me stretched a gravel driveway that led to the highway. At the end of the driveway was a worn green dumpster. Iris hated taking the trash out for the same reason I did. At night there was a single light above the door. The rest of the walk was in near blackness. One night I had stupidly bragged about how I didn't mind taking the trash out. How I kind of liked the fresh air. From then on, Iris had let me take it out every night. Willing myself forward, I walked out into the all-absorbing darkness. I felt eyes on me. Despite knowing it was just my imagination, I couldn't hold back a shiver. I lifted the dumpster lid and swung the bag inside. The lid slammed shut, echoing through the night. I almost didn't notice the rustling bushes just off the path. I froze. The sound grew closer. I nearly screamed as a figure stood from the blackberry bushes. Leaves and twigs sticking out of their hair and clothes, they took a step closer. I let out a breath I was holding. I knew that face. Geez, Iris, you nearly scared me to death. Why are you in the bushes? She stared at me without blinking. Her eyes were completely void of emotion. She slowly opened her mouth. To death. She whispered in a voice that was not her own. Instinctively, I took a step back. She matched it with a step forward. Iris? She took another step closer. Reese, she whispered, despite her mouth being open too wide to be whispering anything. Fear coursed through my veins. Her enunciation was wrong. But even worse, it wasn't her voice. It was mine. My legs were beginning to shake. There was something wrong with her. Not only was it the way she sounded that freaked me out, but she looked incorrect. The color of her hair and skin was just a little off. Her dimensions weren't quite right. It hadn't been enough to notice at first, but the more I looked, the more off she felt. She spoke again, drawing closer with each word. Iris, to death. Iris, why? To death, Iris. The words were flat and emotionless. Each time she spoke, she sounded more and more like me. A car happened to drive down the highway. Her right eye jerked to the side, watching it pass as her left eye stayed focused on me. I snapped. I turned tail and sprinted for the building. Bursting through the back door, I slammed it shut behind myself and barred it. I slid to the floor with my back planted firmly against the door. I waited for something to happen, but the only sound was my ragged breath. Regaining my composure, I started to doubt what I had just seen. I don't know why she did it, but Iris had pulled one heck of a prank. I started to get mad. She had made a total fool of me. I could just imagine her out there doubled over in laughter. She probably even had a camera set up. I stood up ready to throw open the door and give her a piece of my mind when I heard her in the main room. About time you finished. What were you doing out there this whole time? She asked. Confused, I stood up. She couldn't see me in the back room. How did she know I was back inside? She spoke again. Are you going to come in or just stand outside? It was then that I heard my voice come from the room she was in. Iris, stand outside. Iris. Are you okay, Clyde? She asked with obvious concern. I heard her walk towards the front door. The voice that sounded like me encouraged her. Come outside, Iris. The inflection was still wrong, but it sounded so much like me. Realizing what was happening, I ran out of the back room. Iris, wait, I yelled. She jumped in surprise. Spinning around, she looked at me in confusion, then back to the empty front door. How did you... She trailed off. There's something outside. I don't know what it is, but there's something out there. She looked quite annoyed with me. Okay, Clyde. Work isn't the place for pranks. You got me. Now stop goofing off before we get in trouble. I glared right back. Listen, Iris, I'm not doing anything. And unless you were crawling around in the bushes a few minutes ago, there's someone out there messing with both of us. She didn't look entirely convinced, but apologized anyways. Sorry. I just assumed since it sounded and looked like you that you were behind it. You saw it? I asked. Yeah, well, you know as best as I could. These windows are so old they distort everything. We agreed to hang out together. So long as we could see each other, nobody could pull any more pranks. I was actually starting to enjoy the evening. For the first time, Iris and I were having actual conversations. I learned she was paying her way through community college and was an only child. I told her about myself and my plans for after I graduated. We talked about dream vacations and what plans we had for next summer. It wasn't too long before we had both forgotten about the night's previous incidents. Iris stood. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. While she was gone, I went over to the soft drink fountain and filled up a cup. Iris walked behind the register. Picking up her book, she began to read. You want something? I asked, holding up my cup. Before she could reply, something metallic clattered in the back room. Iris jumped to her feet. We both looked at the door marked Employees Only with apprehension. Stay here, she commanded. Before I could protest, Iris ran through the door into the dark room. A panicked cry came from the dark. Clyde? Just as I was about to rush through the doorway, a toilet flushed. I froze. Behind me in the bathroom door opened, and Iris walked out. I felt sick. In the darkness of the back room, I could make out a figure standing just a few feet away. Iris noticed something was up. What's wrong, Clyde? I didn't take my eyes off the figure in front of me. There's someone in the back room. She ran up to me. What? She demanded. Who? Looking through the doorway, she gasped. You better leave. We're calling the cops, she yelled. The figure stepped farther into the dark, disappearing from sight. To death, Iris, came my voice, followed by Iris's voice. Come here, Clyde. There was a pounding of footsteps as the figure charged us. I slammed the door shut just in time. An inhuman scream rang out as the creature slammed into the door. Iris and I held it closed as the door was assaulted over and over again. We didn't relax until we heard the back door slam shut. What was that? Iris asked. I didn't know what to say. This was too much. Iris jumped to her feet. I'm calling the police. I don't care who or what is out there. It just tried to attack us. I nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea. Iris went to the payphone behind the counter. She punched in 911, then held the phone to her ear. She hung up and tried again. She was muttering. Trying a third time without luck, she slammed the phone back into the receiver. Clenching her fists, Iris groaned in frustration. The phone's dead, Clyde. I felt a knot form in my stomach. This wasn't uncommon. The phone was just as often broken as it was working, but it was really bad timing. Now what? I asked stupidly. Iris threw her hands up. How should I know, Clyde? This isn't exactly in the employee handbook. She slumped down in defeat. Hey, Iris? Yes, Clyde? We don't have an employee handbook. A small smirk played across her lips. I know we don't. With the mood successfully lifted, we went back to our original plan. We would stick together until sunrise. Then we would drive to town and report what happened. That was until a tattered, soft-top fox-body Mustang pulled up to the pump. Uh-oh, muttered Iris. We both cautiously peeked out the window. Do you think they're part of the prank? I asked. Iris bit her lip nervously. I don't know. I'm not even sure it is a prank. An old man slowly climbed out of the car. He was balding and wore thin-rimmed glasses. He reminded me of a short, portly teacher I had in middle school. The man fumbled with his wallet, completely unaware of us. After swiping his card, the man stiffened. He looked over his shoulder at something we couldn't see. Iris' doppelganger came striding into the light. Behind me, the real Iris let out a soft gasp. I was frozen in place. I stood there as that thing approached the man. Suddenly, the doppelganger jumped impossibly high and landed on the man's shoulders. He collapsed to the ground under its weight. Iris pushed from behind me to the automatic doors. Her movement snapped me out of my daze, and I chased after her. With the opening of the doors, we could hear the man yelling out in pain. The doppelganger had long black fingernails that it was using to try and gouge out the man's eyes. Before we had even made it out the door, the second doppelganger rushed from the dark. It still looked like me, but more battered and dirty. It held a large rock above its head as it ran towards the man. Raising the rock higher, it brought it down on the man's skull. Iris turned and blocked my view, but I still heard the crunch. It sounded like a watermelon landing on a sidewalk from a great height. Iris shoved me back inside. Once the doors closed, she locked them. I chanced a peek outside. The car stood abandoned in the yellow light. All that remained of its owner was a thick red puddle leading into the dark surrounding bushes. Iris looked at me with tear-filled eyes. Clyde, I don't know if we're getting out of here. I didn't know what to say. We just watched someone die. My thoughts were a mess. I hugged her. We stood there holding each other, scared to death. Iris angrily wiped her tears. Come on, Clyde. We need to lock this place down. We pulled down the security gate and locked it in place, hopefully sealing off the front door. Not that it would do much good if something really wanted to get in. The windows on either side of the door were plenty big enough for someone to crawl through. The back door was locked, but for good measure, we pushed the baked goods display in front of it. We both froze at the sounds of footsteps above us. Iris covered her mouth to hold in a gasp. They're on the roof, she whisper-shouted. We both looked to the access hatch that led to the roof. It was locked, but how sturdy was it? My heart lurched and a scream slipped out of me. At the front window was my face, blackened and grinning with its eyes open far too wide. No, it wasn't black. From the nose down, the face was stained with blood. It had been feasting. Iris jumped when I screamed. Seeing the face, she turned me and pulled me into a hug. Wrapping her arms around my head, she pulled it against her chest, blocking out my view of the thing outside. Just don't look at it, she whispered. Don't acknowledge its existence. That didn't last. The creature wearing my image started tapping the glass. At first lightly, but with each tap the force increased. Soon the old glass pane was flexing under the force. I looked up at Iris. I saw in her eyes that she knew as well as I that the glass wouldn't hold. The second creature dropped from above to join the first. Cracks began to appear. I was frozen in place, but Iris sprang into action. She managed to move the display blocking the rear exit all by herself. The window shattered. The creature stood there seemingly surprised by the sudden destruction. Iris came from the supply closet. In her hand was the broom we used to sweep the floors at the end of the shift. She snapped the head off, leaving a sharp point. Iris had a look to her. It was as if time itself slowed in respect. She took my numb hand and put her car keys in it. She shoved me towards the back door. I stumbled into the back room. I looked over my shoulder to see her charging across the store. Improvised spear held out in front of her. The creatures were coming through the window, their faces twisted with hatred and hunger in their eyes. I made it out the back door. I made it to her car. I made it home that night. As soon as I had service, I called 911. I bawled my eyes out as I tried to tell the operator what happened. They heard enough. Someone had died at the gas station, and someone else was in danger. The next morning, the police came to my door. They cuffed me and drugged me out of the house. I spent hours getting brutally interrogated. Finally, I was able to go. From what I picked up, the officers arrived to the scene. The body of the Mustang owner was mostly consumed and laying next to the store. Inside there was bloodied hand and footprints everywhere. Iris was nowhere to be found. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no DNA evidence pointing towards me, I would probably have taken the blame. We moved within a week. Despite the charges being dropped within 48 hours, the court of public opinion had determined I was guilty of murder, and probably worse when it came to Iris. It's been 7 years now since they closed that station. I drove past it yesterday. I had to take that route for my job. The windows are boarded up and the blackberries have taken over half the building, but it didn't feel empty as I drove past. Thank you, Iris. You were braver than I could ever hope to be. I hope you can see what I did with my life and be proud. I miss you. I'll be taking the long way home. The extra 4 hours of driving is worth not having to go past that station again. I grew up in a fairly rural area of Virginia. As a kid, I had an obsession for dirt bikes. Watching motocross on TV, the X Games, reading Racer X magazines, it was all I thought about. So when my mom and dad bought me my first dirt bike one Christmas, I was ecstatic. From that moment, my days were consumed with riding that thing. As soon as I got home from school until sundown, you can bet I was in the woods riding. Right behind my parents' house was a huge expanse of woods. There was a trail that ran virtually the entire length of our neighborhood. It was a point-to-point trail, with a few turns, hills, and jumps. It would take about 15 minutes on my dirt bike to ride the length of the trail from end to end. There were no other trails, just this one long trail. When I got to the end, I would just turn around, go back the other way. I would ride back and forth for hours, every day. I ended up learning that trail like the back of my hand, where every tree root was, where every turn was, where every rut was. You get the picture. When I was 13, I started having this reoccurring dream. I would be riding my dirt bike along that familiar trail when suddenly there would be a new intersection, a brand new trail to go down. I would ride down it and come to a large clearing in the woods. In my dream, I had this feeling that when I got to the clearing, I was supposed to be looking for something, finding something there. But every time I got to the clearing, I would wake up. This reoccurring dream continued until I was 14. I left my house one afternoon, hopped on my dirt bike, and began another afternoon of riding back and forth on the trail. I rode around for an hour when it happened. I was heading up a small hill, mindlessly by this point, knowing everything to expect. Coming from the hill, I saw it. The intersection. I locked my rear brakes, causing the rear end to slide sideways slightly. I couldn't believe my eyes. Was this real? I sat there for several minutes, my bike's motor idling, staring down at the trail. 1,000 thoughts raced through my head. How was this possible? Was it always here? Looking down the trail, I couldn't see the end. It went straight for about 50 yards, but I couldn't make out what was at the end. It was as if I couldn't focus on it clear enough. It was just a straight trail. It matched exactly what was in my dream. I decided not to go down it, almost not believing it was really there. I told myself that if it was there again tomorrow, then I'll go down it. The next day came, and I again ventured out into the woods. I rode straight to the point where I saw the new trail, fully expecting it to be gone. But sure enough, there it was again. I made the turn at the intersection, and slowly began riding down the trail. I drove down the trail, staying in third gear, slow and steady. The trail was completely straight, and it only took me about a minute to reach it. The clearing. The exact clearing I always saw in my dreams. Dumbfounded, I stopped, put my kickstand down, turned off the motor, and got off my bike. I took off my helmet, looking around. What the? I whispered to myself. The clearing itself was a perfect circle, around 50 feet in diameter. It was surrounded by dense forest, minus the single trail leading to it. I couldn't make sense of this. I thought I was losing my mind. I walked around the circle, confused, contemplating what it all meant, and looking around for answers. I began to feel an eerie feeling, as if I was being watched, a feeling of dread and danger. I felt as if I was suddenly somewhere I was very much not supposed to be. Screw this, I said. I threw my helmet back on, not bothering to buckle it, and kick-started my dirt bike, bringing life back to the motor. I peeled back down the trail, shifting gears and hauling it back home. I rode for a few minutes when it hit me. Why was it taking so long to get back? It took less than a minute to reach the clearing, yet I've been riding down this trail for what I felt like was several minutes, and I hadn't met back up with my familiar trail. I started to panic, getting disoriented. I told myself, maybe I'm going the wrong way. I knew it didn't make sense, but I was willing to try anything to get out of there. I spun the bike around, and within about 10 seconds, I made it back to the clearing. I peeled around again, back down the trail. Again I rode and rode, never making it back to the intersection. I stopped, got off my bike feeling defeated, confused and scared. I threw my helmet and collapsed next to the tree, sobbing. On my knees, I let out a frustrated and terrified scream. I sat there, trying to think of what to do. I'm not sure how long I sat there for. It felt like hours. I could see the sun dropping in the sky, the woods getting dimmer. I started to feel like I was never going home. I closed my eyes and somehow, probably out of mental exhaustion, fell asleep with my back against a tree. I'm not sure how long I slept for. I woke up, immediately jumping to my feet, wildly looking around and quickly gathering my bearings. The sun was shining brightly, and I was back on the trail. My trail. My blessed, familiar trail. The intersection and the new trail was still there, but I was out. Quickly, I jumped on my bike, riding as fast as I could to get back home. I had no idea how long I was gone for, and thought my parents were probably worried sick. Exiting the woods by the house, I parked my bike and ran inside. "Hi, honey," my mom said. "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I lost track of time." I managed to get out. "Well, it's only been an hour. I'm surprised you're already back inside," my mom said. I stood there, mouth agape, staring at my mom. "You okay?" my mom asked, a look of concern growing on her face. I forced out an awkward smile. "I'm fine, just not feeling well." I went to my room, a million questions running through my mind. I spent the next few days confused, replaying every moment through my head. I wanted to just make sense of everything, to have some logical reason, but there just wasn't one. I devised a plan that, looking back, was incredibly stupid, but I couldn't live with not knowing what happened to me in those woods. My dad was a bit of a tool connoisseur. Any tool, hardware, rope, bungee cords, he was your guy. Among his collection, he had a giant spool of yellow polypropylene rope, around 600 feet of it. I decided I was going to use the rope, tie it to a tree at the intersection, and then ride back down the trail to investigate. The rope would serve as my lifeline, helping guide me back when I was ready to leave. That day, I went back out. Getting to the trail intersection, I tied one end of the rope around my waist and used several bungee cords to tie the spool to a tree, giving me slack but staying secured to the tree. I headed back down the trail. Feeling a new boost of confidence and determination, I rode back down the trail and quickly arrived back to the clearing. I kept one hand on the knot on my waist, being sure it stayed there. I got off my bike, leaving it idling, and walked into the middle of the circle. I started to get that eerie feeling again, as if being watched. I shook it off, a new feeling of bravery. I felt determined to discover what it was I was supposed to find, and what the point of all of this was. I forced down the feeling of dread, scanning the clearing. I suddenly became fixated on one tree in particular. This tree was darker than the rest, almost looking burned. I got closer to it. Flaky black scorch marks covered the tree. I was staring at the tree, almost feeling stuck in place, when suddenly, something began slowly peeking its head out from behind it. The face was black, burned, decayed, inhuman, like a bad imitation of a human. It had short, wiry black hair that looked oily and covered in soot. As soon as its eyes met mine, my dirt bike's motor shut off. The sudden silence caused me to turn around to look at my bike. Then I quickly turned back. The thing was gone. The woods were silent. For a split second I froze, until instinct in my body kicked in and told me to get out of there. I sprinted back to my bike, kick-started it harder than I ever had. I half expected it to not start, but to my relief, it actually started. I left my helmet behind, riding as fast as I could. The image of the thing's eyes burned in my mind, a shade of orange like fire. Looking into them had made me feel as if I was being sucked into an endless pit. In my haste to leave, I made a fatal mistake. Having walked a good ways past my bike into the clearing, I had created too much slack in the rope when heading back in the opposite direction. I was shifting gears, going faster, faster. Then suddenly the rope caught my chain. My rear wheel locked, and I was sent over the handlebars. Although in pain, I got to my feet as quickly as I could, dirty, limping, a burning pain in my ribs. The rope was still tied around my waist, but it had somehow been severed in the crash. Frantically, I looked around for the rest of the rope, the end that would lead me back, but it was gone. I ran back to my bike, trying desperately to get the pieces of rope out of my chain and sprocket, when I saw it. Movement from the corner of my eye. I stopped, froze. looking in the direction of the movement. I then saw more movement, again out of the corner of my eye. It was as if it was anticipating my moves, staying just out of eyesight, staring between the trees. I took off running down the trail, abandoning my bike. My adrenaline was pumping, and I knew I was running for my life. I then spotted the yellow rope, the beautiful yellow rope. Yes! I screamed, running as quickly as I could toward it, following it to salvation. But the rope began retracting, dragging on the ground back up the trail. No! I screamed, running as fast as I could towards it. I ran after it, as it seemed to run away from me. I was hoping to see the intersection, praying to see the intersection, and then I did. I reached it, crying, heaving, trying and failing to catch my breath. For a second, I felt pure relief for making it out alive. But I noticed something. The yellow rope. The spool was no longer bungeed to the tree. The rope now led to behind the tree. Slowly it stepped out from behind the tree, revealing itself in its entirety. It was the thing from the clearing. The woods were silent. A feeling of pure dread came over me. It had a look of pure malice in its gaze and a terrible smile as it continued to gather up the rest of the yellow rope. I was frozen in fear. I felt as if I was in ice water. I couldn't catch a breath, couldn't scream. I can only describe what I saw as a distorted imitation of a human. Black, charred, its form twisted and contorted into a grotesque mockery of life. Its eyes were pools of endless darkness, devoid of empathy and humanity, gleaming with an ancient predatory intelligence. It began to move toward me slowly. Its steps were silent, as if the ground itself recoiled from the touch of its feet. The air around me grew cold and carried the stench of decay. With each movement, its body shifted and rippled, as if it was struggling to contain its own shape. Its presence filled me with overwhelming dread, a primal fear that seized my entire being. Its voice was a twisted mixture of a whisper and a scream. I felt as if its gaze seeped into my mind, into my very being, turning my thoughts into twisted and nightmarish desires. As it approached closer and stood over me, I knew I was going to die. Everything went black. I woke up back on my familiar trail. The intersection was gone. The rope was gone. No trace of anything was left. In shock and in pain, I walked back home. In the end, I told my parents I had crashed my dirt bike and wasn't strong enough to push it back home. My dad went back into the woods to look for it, but never found it. I didn't care. I was never going to touch another dirt bike for the rest of my life. Since then, everything felt different. I felt like something was missing in me, as if that thing took something from me. I felt unable to enjoy anything, unable to have relationships, unable to care. I couldn't sleep. I didn't feel tired. I couldn't feel anything. I didn't know what to do. I just felt like a shell. That Christmas, my family and I were getting ready to leave for a Christmas tree farm, an annual tradition that used to bring me excitement. My parents were trying their best. They saw the change in me. Everyone did. Putting on brave faces, my parents asked me if I was excited to pick out our tree. I wasn't excited. I couldn't be excited about anything anymore. Sure, I said, trying my best to sound convincing. Before we left, my dad was digging in the garage looking for something. "Hey bud, have you seen my yellow rope?" The question sent me into a flashback of full terror, leaving me screaming, sobbing, and begging for help, begging for it to stop. From then on, I spent years in and out of therapy and institutions. I'm an adult now, but I've never shaken the feeling of pure emptiness. I decided I'm going to go back to my childhood home, back to that familiar trail that I can still remember like the back of my hand. If the intersection is there, I am going to go down it. I'm going to kill that thing and get back the piece of myself it took. If it kills me, taking the rest of me, so be it. Either way, I'm going to be free of this. I had always loved the small, picturesque town of Miller's Crossing, a place where everyone knew each other and crime was practically non-existent. So when I inherited my grandmother's old Victorian house on the edge of town, I was thrilled. My grandma had passed away a few months back, leaving behind a lifetime of memories and a house filled with antique furniture and dusty knickknacks. I decided to move in temporarily to sort through her belongings and maybe get a change of scenery. The first few days were uneventful. I spent most of my time cleaning, organizing, and occasionally chatting with the friendly neighbors who stopped by to offer condolences and share stories about my grandma. It wasn't until the fourth night that things started to get strange. It began with the knocking. I was in bed, just about to drift off to sleep when I heard a soft, rhythmic knocking coming from downstairs. At first, I thought it was just the old house settling, but the knocks were too deliberate, too patterned to be random creaks. I got up, grabbed the flashlight I kept on the nightstand, and cautiously made my way downstairs. The knocking continued, echoing through the empty halls. It seemed to be coming from the basement. I hesitated at the top of the basement stairs, and the flashlight was trembling slightly in my hand. I took a deep breath and descended, one creaky step at a time. When I reached the bottom, the knocking stopped. I swept the flashlight around the basement, illuminating dusty shelves and cobweb-covered furniture, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I shrugged it off as my imagination playing tricks on me and went back to bed. The next morning, I found something odd. In the kitchen, on the small table where my grandma used to have her breakfast, lay an old leather-bound journal. I didn't remember seeing it before. Curiosity piqued. I opened it. The journal belonged to my grandmother. It detailed her life in Miller's Crossing, but towards the end, the entries became increasingly erratic and paranoid. She wrote about hearing strange noises at night, about feeling watched, and about something she referred to only as the Watcher. The last entry sent chills down my spine. The Watcher is coming for me. It knocks to warn me, to let me know it's near. I fear my time is running out. That night, the knocking started again. This time, it was louder, more insistent. I followed the sound to the basement once more, my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the bottom step, the flashlight flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. Panic set in, and I fumbled for my phone to use its light. When I finally managed to turn it on, I saw it. A figure stood in the far corner of the basement, barely visible in the dim light. It was tall and thin, its eyes glowing faintly. The knocking resumed, louder and faster, as the figure began to move towards me. I bolted up the stairs, slamming the basement door behind me. I could still hear the knocking, now accompanied by a low, guttural growl. I didn't sleep at all that night, my grandmother's words echoing in my mind. The Watcher is coming for me. The next day I packed up my belongings and left Miller's Crossing, vowing never to return. I don't know what the Watcher was or why it haunted my grandmother, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, somewhere, waiting. To this day, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of knocking. and I wonder if the Watcher has finally found me. After I left Miller's Crossing, I thought I could leave the Watcher behind. I moved back to the city, renting a small apartment and trying to put the past behind me. Life returned to normal, or at least as normal as it could after such an ordeal, but the knocking never truly left me. It would come sporadically, always at night, always when I was alone. Months passed and I started to believe it was all in my head. I even started seeing a therapist who assured me that trauma could manifest in strange ways. I was beginning to feel more at ease, starting to think that maybe, just maybe, I could move on. Then, one evening, I received a package in the mail. There was no return address, just my name written in a neat, old-fashioned script. I hesitated before opening it, a sense of dread creeping over me. Inside the package was an old photograph of my grandmother standing in front of the house in Miller's Crossing, holding a baby. I recognized the baby as myself. Attached to the photo was a note. "You can't escape what's in your blood." I dropped the photo and stepped back, my mind racing. How could someone know about the Watcher? My grandmother never spoke of it to anyone, and I had kept my own experiences to myself. That night, the knocking returned, louder and more persistent than ever. It seemed to come from all around me, echoing through the apartment. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself it was just my imagination, but the sound was unmistakable. Then came the growling. I couldn't stay in my apartment. Grabbing only my keys and my phone, I fled, driving aimlessly through the city until I ended up at a 24-hour diner. I sat there, drinking coffee and trying to calm my nerves until the sun came up. Over the next few days, I researched everything I could about the Watcher. I dug through old town records, folklore websites, and anything that might give me a clue. One night, deep in an obscure forum, I found a post from someone in a neighboring town who described a similar entity, a tall, thin figure that knocked and growled, tormenting their family for generations. Desperate, I contacted the poster, a woman named Evelyn. We met at a small cafe on the outskirts of town. She looked tired, as if she hadn't slept in years. She listened as I recounted my experiences, nodding along as if she had heard it all before. "You're not the first," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The Watcher is an ancient entity, tied to certain bloodlines. Once it finds you, it never truly leaves." "Is there any way to stop it?" I asked, my voice trembling. "There are ways to keep it at bay," she replied. "Symbols, rituals, protections passed down through the generations. But once it's attached to your bloodline, it will always come back." Evelyn showed me a series of protective symbols and explained a ritual that her family used to keep the Watcher at a distance. I thanked her and left, feeling a mixture of hope and fear. That night, I performed the ritual and placed the symbols around my apartment. The knocking didn't come, and for the first time in months, I slept peacefully. But peace was fleeting. A few weeks later, I found a new note on my kitchen table. "You can't hide forever." I realized then that I couldn't run from the Watcher. It would always find me, no matter where I went or what I did. My only hope was to learn more, to find a way to break the curse that had haunted my family for generations. And so, I returned to Miller's Crossing, to the old Victorian house and the secrets it held. I had to face the Watcher head on, to uncover the truth that my grandmother had hidden so well, because if I didn't, I knew I would never be free. Returning to Miller's Crossing felt like stepping back into a nightmare. The old Victorian house loomed ominously at the end of the street. its windows dark and lifeless. I parked my car and stared at it for a long moment, summoning the courage to go inside. The protective symbols and rituals Evelyn had taught me were my only defense against the Watcher, and I clung to them like a lifeline. The house smelled of dust and decay, as if it had been abandoned for years rather than months. I made my way to the basement, the air growing colder with each step. The door creaked as I opened it, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The basement was just as I had left it, filled with old furniture and boxes of my grandmother's belongings. I set up candles around the room, placing the protective symbols in a circle. I began the ritual, chanting the words Evelyn had taught me. The air grew heavy and I felt a presence watching me from the shadows. The knocking started again, but this time it was different, more insistent, more demanding. As I finished the ritual, the candles flickered and went out. The room plunged into darkness and I heard the growling, closer than ever before. My flashlight flickered to life and I saw it, the Watcher standing at the edge of the circle. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and its form seemed to shift and waver. "You cannot banish me," it hissed, its voice echoing in my mind. "I am bound to your blood. I will always find you." Summoning all my courage, I stepped forward, holding out the symbols. "What do you want?" I demanded. The Watcher paused, as if considering my question. "You carry a curse, passed down through your family. Your grandmother tried to hide it, but she failed. The curse is tied to this house, to the land it stands on. To break it, you must understand its origin." With that, the figure vanished, leaving me alone in the dark. I knew what I had to do. I spent the next few days combing through my grandmother's journals and old town records, piecing together the history of the house and my family. I discovered that the land had once belonged to a man named Jonathan Miller, one of the town's founders. He had been accused of witchcraft and executed in the late 1600s, cursing the land and all who lived on it with his dying breath. My ancestors had unknowingly built their home on the cursed ground, and the Watcher was the manifestation of that curse. Armed with this knowledge, I sought out Evelyn once more. Together we devised a plan to lift the curse. It required a powerful ritual, one that would break the bond between the Watcher and my bloodline. It was risky. It was my only hope. We prepared everything in the basement of the house, setting up an intricate array of symbols and candles. As night fell, we began the ritual. The air grew heavy and the temperature dropped. The knocking started again, echoing through the house. The Watcher appeared, its form more solid than ever before. It howled in rage as we chanted the words of the ritual, trying to break through the circle. The candles flickered wildly, and I felt a surge of energy building around us. With a final, desperate chant, the circle of symbols glowed brightly, and a shock wave of energy burst from the center. The Watcher shrieked and dissolved into a cloud of darkness, which was sucked into the earth beneath the house. The air cleared, and the knocking stopped. For the first time, the house felt peaceful. The curse had been lifted. Evelyn and I stood in silence for a moment, taking in what we had accomplished. "It's over," she said, her voice filled with relief. I nodded, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. "Thank you," I said, grateful beyond words. As I left Miller's Crossing for the last time, I knew that the Watcher was truly gone. The nightmare was over, and I could finally move on with my life. But I would never forget the terror I had faced, or the strength it took to overcome it. The past would always be a part of me, but now, at least, it wouldn't control my future. I'm pretty sure I've just broken up with my girlfriend of 8 years and need some advice on whether or not I did the right thing. I've tried talking to my friends and family about what's been happening over the last month, but every time I open my mouth, I struggle to work out what to say or how to begin. They all know Sam, and if I told them how she's been behaving, I'm not sure they'd believe me. They'd probably just tell me that it's all in my head. And maybe it is, but right now, that feels irrelevant. I'm just glad it's over. Before I get into the story proper, I want to talk about my relationship with Sam a little bit. Most couples, especially young ones, don't make it to their 8th anniversary, and if they do, they're often drifting apart. This wasn't the case with me and Sam, at least not from my perspective. I still loved her, and it seemed as if she still loved me. We spent all our time together. We made each other laugh. We had sex on a regular basis. We were even talking about having kids. That's what made her behavior so shocking. I didn't see it coming at all. The first time it happened, we were in bed. We'd both had a long day and were pretty tired, so after a quick dinner, we dragged ourselves upstairs. She went through her usual nighttime routine, washing her face, moisturizing, applying various creams and lotions that I can never remember the name of, and then she read for a bit. She only managed about 5 pages before her head started to nod. I remember taking the book from her hands, kissing her on the forehead, and reaching for the light. And it was then, as I turned, that I heard it, a raspy whisper. At first I thought Sam had said the name Elizabeth, so I asked, "What was that?" But she just replied, "Hmm?" or something similar. She was on her side, facing away from me, and sounded almost drunk with tiredness. "Don't worry," I said, turning off the light. To be honest, I didn't think much of it that first time. I wasn't even sure she'd made the sound. I told myself it was a noise from outside, or maybe something to do with the plumbing. That's what I was thinking as I closed my eyes, and it was only when I was nodding off that it occurred to me that the noise sounded less like the name Elizabeth, and more like 2 words, little B word. But at that point, I was past caring, and seconds later I was asleep. I didn't think about it the next morning. We both got up and showered, made breakfast together, and then headed to our separate offices. I had back-to-back calls all morning, so I didn't have time to think about anything but marketing budgets until lunch. When I came downstairs, Sam had prepared a caprese salad. It was a nice day, so we ate outside in our tiny garden. She complained about her clients, and we talked about maybe visiting her mother at the weekend, as she was ill. Everything was normal, and when I got back to my desk, I whiled away the afternoon, half-heartedly reviewing ads for our next campaign. At 4, I clocked off early and went down to the living room. Sam usually worked until 5:30 or 6, so I thought I'd watch Netflix while I waited. Her office is next to the living room, so I tend to turn the volume down while she's working. Anyway, I chose a show. Chef's Table, I think it was, and zoned out watching some American guy make pizza dough. I was just about to start the second episode when I heard a noise. Right away I was transported to the previous evening. It was the same raspy whispering, maybe a little louder this time, and instead of 1 word, it sounded like a whole conversation. It was coming from her office. I turned the TV off, and the whispering seemed to grow louder. I couldn't hear any actual words, just a crackly hum. I called her name, but she didn't reply, so I got up and walked towards her office. She didn't look around when I entered. The room was silent. I don't remember exactly what we said, but it was something like, "Me. Hey, Sam. What's up?" She didn't turn around. I remember that. Just kept looking at her screen. Me. Did you say something? Nope. Weird. I thought I heard something. Like whispering. Whispering? Yes. Were you watching something? Nope. Maybe it came from downstairs. Maybe. She turned around then and smiled. I'll only be another 20, she said. Okay. Moments later, I was back on the couch, and when Sam joined me, the rest of the evening was normal. We had dinner, watched TV, went to bed, and when I reached for the light, there was no weird noise. Even so, I lay awake for at least an hour. I was certain that the whispering had come from Sam's office, which made me think she definitely said something when we were in bed the night before. My first thought, and don't judge me for this, was that there was something wrong with her. She'd been under a lot of pressure at work, and maybe this was some reaction to stress. I decided that if it happened a third time, I would bring it up with her. I didn't have to wait long. The following day, she went into the office and then went for drinks after work. My day was uneventful, although the house felt oddly creepy given what had happened over the previous 2 days. Sam came home around 12. I feigned sleep when she came in, and she didn't wake me. I could tell from the way she was moving and taking off her clothes that she was pretty drunk, and I expected her to do what she usually did. Fall asleep in sub-0 seconds, and then maybe snore for a bit. But she didn't. When she got into bed, she went silent. Minutes passed. Normally, this would have put me at ease. No snoring tonight. But that night, it seemed ominous. Even so, after about half an hour, I started to drift off. I was on the brink of unconsciousness when I heard it. 2 words, whispered directly in my ear, so close I could feel her breath on my cheek. Little B word. I scrambled for the lamp and almost fell out of bed. Eventually, I hooked the switch and the lights flickered on. I turned to look at Sam. She was facing away from me and appeared to be asleep. Sam? I said. No reply. I repeated her name louder this time, then a third time. I shook her shoulder hard. What? She said. She sounded groggy, but I could tell she was angry. What was that? I said. She rolled over. What was what? You just whispered in my ear. No, I didn't. You did. Mark, I was asleep. I think that was the first time I considered there may be something wrong with me. I heard something, I said. Sure you weren't dreaming? No, I said. I mean, yes, I'm sure I wasn't dreaming. Well, I didn't say anything. She rolled over again. I weighed my options. Okay, sorry, I said eventually. She didn't reply. I rolled onto my back and looked at the ceiling. There were 2 possibilities. Either one of us was losing our mind, or she was lying. And if she was lying, she was either messing with me or tormenting me. The former seemed unlikely. Sam didn't go in for practical jokes. So she was tormenting me. The question was, why? There was only one reason that I could think of. Almost a year before all of this started, I had cheated on Sam. It was stupid, cliche of a situation. I'd gone for after-work drinks with some colleagues, and after countless pints, I'd ended up kissing someone. I won't say who, as I don't want to get them into trouble, but it meant nothing, and I wasn't even the one who instigated it, if that makes any difference. You probably think I'm a horrible person, but I meant everything I wrote earlier. I loved Sam, still do, and see the kiss as nothing more than a stupid, drunken, one-time thing. I wasn't about to embark on some kind of affair. Even so, I didn't tell Sam about it. She has always had a zero-tolerance policy on infidelity, and I was certain that if she found out, she'd leave me. But what if she had found out, and this odd behavior was her way of punishing me? I barely remembered the kiss, but I knew that it happened outside a pub in Covent Garden. Not exactly discreet. One of my colleagues could have seen us, or one of our friends maybe. Perhaps word had gotten back to her, and instead of lashing out, she decided to torture me instead. It didn't seem like something Sam would do, but I knew how she felt about cheating, and to be honest, the alternative, impending madness, seemed more frightening. The next morning we had breakfast together in the living room. This wasn't unusual. We like to carve out moments together away from our desks. She didn't mention what had happened the night before, and I didn't bring it up. I'd decided I was going to tell her about the kiss, but in the moment I bottled it. Instead, I said something like, "Hey, are we okay?" She turned to me, still chewing her toast, and frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" she said. "Are you happy with me? With us?" She took my hand. "Where's this come from?" "I don't know. I just feel a bit disconnected from you, I guess." "I don't think there's anything wrong," she said. Her voice was gentle. "Do you?" "No," I said. "No, look, I'm sorry. I love you." "I love you too," she said, squeezing my hand. I let out a heavy sigh. I hadn't realized how much I needed to hear those words. "I'm sorry. I think I'm just getting in my head. Probably spent too much time in the house this week." She smiled. "Let's go for a walk at lunch." And then she went back to her toast. At first I felt good, as if we'd cleared the air, but I quickly realized that nothing had changed. She didn't know about the kiss, or if she did, she wasn't willing to bring it up. Complete mental breakdowns was still a possibility. The following week passed without incident. There was no whispering between rooms, no late-night verbal abuse. I was still thinking about discussing the whispering with Sam, but it seemed a bit silly now. And to be honest, I didn't want to frighten her. I would tell her about the kiss, but not right away. When the time was right. I remember we got takeaway on that Friday night and watched Sharknado while getting drunk on homemade margaritas. 2 days later, I left our flat, and I haven't been back since. As with other incidents, there was no build-up to what happened on Saturday night. We'd spent the day in London, visiting a gallery and having some drinks with friends. We came home, had sex, and then went to bed. I was woken up around 2 a.m. I heard the whispering again, but it was different this time, like a rhythmic chant. Little B word over and over and over. I immediately groped for the lamp and snapped it on. The voice fell silent. I turned to question Sam, but to my surprise, she was gone. Her side of the bed was neatly folded down, which was odd, as I'd seen her get under the covers. I called out her name, but she didn't reply. My first thought was that she was in the bathroom, but the door to our ensuite was open and the room was dark. "Sam?" I called again. And then I saw her, or rather, I saw her eyes. Our bedroom opens out onto a small landing that leads to a staircase. That night the bedroom door was open, and from the glow of the lamp, I could just about make out the banisters and the shadowy stairwell. And there she was. She was peering between the banisters. I don't know how else to describe it. I could only see the top half of her head from the nose up, but the light was catching her hair and reflecting off her eyes. She was staring at me between the wooden bars. No, not just staring. Glaring. "Sam?" I said again, whispering this time. She didn't reply. I sat in bed for a while. I'm not sure how long. She didn't move or look away. She continued to stare. She didn't blink. Her eyelids seemed to have disappeared completely. I got up and stood beside the bed. Her eyes followed me, but her head was perfectly still. I won't lie. I was afraid. I took one step and then another, her eyes moving ever so slightly to cover my movements. I wanted to look away, but I was mesmerized. It was like staring at a stranger, and although her eyes were wide and intense, they were also dull and empty, like those of a drunk. "Sam?" I said again. She was standing in the doorframe now, about to step into the hall. I reached for the light switch, but didn't press it. I was truly terrified, too scared to breathe. The switch felt like a trigger. When I pressed it, she would start screaming, run at me, pull me down the stairs, and smash my head against the steps. But those eyes, she was still staring at me, unblinking, unmoving, turning the dial on my fear until I could barely move, hardly think. I flicked the switch. The naked bulb pinged into life, and I squinted against the glare. I looked down at Sam and saw that she was blinking and holding a hand up to block the light. Then she looked down at her feet and through the banisters towards our bed. Her face was scrunched up, her eyes slits, and her face puffy. "What happened?" she said eventually. "I don't know," I said. "Was I sleepwalking?" "I don't know." Something about my voice must have betrayed my fear or my suspicion. "Are you okay?" she said. "Yeah, fine." She moved to touch me, but I flinched away. "What's up?" she said. I could tell she was hurt and annoyed. "You were whispering again." "What?" Her face fell, and I saw something in her eyes. Disbelief, maybe, and something else. Defensiveness. "What was I saying?" "It doesn't matter," I said. "Mark, come on." She was fully awake now and her eyes were bright. "Look, we're tired. Let's go to sleep." She nodded, but I could tell she was still upset. "I'm going to sleep on the sofa." "Really?" she said. I nodded and headed to the spare room for bedding. When I moved back to the landing, she'd closed the door and the bedroom light was off. I didn't sleep the rest of that night, and in the morning I told her everything. About the kiss and the 2 words she'd been saying over and over again. Naturally, she focused on the kiss, and when I stupidly told her that it didn't matter, and that the whispering was more important, she just became more angry. Eventually, I offered to leave, and she agreed that I should. A week passed with no word. I wrote out a few messages, apologies, and longer, more argumentative messages about the whispering, but I didn't send any of them in the end. I kept thinking about the glaring, the whispering. Was that how she really felt about me? And if she hadn't known about the kiss, then why did she feel that way? What had I done wrong? It could have been a subconscious thing, or maybe it was senseless and random, but I realized it had affected me. I wasn't ready to go back to her. I couldn't face the idea of sharing a bed with her. I eventually messaged her saying I needed to take some time. She thought that was a good idea. That was 3 weeks ago. She hasn't been in touch since. I'm not sure if we've broken up or if we're on a break, but I don't see myself shaking this feeling anytime soon. There are moments when I think I overreacted, and maybe I should have been more sensitive. Maybe she is suffering some sort of episode and she needs my support. But then I remember what it was like in that room when she was glaring at me. The tone of her voice when she whispered those 2 words in my ear. Knowing that someone else has experienced something like this would be of great help. I've had a look online and can't find anything. It wasn't sleepwalking. Not really. And I don't think I'm losing my mind. Like I said, I do love Sam and still want to be with her, but I need answers before I can move forward. Please, message me in the comments section below. Greetings world. So apparently people share their supernatural experiences on here, so I thought I'd share mine. Okay, so before I begin, let me start with some basic information. First of all, I've never been one for the supernatural. I'm not an active believer, but I usually find myself doubting stories of demons or ghosts. However, I would call myself a sensible person. So on the off chance that it is real, I try not to mess with those sort of things. While other children would be saying Bloody Mary or using a Ouija board, you'd find me upstairs eating a snack. The simple truth is, I don't think it's a good idea to mess with the supernatural. If it isn't real, then it's pointless. And on the off chance that it is real, I'd rather not poke it with a stick. I also consider myself very good at spotting turnaround points. For example, when I was 10 I saw something in the lake at a summer camp I was attending. The camp was for kids who were starting to go blind, like me. I was one of the few there with usable sight left, and I swear I saw something in the water of that lake. It was dark, big, and looked dangerous. It could have been a large catfish for all I know, but I felt a shiver up the back of my spine that kept me firmly out of the water for the rest of the camp. I refused to touch the lake, regardless of punishment out of that fear. The part of my brain that says turn around has always been a part I listen to. Now, for a minor additional detail, I have a job at my local gas station. I would mostly be a cashier and janitor for the place. This was fine for me. Even blind, you just have to clean entire sections. And working a cash register is easy with certain accommodations. So I suppose that brings us to the elephant in the room. I'm blind. Being blind means that I have to trust in my other senses. My hearing, my touch. This often means I can mistake things for other things, or get scared of what doesn't exist. Once, for example, I mistook my mother doing some maintenance on our lawnmower as a growling dog. So yeah, I recently acquired a coworker on my shift. His job is to just maintain the shelves, make sure people who need assistance can get gas, and do all the stuff I won't do. It's just the two of us, working that 6-hour shift every day, including weekends. I don't know why he works all week. I do so because I have nothing better to do. His name was Joe, and we worked together. It has been a week since Joe started working with me, but something is off about him. He's incredibly quiet, and doesn't speak unless spoken to. This has become a bit of a problem for me, since I can only detect him when the gas station is quiet, and I hear him moving and breathing. To mention ages, I'm about 20, whereas he, I'm told, is 23. We rarely talk, and even then it's usually nothing but a quick exchange of sentences started by me. I'll yell out Joe, hear him say yeah from somewhere around the store, and ask him either to do something, help me with something, or help a customer. He rarely says more to me than of course and I'll do that for you. His voice is quiet and thin, often as low as a whisper. He really doesn't make it easy on me to find him in the store, but I try. The way I met him was my boss showing up the evening of my shift and saying, "This is Joe. He's going to be working with you, Marcus." I've worked this shift alone for a year now, so I wondered why he was there, and I asked her, "Well, we need someone to cover for those areas where you're weak," was her main reason. I accepted this. I had always had trouble with customer service and stocking the shelves. His first day was fine. I showed him around, my white cane tapping across the linoleum, as I showed him the back room, the shelves, and the bathroom. It was his second when things got weird. I was standing at the cash register when I felt a shiver down my spine. Now I haven't gotten such a feeling in a while, and the place wasn't busy this time. I work late evenings into the night, so I thought on it. I remembered that time at camp when I had felt this feeling and I tried to figure out what was triggering it. That's when I detected it. Behind me, there was the faintest sound of breathing. I turned around quickly and asked, "Joe?" There was a long pause of the same breathing before I got my response. "Yeah?" Joe said quietly from right in front of me. I spun my white cane forward, bumping it into his legs to figure out his distance from me. He was standing about 1.5 to 2 feet away. And before you ask me how I can judge such a distance, you get really good at that stuff when you can't physically see the distance. I then said to Joe, "How long have you been standing there?" 30 minutes, came the quiet reply. That was creepy, right? Look, I don't know about you, but someone standing behind you while you stood at a cash register for 30 minutes is very creepy. I responded somewhat nervously. Don't you have something better to do? His response? No, I finished all my tasks. I really had nothing to say to this, so I just responded with, then head to the back. I'm going to keep working. I didn't hear a response, but I did hear the light tapping of his footsteps. Now most of the time Joe's footsteps sound like a normal person's. The casual clump of rubber, or leather, or whatever on the bottom of your shoes against linoleum. They did not sound like that this time. It was an odd splat sound. Have you ever walked barefoot in your kitchen? That was the sound it made, rather than the mute of shoes. This was a weirder sound. I didn't think a lot of it at the time, but really, this should have been my first clue that something was up. I was just too weirded out by the idea of him watching me for 30 minutes to think of the sound of his feet. The next shift was really busy, so there wasn't really that much creepiness. I did meet an old woman named Pamela who spoke to me at the register for a solid 30 minutes. That was nice. It was the next shift that something strange happened. I was cleaning around our freezer section with a mop when I heard the tapping sound of shoes behind me. Turning around, I said, "Joe?" There was no pause this time. It was almost immediate. "Yeah?" It was too close. As if he was directly in my face, but in order to do that, he would have had to lean way forward and set it near my ears, which apparently he did. This sudden feedback made me jump, because normally I have to strain my ears to be able to hear him. I jumped, slipped on the soapy water, and fell over as I crashed onto the floor. I was slightly dazed for a second, but luckily I hadn't hit my head. I heard from above me, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay." "Ow," was my response from the floor. I felt a hand touch mine as Joe moved to help me up, but I moved my other hand to grasp his, and I bumped his shoulder with my hand. His skin was cold, like incredibly cold, and oily as if he was sweating a lot. The weirdest part was, his shoulder wasn't covered by cloth. It was bare. Now this could mean many things. He could simply be wearing unexpected clothing, like tank top or the like. It's not like gas station employees are known for our fashion sense, but he quickly backed away from me as I touched him, like he was afraid of me bumping into the rest of his body. He moved so fast that I lost my grip on his hand, and I had to steady myself on the nearby shelves. It hurt slightly. "Ow," I muttered again. Additionally, I had that chill again, that feeling of something is not right. Now my usual and understandable response to this feeling is to leave the area and never return. The only problem was, this was my work, my employment. It had taken me a while to get this job, and I wasn't going to give it up because of a weird feeling and a coworker who behaved oddly. "Thanks for that," I said, trying to both thank Joe for helping me up and reprimanded him for letting go so rapidly. All I heard was the sounds of his shoes vanishing. The next 2 days passed by. I could tell you of other weird things, like the time I heard running water in the break room for an entire hour, and when I asked Joe about it, all he said was, "It's my clothes. I'm washing them." Or the time I passed him as I entered the bathroom and he said, "Try not to be a stranger," as I walked past his pattering steps. I could even tell you of the 3 separate occasions I would be in the store at a quiet moment, and I would hear breathing behind me. I would always ask, "Joe?" The response was always, "Yeah?" In the end, the thing that got me to quit, the moment that made me post this rambling story, was a simple thing. He started to touch me, and when I explain, you'll understand that something supernatural was happening. It was towards the end of my shift last night. I was simply trying to figure out where the broom was in the closet off of the store, when I heard a patter behind me. Not the clunk of shoes, it was again the sound of a pair of feet on linoleum. I turned around as I felt something tap my clothed shoulder. Joe said my name, much louder than he normally did. It almost sounded like normal speaking volume. "Marcus?" My response was simple, "Yeah?" His next words sent that same chill up my spine that had started to become a more common presence in my life. "Don't move," he said quietly, as I felt his hand move onto my shoulder. It was that same cold, slimy thing, though it felt wrong somehow, almost like it was dead flesh. Or maybe that was just me panicking at the situation. His other hand moved onto my other shoulder and began to caress it. His voice was that same, loud as before. Finally, he spoke at a normal volume. "I like you. You can't see the problems." I was too terrified to be offended, though in hindsight, I am offended. What? I get liked because I'm blind? I didn't know he was ableist. "What problems?" I responded. "Shh, it's nothing." I felt his hands grip my shoulders again, tighter, and I felt something press against my stomach. Thinking now, it could have been his foot or leg. Perhaps he contorted himself into an odd position so he could touch my stomach, while keeping 2 hands on my shoulders. But I don't believe that. I swear he had a 3rd hand, touching my stomach with long fingers. This was the final straw. I heard him start to say something, but I was already lifting my white cane. For those of you who don't know, white canes are not sturdy, not even a little bit. They are less good than a solid tree branch in my opinion as a weapon. Mine was slightly better, made of a thin metal and a foldable design. Many solid white canes are not foldable, and are made of fiberglass, which, while light and easy to carry, makes for a terrible weapon. My cane, however, managed to hit his face. I had aimed for where the sound of his voice was coming from, and I had hit him. He let out a grunt, and I could feel his hands loosen slightly. I don't know why, but I simply took this moment to shove forward with my body, pushing outward against him. I don't know how strong he is, but I managed to shove him off of me, and I moved for the door. I did not, in fact, move towards the door quickly. I was disoriented, I could feel my cane was broken, and I needed to find the exit. I heard him quietly behind me as I moved away. "Aw, that's okay." He then made a shushing noise. "It will all be okay. I'll talk to you later." His voice sounded almost infantilizing, fetishistic. I don't know how to put it other than that it creeped me out. Eventually I found the door and just started running parallel to the side of the road, using the sound of traffic to guide me. Next to the gas station was a large cornfield, so I simply followed along the edge of it until I was too tired to run. Then, using my cell phone and the software known as Screen Reader and TalkBack, I called a Lyft and made it home. I emailed my notice of quitting to my boss. The reason? Harassment. I don't know if Joe was supernatural or not. The third hand could have been anything really. I'm just a scared guy, writing this post in my room. It's a rambling, badly edited mess that I'm not even going to proofread. I doubt you all can help me, unless you can somehow identify who or what Joe was. In short, I'm just telling you of my problem. It may have been supernatural, and you guys are apparently experts on that stuff. If you know what Joe was, or have seen him, let me know. I'm not going to reveal where the gas station is, simply because it is within walking distance of my home, and I don't want to accidentally dox myself. I found the job listing online. It was vague but intriguing. Assistant needed, $1,000 a week. No experience necessary. I was desperate for money and the pay was too good to pass up. I applied and got a response almost immediately. Thank you for your interest. Please come to the following address for an interview at 8 p.m. tonight. 8 p.m. was an unusual time for an interview, but I didn't question it. I arrived at the address, a nondescript office building in a deserted part of town. The lobby was empty, and I took the elevator to the 4th floor as instructed. A woman in a dark suit greeted me as I stepped out. She introduced herself as Miss Allen, and led me to a dimly lit office. She asked me a few basic questions, then handed me a contract. Welcome aboard. Your first task begins now. I barely had time to process her words before she handed me a black envelope. Take this to 1423 Willow Street. Do not open it. Leave it in the mailbox. I nodded, my heart racing. This was odd, but I needed the money. I took the envelope and left the building. 1423 Willow Street was an old, run-down house. I hesitated, then slipped the envelope into the mailbox as instructed. As I turned to leave, I heard a faint whisper. Thank you. I spun around, but no one was there. Shaking, I hurried back to the car. The next day, Miss Allen called me. Good job. Now for your next task. She instructed me to pick up a package from a storage unit and deliver it to an address on the outskirts of town. Again, I was not to open it. I arrived at the storage unit and found the package easily. It was a small wooden box, oddly heavy. I placed it in my car and drove to the address Miss Allen had given me. The house was isolated, surrounded by dense woods. I left the package on the porch and was about to leave when the door creaked open. An elderly man peered out, his eyes cloudy and unfocused. Did you bring it? He rasped. I nodded and hurried back to my car, unnerved by the encounter. Over the next few weeks, the tasks became stranger. I delivered more packages, picked up mysterious items, and even stayed overnight in abandoned buildings. Each time, the instructions were clear. Follow the rules exactly. Do not ask questions. One night, Miss Allen called with a new task. Go to the old cemetery on Elm Street. There's a mausoleum in the center. Enter it and place this candle on the altar inside. Light it, then leave immediately. I arrived at the cemetery just before midnight. The air was thick with fog, and the only sound was the crunch of gravel under my feet. I found the mausoleum and pushed open the heavy iron door. Inside, the air was cold and stale. I placed the candle on the altar, lit it, and turned to leave. As I reached the door, I heard a low moan. I froze, then bolted out of the mausoleum, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. That night, I couldn't sleep. The moan echoed in my mind. The next morning, I found a new envelope under my door. Final task. Return to the mausoleum and retrieve the candle. I didn't want to go back, but I needed the money. I arrived at the cemetery just as the sun was setting. The fog was even thicker than before. I forced myself to enter the mausoleum and found the candle still burning on the altar. I picked it up and a chill ran down my spine. As I turned to leave, the door slammed shut. I was plunged into darkness. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Welcome to your new home. Panic set in. I pounded on the door, but it wouldn't budge. My phone buzzed again. You shouldn't have taken the job. Watch out. I stared at the message, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The air in the mausoleum felt heavy, pressing down on me. I tried to call Miss Allen, but the call wouldn't go through. My phone buzzed again. There's no way out. Desperation set in. I felt along the walls, searching for any kind of escape. The stone was cold and unyielding. I banged on the door, screaming for help, but my voice echoed back at me, the sound swallowed by the darkness. Suddenly, a soft light appeared in the corner of the room. I turned to see the candle I had picked up, now floating in midair. It began to move, tracing a path along the floor. I followed it, the flickering light my only guide. The candle led me to a small, hidden door at the back of the mausoleum. I pushed against it, and to my surprise, it opened with ease. I stepped through into a narrow, dimly lit tunnel. The candle floated ahead, illuminating the way. I followed the tunnel, my heart pounding. It seemed to stretch on forever, the air growing colder with each step. I could hear whispers, faint and indistinct, coming from the walls. They seemed to be urging me forward, but their tone was menacing. Finally, the tunnel opened up into a small chamber. In the center was a stone altar, and on it lay a book bound in worn, cracked leather. The candle floated above the book, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I approached the altar and saw that the book was open. Its pages were filled with strange symbols and cryptic writing. My phone buzzed again. Read aloud. I hesitated. Everything in me screamed to turn back, to escape this nightmare, but I felt a strange compulsion to obey. I took a deep breath and began to read the words on the page. As I spoke, the air around me seemed to vibrate. The whispers grew louder, more urgent. The symbols on the page began to glow, and I felt a cold swirl around me. The candle's flame flared up, casting a blinding light. When I finished reading, the light disappeared, plunging the chamber into darkness. I felt a presence behind me, something cold and malevolent. I turned slowly, my heart in my throat. Standing there was a figure cloaked in shadows, its eyes glowing a sickly green. It reached out a hand towards me, and I felt an icy grip around my heart. My phone buzzed one last time. You have freed me. Now you belong to me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The figure stepped closer, its grip tightening. I felt my strength drain away, my vision darkening. Just as I was about to black out, the grip loosened. The figure vanished, and the chamber was once again illuminated by the soft glow of the candle. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. My phone buzzed again, and I shakily pulled it from my pocket. Congratulations, you passed the final test. Your service is no longer required. I don't know whether to feel relieved or terrified. I stumbled out of the chamber, the candle guiding me back through the tunnel to the mausoleum. The door, which had been firmly shut, was now open. I stepped out into the cool night air, my heart still racing. I drove home in a daze, not fully comprehending what had happened. When I got there, I found a package on my doorstep. Inside was a letter and a stack of cash. Thank you for your service. This is your final payment. Do not attempt to contact us again. I looked at the money, then at the letter. It was over, but the feeling of dread lingered. I knew that, no matter what, I would never be free of the memories of those nights. The whispers, the figure in the dark, and the final chilling words stayed with me. And sometimes, late at night, I could still hear them. Watch out. There is a pond on the edge of my town behind a large willow. I've never seen it being used. I've never seen a duck swimming in it, or even leaves or other sea creatures, let alone people taking a bath or just dipping their feet in it. Every time I passed by the pond, it was like walking past a ghost town. It was eerie to see how deserted it was, how the water surface remained still and smooth as glass, even during windy weather conditions. But despite the strange power emanating from it, I couldn't help but admire its purity and beauty. When I stopped in front of the pond with my bike for the first time, my gaze was captivated. I stared at the oval outline, the reflection of the surface, the plants growing on the bank, and the dusk that shone colorfully on the horizon and rounded off the beauty of the pond. I'm sure I sound crazy for wasting so much time and emotion describing a pond. Even my parents thought I was crazy when I raved about it one night at the dinner table. But it's important that I tell you about it, considering what happened 3 weeks ago. I was on my way to school when I saw an ambulance drive past me. It was heading straight for the edge of town and turned into the grassy area where the willow was. I didn't think anything of it at first and went to school as normal. In the afternoon, during the last lesson, we were all surprised when our school principal made an announcement and said that we should watch out on the way home or have our parents pick us up. That was all that was said. On the way out, I heard students everywhere throwing around theories and rumors. I often heard missing student, disappeared, and murdered. But there were also really nonsensical things, so I didn't pay any attention to them at first. My father came and picked me up just to be sure. I was surprised because he was still supposed to be at work and would only pick me up in the worst case scenario. However, I dismissed it as a good gesture from a parent and didn't think much of it. I was a little worried about my girlfriend Rachel though, because she would probably expect me to take her home, but my father insisted that I get into the car without arguing. I did as I was told. When I brought up the subject of the principal's announcement at the dinner table that evening, everyone suddenly became quiet. My parents looked at each other worriedly. I sat up curiously and asked, "Do you know more about it? Does it have something to do with the ambulance this morning?" My mother sipped her tea and said, "It turns out that student from your school went missing this morning. It is believed that he was kidnapped because his bag was found, but I don't think that's enough evidence." I swallowed hard and finally asked where the bag was found. My mother replied that it happened on the outskirts of the town next to the big willow. I would like to justify myself and make it clear that I was 16 years old at the time, and still in the phase where I would try anything. If someone had bet me that I could ride a skateboard across a dilapidated bridge, I probably would have done it. My thirst for adventure was too great for that. When I finally found out that someone had disappeared at the pond, I knew I had to go to the scene myself. Luckily, there was no school the next day, so I rode my bike to the outskirts of town. I had told my parents I would stop by Rachel's house and check on them. They were still fresh out of bed, so they probably weren't too concerned about it. But I also felt bad that I hadn't gone to visit Rachel, so I decided to go to her house straight after my explorations. When I arrived at the pond, I saw that the crime scene had been removed. There was no bag and the whole area around the willow was as green and unused as ever. I saw no change at the pond either. It couldn't be possible that the missing student was in the water, otherwise he would have been found immediately. I dared to step onto the bank and take a closer look. The water was clearer than the sky could ever be, and offered a clear view of what was happening in the ground. Here and there roots were sticking out, and you could see the loose rocks that had probably been thrown in. Otherwise, the entire ground was just sand. Sand like in a desert, wavy, hilly, and smooth, almost untouched. The view of the pond was simply majestic. I had the urge to reach in and see if the water would feel as great on my skin, but I was stopped by a loud scream in the background. I pulled my hand away and turned around. A person emerged from behind the willow. She was about my age, well dressed, and her brown hair looked like she had been combing it 100 times non-stop. Rachel. She came straight up to me and raised her finger like a strict teacher. Where have you been yesterday? A classmate went missing and I had to walk home alone. Is that how you treat your girlfriend? Rachel has always been very hot-tempered and could be quite bossy. But at that moment, I was overcome with shame. I really should have gone to see her the day before and walked her home. I really didn't know what I was thinking. I apologized to Rachel and was about to embrace her, but she pushed me away. You can make it up to me by taking me home now. But first, you stop at the mall and get me something. I nodded vigorously and promised to make it up to her. I hated acting like that, but Rachel just had this power that made you feel bad for yourself. My mother had brought it up to me once, but I didn't want to listen to her because I had just gotten together with Rachel, and I was head over heels in love with her. What are you even doing here? Rachel asked. I had completely forgotten why I was here at that moment, but I didn't want to tell her about the connection I possibly found between the pond and the missing student because she would think I was crazy. So I just told her that I was here to feed the ducks. Rachel laughed. There aren't even ducks here. This pond has just been a decoration for ages, so the lawn doesn't look so deserted. But it's so beautiful. You have to look at it and see how clear it is, I said, a little too excited for my liking. Rachel eyed me confusedly too. Without raising her eyebrows any further, I instead took her hand and led her to the shore. I asked her to take a look, which she did. Don't you see how clear the water is? As if you're looking into a portal where a beautiful desert landscape is visible, right? I thought Rachel would at least understand what I was trying to say, or just shrug her shoulders and leave, but her reaction was more than surprising. She frowned and recoiled slightly, as if she had seen something strange. What's that? She said, stammering. Then she looked at me. Is this some kind of joke? I stood there rooted to the spot, feeling guilty for some reason. I knew it was just Rachel's persuasive ability to make me feel bad, but I was genuinely curious as to what she was getting at. Can't you see that? She asked louder this time. I did as she told me and looked into the water too, albeit a little hesitantly, eager to see what had frightened her so much. But I saw nothing, just the clear water with the sandy bottom. I told Rachel I didn't see anything and she hit me on the head. Don't act like that. Of course you can see it. She turned back to the surface and screamed at her own reflection. No, stop that. I've said you must stop. Now. I felt a mixture of confusion and panic. I really didn't know what Rachel was doing, but at that moment all I cared about was her well-being. Her behavior came out of nowhere and was so strange that I really wondered if she was still the Rachel I had come to know and love. Just as I was about to grab her and pull her away from the edge, something happened that would haunt me for the rest of my life like a recurring nightmare. Rachel reached for the water as if she wanted to attack it and sank into the pond. Even though the area near the bank was less than 3 feet deep, I couldn't see her when she hit the surface. The water was crystal clear. Panicking, I dug my hands into the water and searched for my girlfriend. I couldn't feel any hands, feet, or even a strand of her hair. She didn't make a sound. Aside from my hands splashing in the water and my desperate screams, the pond was dead silent. I jumped inside, stopped thinking about the mysterious strength of the pond, and dug my hands and feet deep into the sand, searching in vain for Rachel. The sand felt incredible on my skin. After 20 minutes, I had waded through the entire pond and had no luck. Rachel was gone. I got out of the pond and sobbed. I didn't know what to do. My only thought was how Rachel's parents would take the news that their daughter had disappeared without a trace. I still hoped that she would mysteriously turn up somewhere. I didn't care how unlikely it seemed. I wanted to hold on to that tiny spark of hope. I got on my bike and hurried away from the pond, away from the willow. My mind, however, worked on its own and made my head turn back once more. Despite the great distance I had covered, the pond was still clearly in my field of vision, piercing my heart with its heavenly appearance. After the incident with Rachel at the pond, everything that came afterwards happened so quickly. I told Rachel's parents about her disappearance, trying to explain everything as plausibly as possible, without mentioning that the pond had literally swallowed her. I also left myself out of the picture and limited my part to a random witness so that the investigation would not target me. It hurt my heart, but it was for the best. All of this happened 3 weeks ago, and Rachel is still missing. She has never been seen since the incident at the pond. Going to school became a nightmare. All I heard was Rachel's name. There were many expressions of condolence. Many of her friends came to me, hugged me, and had assured me that she would return safely, which I strongly doubted. But I also heard very negative voices about Rachel's absence, that she deserved it, that the world would be better off without her, etc. I had seen this coming because Rachel didn't exactly have a good reputation among us students. I ignored the people as best I could, and with each passing day the excitement died down a little. The school dedicated a day to commemorate the events. This has never happened before, but it was a very special case, as 2 students had disappeared at the same time. I also finally found out who the first missing person was, and I was actually a little relieved when I heard his name. His name is Riley, and he is one of those students who thinks it's cool to bully others. He has often caused younger students to see the nurse, and has never been seriously punished for it. I would have at least been somewhat understanding of his behavior if he had a difficult home life. But I've heard from friends that he grew up in wealthy circles, and his parents are the kind of people who defend their child at all costs. So it was no surprise when they recently planned to sue our school for poor protection measures. The lawsuit is still ongoing, but I don't see much hope for Riley's parents. Now Rachel and Riley were gone. Both were victims of an extraordinary perpetrator. And now I have only one question. What did they see in the pond that sealed their fate? And why couldn't I see it? Today I rode my bike up to the willow again, simply because my instinct told me to. But I didn't get very far because the pond was fenced off with barrier tape. At least it wouldn't claim any more victims in the future. I've always been a rather rational person, and never believed in things like karma. But lately I've been hearing this word from a lot of people, even from my mother. I try to ignore it as much as I can, but there's a part of my mind that just wouldn't stop telling me that Rachel has always been a bad person, and a horrible girlfriend. I've always loved kids and thought babysitting would be an easy way to earn some extra money while studying for my degree. When Mrs. Thompson called me out of the blue and asked if I could watch her two children, Lily and Max, for a few hours one evening, I didn't hesitate to say yes. She offered an incredible hourly rate and assured me that the kids were well behaved. The job seemed like a dream come true. The evening started off normally enough. I arrived at the Thompsons' home, a large old house on the outskirts of town, and was greeted by Mrs. Thompson, a pleasant woman in her mid-40s. She introduced me to Lily, a sweet 5-year-old with curly blonde hair, and Max, a quiet 7-year-old who seemed a bit shy. After a brief tour of the house, Mrs. Thompson handed me a list of rules and instructions. She looked at me with an intensity that made me uneasy. "These rules are very important, Hannah," she said. "Please follow them exactly." I nodded, taking the list from her. "Of course, Mrs. Thompson. I will." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Thank you. We'll be back around midnight." With that, she and Mr. Thompson left, and I was alone with the kids. I glanced at the list of rules, feeling a little silly. How hard could it be to babysit for a few hours? 1. Always keep the doors and windows locked. No problem. It was an old house, and I figured they just wanted to be safe. 2. Do not let the children play outside after dark. Fair enough. It was already evening, and the yard was surrounded by dense woods. 3. Do not answer the phone unless it rings twice in quick succession. A bit odd, but okay. 4. Bedtime is at 8 p.m. No exceptions. That seemed reasonable. 5. If you hear whispering, ignore it. Do not investigate. That one made me pause. What kind of whispering? But I shrugged it off as overprotective parenting. 6. If Lily starts singing, do not interrupt her. Wait until she finishes. Lily was humming to herself as she played with her dolls. It seemed harmless enough. 7. If Max asks you about the shadows, distract him immediately. Creepy, but probably just a way to keep his overactive imagination in check. 8. Under no circumstances should you go into the basement. That was fine with me. I hate basements. I put the list aside and joined the kids in the living room. They were watching a cartoon, and everything seemed perfectly normal. After a while, I made them dinner and helped them get ready for bed. As the clock struck 8, I tucked them in, read them a story, and turned off the lights. "Good night, Hannah," Lily whispered, her voice soft and sweet. "Good night, Lily. Good night, Max." I replied, closing the door gently behind me. I went back downstairs and settled onto the couch with a book. The house was quiet, the only sound the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Around 9 o'clock, the phone rang once, then twice in quick succession. Remembering the rule, I picked it up. "Hello? Hannah, it's Mrs. Thompson. How are things going?" "Everything's fine," I replied, glancing around the room. "The kids are asleep and everything's quiet." "Good," she said, sounding relieved. "Remember to follow the rules and everything will be fine." "Of course," I said, trying to sound confident. After we hung up, I went back to my book, but my mind kept drifting off to the rules. What did they mean by whispering, and why couldn't Max talk about shadows? Suddenly I heard a faint sound coming from upstairs. It was like a soft, rhythmic chanting. My heart skipped a beat as I realized it was Lily singing. Remembering the rule, I stayed where I was, listening to her song. It was a haunting melody, and it sent chills down my spine. She sang for what felt like an eternity before finally falling silent. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. This was ridiculous. It was just a song, but the house felt different now, like the air was thicker, heavier. A few minutes later I heard another sound, and this time it was from the hallway. It was a soft, whispering noise, just barely audible. I strained to hear what it was saying, but I couldn't make out any words. My first instinct was to get up and check on the kids, but the rule echoed in my mind. If you hear whispering, ignore it. I stayed on the couch, my heart pounding. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. It felt like it was coming from right behind me, but I forced myself to stay put. After a few agonizing minutes, it stopped. The house was silent again, but the sense of unease lingered. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate footsteps, coming down one step at a time. I turned toward the sound, my breath catching in my throat. Max appeared at the bottom of the stairs, his eyes wide and frightened. "Hannah?" he whispered. "The shadows are moving." I remembered the rule and quickly stood up. "Hey Max, do you want some hot chocolate? Let's go to the kitchen." He nodded, his eyes darting around the room as if he was afraid something might jump out at him. I took his hand and led him to the kitchen, trying to keep my voice light and cheerful. "Do you like marshmallows in your hot chocolate?" I asked, hoping to distract him. He nodded again, but his grip on my hand tightened. I made us both a cup of hot chocolate, and we sat at the kitchen table. Max kept glancing over his shoulder, his fear palpable. "Max, what did you see?" I asked gently, trying to keep my own fear at bay. "The shadows," he whispered. "They're watching us." A shiver ran down my spine. "It's okay, Max. You're safe here." He shook his head. "They're everywhere. They want to take us." I don't know what to say. I tried to reassure him, but his fear was contagious. I decided it was best to put him back to bed, and hoped he would fall asleep quickly. As we walked back up the stairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I tucked Max back into bed and stayed with him until his eyes finally closed. As I turned to leave the room, I caught a glimpse of movement in the hallway. My heart leaped into my throat, but when I looked again, there was nothing there. Back in the living room, I paced nervously, my mind racing. This job was turning out to be far more than I had bargained for. The rules, the whispering, the shadows. It all felt like something out of a nightmare. At around 11:30, the phone rang again, twice in quick succession. I answered it with a trembling hand. "Hannah, it's Mrs. Thompson. Is everything okay?" I'm not sure," I admitted. "Max was talking about shadows, and there's been strange noises." "Just follow the rules, Hannah," she said firmly. "We'll be home soon." She hung up before I could say anything else. I set the phone down, my hands shaking. What was going on in this house? A sudden noise from the basement made me jump. It was a soft, rhythmic thumping, like someone knocking on a door. The rule about the basement flashed through my mind. Under no circumstances should you go into the basement. I wanted to ignore it, to pretend I hadn't heard anything, but the sound was persistent. I took a deep breath, trying to muster my courage. Maybe it was just a loose pipe or an old furnace acting up. As I stood there debating what to do, the knocking grew louder, more insistent. Against my better judgment, I found myself moving toward the basement door. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Just as I was about to turn it, a voice behind me made me freeze. "Hannah, don't." I spun around to see Max standing at the top of the stairs, his eyes wide with fear. "Go back to bed, Max," I said, my voice shaking. "Please don't open the door," he whispered. "They'll get out." My heart pounded in my chest. "Who will get out?" "The shadows," he said, his voice barely audible. "They're trapped down there. If you open the door, they'll come for us." The fear in his voice convinced me to step back. I guided Max to his room and tucked him in once more, promising him that I wouldn't open the basement door. Back in the living room, I sat on the couch, my mind racing. The knocking continued, but I forced myself to ignore it. Whatever was down there, I didn't want to find out. Finally, just before midnight, the front door opened and Mrs. Thompson walked in, followed by her husband. Relief washed over me at the sight of them. "How was everything?" she asked, her eyes scanning the room. "It was eventful," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She nodded as if she expected that answer. "Thank you, Hannah. You did well." I gathered my things and headed for the door, eager to leave the house and its unsettling secrets behind. As I stepped outside, Mrs. Thompson's voice stopped me. "One last thing, Hannah." I turned to look at her. "Yes?" "Never speak of what happened here tonight, for your own sake." I nodded, too shaken to argue, and left the house. The drive home was a blur. My mind was filled with thoughts of shadows, whispers, and the rules I had barely understood. As I lay in bed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me home. The darkness in my room seemed thicker, more oppressive. I kept the lights on, unable to sleep, haunted by the events of the evening. The next morning, I woke up with deep, dark circles under my eyes. Despite barely sleeping, as I dragged myself to the bathroom, I noticed something odd in the mirror. There were faint, shadowy figures flickering behind me. I turned around quickly, but there was nothing there. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, a remnant of the night's terror. Over the following days, the occurrences escalated. I could see fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye, hear whispering voices when I was alone, and feel a chilling presence in my room at night. My grades started to slip, and I found it hard to concentrate on anything. Friends noticed the change in me, commenting on how tired and distracted I seemed. One night, as I was studying for an important exam, the power went out. I sat in the dark, trying to steady my breathing, when I heard the familiar whispering. It was louder now, almost as if it was inside my head. I clutched my ears and squeezed my eyes shut, but it didn't stop. Suddenly a cold hand grabbed my ankle, pulling me off my chair. I screamed and kicked, but there was nothing to fight against. The whispers turned into menacing growls, and the shadowy figures closed in around me. Just as quickly as it started, the power came back on and the shadows vanished. But the fear remained, a constant reminder that I was never truly alone. I knew that the shadows had followed me home. They were here to stay. No matter where I went, I could feel their presence lurking in the corners, watching and waiting. The babysitting job that seemed like a dream had turned into a never-ending nightmare. Desperate for a solution, I contacted Mrs. Thompson, hoping she could help me banish the shadows. She listened to my plight with a knowing expression and then reluctantly gave me a small, worn book titled Wardings Against the Dark. She explained that it contained rituals and protections that might help me rid myself of the shadows. I spent the next few nights carefully following the instructions in the book. I lit candles, burned herbs, and recited incantations. Each night the presence of the shadows seemed to weaken. On the third night, After completing the final ritual, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the shadows dissipated, leaving my room feeling lighter and more peaceful. Although the immediate threat was gone, the experience had left a permanent mark on me. I no longer took safety for granted and always followed the rules Mrs. Thompson had given me, even in my own home. I never took another babysitting job, and the memory of that night stayed with me, a constant reminder of the things that lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The true horror had just begun, and it was far from over, but at least, for now, I had found a way to keep the darkness at bay. I have this hobby of watching kids shows, even though I'm nearly in my 20s. I don't know why. Might be my autism or something, but I just like it, and that's all there is to it. When I get home after a boring day at school, I'd go to my room and watch anything available on my TV. Basically whatever is on Netflix, Stan, YouTube, and Prime. It just makes me feel nostalgic again. Everything was good until he appeared. I don't know who he is or what he wants, but even if he doesn't mean any harm, I don't know if he can be trusted. It happened 1 week ago. I was watching an episode of Arthur, can't remember which one, with a hot plate of garlic bread and a cup of Pepsi. Midway through the episode, I noticed something in the background. It looked like some kind of character, but all I saw was a black stick figure, standing behind a tree and observing the characters. I couldn't see him very well because of the show's quality, but I ended up shrugging it off. Must have been a small animation error. But last Thursday changed my mind a bit. I was in my bedroom once again. I was taking a break from the god-awful homework assignments, and to kill the boredom, I decided to watch DetentionAire. Watching cartoons always puts me at ease. It helps relieve stress from everyday life. Then I saw him again, peeking behind a corner. But I could see this character clearly this time. He looked like he was wearing pitch black clothing. His white skin was so bright that it almost looked like it was glowing, and his baggy eyes were a pale pink. No bloodshot eyes. I only got a good look of this character because as soon as he appeared, I paused the show and examined him like a captured wild animal. As I looked at this thing, I could already feel something was very wrong about him. It wasn't that he didn't match the show's art style, or his design felt Tim Burton-esque. There was another feeling. Dread. I snapped out of our staring contest as my mom called me to take out the trash. I shook my head and looked back at the ajar door, calling back that I was coming. Then I looked back at my TV, and as you would expect, gone. It's nothing. I'm just tired, I said to myself quietly, getting up as I left the room. I wish that was the answer. I really do wish that this character was a result of my mind being mean to me. On Saturday, my uncle came over for a barbecue dinner my mom and dad hosted. My uncle really loved crime drama shows, especially Breaking Bad. Tonight, I saw him watching Better Call Saul, and honestly, Saul Goodman was my favorite character. I never really liked drama shows, but I give both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul exceptions. I was in the living room, watching an episode, and I was getting sleepy, so I prepared to get off the sofa when I noticed someone. He was just sitting in a chair, like he was waiting. As we made eye contact, something then hit me. He was never observing any of the characters. He was observing me the whole time. "Hey mate, you okay?" my uncle said, noticing me freeze and staring at the TV so intently. I shook my head and excused myself, fast walking to my bedroom. The sightings kept getting more frequent. I saw him in shows like Teen Titans, Futurama, DuckTales, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Seinfeld. Yes, even that, I'm not joking. And so many more. He was always hiding in the backgrounds. And just as I thought I was going insane, it all suddenly stopped one morning. I was watching My Little Pony. I know, deal with it. And I expected to see him again, but he never showed up. I checked other shows, but he was never there. I was relieved, but when I went to the kitchen to make myself breakfast, my dad comes in and asks me if I left the living room TV on last night. No, I didn't. Why, you ask? I reply with a funny little smirk. Well, someone did, and all that was on the television was just plain old static. My dad replied. Weird, I said, still jokingly, but at the same time, I felt a little unnerved. This brings me up to last Wednesday night. Me and my parents were having dinner at a pub, and we unexpectedly meet one of my dad's many friends, and he wanted to do a selfie with us, so we did just that, although I was hesitant. When we got home, I got a notification from Facebook that my dad's friend had just posted our selfie. So I went to check it out. My dad, mom, and the friend are making dumb, silly faces, while I was closed-mouthed smiling. This photo looks perfectly Wait, who is that? I looked closely at the background and I nearly let my phone slip from my trembling grasp. He was behind us, outside the pub, peering through the glass, staring into the camera and at me. Any of my family members or friends haven't noticed him, like I'm the only one who can see him. My TV in my bedroom hasn't been used in a while. I don't want to get rid of it. My dad did give it to me after all. Just 2 days after the night at the pub, I was home alone with my dog Max. He's a Kelpie, and I still couldn't get the image of the character out of my head. So I basically locked me and my dog in my room, fearing that he might be in the house. Not even a minute later, he begins to whine and growl at the door, but no one tries to open it. No jiggling the doorknob, no knocks, nothing. This went on for 2 minutes before whoever was outside my bedroom walks away. I could hear faint footsteps going downstairs. I've also locked the window and closed the blinds, just in case. Whoever or whatever he is, I hope he leaves me alone soon. I have always preferred living alone. No wife, no roommates, and most importantly, no kids. I wanted a cat or dog, but still hadn't gotten over the death of my last one. That all changed one day when I was taking an evening walk and, in a dark alleyway, I saw a crying child. I looked around hoping this wasn't some kind of trap and finally approached her. "Hey there, kiddo, what's the matter?" She stopped crying and looked up at me. I don't know what to do. I don't want to go home where they're all mean to me, but I'm scared and hungry. I offered to take her across the street to the gas station to get a sandwich, to which she stopped crying and silently joined my side, still sobbing and scared. After getting a sandwich that she enthusiastically devoured, I took her to the police station. She said her name was Lilith. She was 10 years old, and upon research the state had no records of her parents or past. They wanted to put her in an orphanage, but she clung to my side. "No, I want to stay with him. He fed me, and he was nice to me." This poor girl acts like she never knew an act of kindness a day in her life. I didn't know how to take care of a child, but something akin to guilt came washing over me. The next day consisted of getting inspected and ultimately being deemed parent certified when they found out I had a good work from home job. Lilith, who I now call Lily, took to the house immediately. She liked looking in the fish tank of my aquarium. She was excited to have her own bedroom, and she loved running out in the yard. One thing about her I noticed is that this girl eats like there is no tomorrow. Oddly enough, she wasn't skin and bones when I met her, but she doesn't even have a trace of fat you would expect most kids her age to have. She looked like a mini adult. After eating 3 sandwiches and a bowl of ramen, she went to take a nap. I still haven't totally adjusted to having another living being other than fish and plants in the house. But she brought nice energy, and her always being hungry reminded me to eat something myself. I made a note to do something soon, otherwise she was going to bankrupt my grocery bill. I decided to take her out on a walk around the park area, hoping she would get tired and sleep easy tonight. To this day I regret doing this. On the walking path, a deer walked in front of us. What is that? Have you not seen a deer before? Is it edible? Yes, actually, though I don't eat them. Lily then walked up, even though I told her it might be dangerous. I then watched in horror as she transformed into something not human. A horizontal line formed on her stomach that opened to a large mouth filled with rows and rows of razor-sharp teeth. Black, corvid-like wings protruded from her back, and a dark circle dripping some kind of black ooze formed over her head. A large tongue like the tentacle of a squid wrapped around the deer and pulled it in. Blood splattered and bone crushed as she chowed on the deer like it was a candy bar. Then, like nothing happened, she turned back into her human form. That was delicious, I heard her say. Having no reaction myself except trying not to faint from the gruesome horror I had witnessed. We should go home, Dad. You don't look so good. From that point on, I was afraid. Feeding her felt more like I was making an offering to a malevolent deity. And one night I woke up at 3 a.m. to which my blood ran cold when I saw her at the foot of my bed. Dad, I'm hungry. I got up and made her 2 ham sandwiches. To avoid losing all my food in 3 days and keeping my bill down, I had to resort to more drastic measures. We would go on walks in the woods where we would go deer hunting, and I would let her eat her fill before returning home. On days when we couldn't find deer, I would take her to the rancher when I knew the farmer wasn't home and let her eat a whole cow. With the mess that got left behind, they always ruled up to an animal attack. The thing that got me the most is that when she's not acting like a voracious monster, she was the happiest little girl in the world. She loved having her hair brushed, making daisy chains, and I even bought a Switch so we could play Smash Bros together. I really enjoyed having her around, maybe because I was too lonely before. One evening we went on a walk in town, and we were stopped on the sidewalk. One man was in front of us with a crowbar. Well, well, look at that. He then had an accomplice with a switchblade behind us. Make this easy on yourself, pal, and leave the girl. I was once again afraid not just of the men, but of something happening to Lily. I didn't notice when one of the men walked up to me and whacked at my knee with a crowbar. Dad! I heard Lily yell as blood rang through my ears and pain shot through my knee. He grabbed her by the arm, and she transformed. What the? I heard the men yell, as she coiled her tongue around his leg and dragged him into her maw like he was livestock. His friend tried to run for it, but she devoured him as well. His screams must have lit up the silent night ambience, but I was in too much pain. My world was spinning. My hearing was muffled and my vision was blurring. Finally, I came out of it long enough to pull the phone out of my pocket and call an ambulance. Sweetie, if the cops ask you what happened, or anyone asks, I was hit by a speeding car. She nodded, and moments later the ambulance arrived to take me to the hospital. After getting a cast and some crutches, I was allowed to return home. I'm glad my job was work from home, so I don't have to worry about a babysitter, and I was going to homeschool her when the season started. I told her never to transform in front of other people and to never eat another human being again. She agreed to all of it. One night I walked outside and saw her staring at the sky. "Hey, Sweet Pea, what are you looking at?" "What are those lights in the sky?" "Those are stars, sweetie." "They look delicious. I hope one day I can go up there and eat every last star." "I know you will one day, sweetie." I'm still terrified of her. And yeah, I know I live with a monster, but when you love someone, you look past the flaws. She gave me someone to work hard for, and I love her, and she loved me. I think, or at least, I hope. This was by no means my dream home, but it was a cheaper place to stay than my last one and a lot closer to work. The real estate agent was giving me the whole tour, and then we went into the basement and that's when I saw it. At the end of the basement hallway was a large iron door. We couldn't get that open, and it seemed to be rusted shut. Don't worry, we think it's just an old food storage room. I wasn't really worried about it. In fact, I was curious as to what may have been behind that door. I signed the paperwork, and for $280,000, the 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom was mine. It was about a month in, and I had fully completed the move. I then procured tools needed to breach the iron door under my house. I used sawzall, blow torches, and pry bars. After a week of working on it, I finally got the door to come off its hinges. I backed away as it fell to the ground with a loud, echoing thud, and then looked on the other side of the frame to see a large mine, complete with structure beams and a mine cart that stood motionless. The first thing I did was call my friends, Ashley and Jack, to come take a look at it. They fancied themselves urban explorers, and if anyone was going to have the right tools for the job, it would be them. Jack was thrilled. He thought it might have been an abandoned gold mine. Ashley, on the other hand, was skeptical about why it was abandoned and locked in the first place. I, for one, should have listened to Ashley. We spent the day acquiring gear, ropes, flashlights, provisions, also pencil and paper for a map, and finally a camcorder. We ventured down into the mine's opening, small and claustrophobic. It was so dead silent I could hear the sound of water coming from further in the caves. "Maybe there's an underground river nearby," Jake says enthusiastically. As we walked through the tunnels, we could see that they seemed to be mining coal. It was getting harder to distinguish things because the walls were starting to get covered in thick webs. Layer upon layers of sticky silk stretched across the beams, and even trying to block our path. Jake had a pocket knife and was able to cut through it for us, but it dulled the blade and was a daunting task. What could make a web this big? I immediately got my answer when we shined our light down the hallway as it illuminated the biggest spider I had ever seen in my life. It skittered into a rock fissure above us, but it was so big I could hear its sickening footsteps across the wall. Its legs were long, black, and spindly. It had a green pattern on its back, and 8 large eyes that reflected light. Did you guys see that? No way I imagined it. Jake continued to walk forward, and as he did, his foot stepped on something that almost caused him to trip. It was a human skull. Looking around, we could see the skeletal remains of many, each wearing miners' hats, and each bound to the walls with cobwebs. That's when we noticed that mine went into a large cavern, and when we shined our lights on it, our blood collectively ran cold. At the heart of this cavern was a colossal spider the size of a small house or a large shed. 8 eyes reflected the light back at us, and venom dripped from fangs that looked more like katana blades. Surrounding it were dozens upon dozens of spiders like the one we had seen earlier. We turned around and we booked it. We didn't give them a chance to catch up to us, though as we ran through the webbing, We could hear skittering across the walls as though they were giving pursuit. Luckily for us, they weren't fast. Ashley dropped the camcorder and grabbed the map as we ran through the tunnels. We could hear the sound of crawling fade away, and noticed it made the same sound as what we thought was running water. We figured this meant they had given up the chase as we got further away. As soon as we made it back to the surface, I wasted no time in packing everything up, and getting out of there hoping to stay at a hotel until I could sell the house and get a new one. The next day I went back to the house to repack everything back up to put it in storage, for as long as it took me to find a house that wasn't teeming with spiders. I told them that I managed to open the iron door, and the mine began seeping poison gas into the house. I didn't tell them about the spiders because they wouldn't believe me. I am writing this on my laptop from a hotel, nerves shot with the newfound arachnophobia. Jake and Ashley don't talk about the mines or the event, and they have given up on urban exploring. But the thing that bothers me is, if those spiders were down there for so long, what or who were they feeding on? For so long through middle school, we used to venture out into the woods, and one day we came across this oddity. Michael thought it was being used to grow weed. Patrick thought it was just an abandoned hunter's post. But if it was abandoned, then why did it have a padlock on it? My friend Carlson speculated it was used by human traffickers. We all had wild theories about what may have been behind the doors of that ominous shed in the middle of the woods. And multiple times we said that we were going to bust in and see what it was for ourselves. And every time we ended up getting cold feet. However, school was ending, summer was approaching, and we would all be going our separate ways as Michael was moving and Carlson was going to a different school. We were all trying to decide on what we would do with our last days together, and we all had the answer in the back of our minds. We were going to put the mysterious shed behind us and see for ourselves what was in it once and for all. After school, we grabbed some water and our bikes and rode out for the portion of the woods we usually ride around and play in. It was a noon dismissal, so we had plenty of time to figure out what was in that shed and go about the rest of our last day together. The journey was uneasy. I don't know if it was the sadness of knowing that our friends were going away, the excitement of solving an age-old mystery, or if it was something else entirely. I would almost call it a sense of dread, but what was so scary about a creepy tool shed in the middle of the woods? Finally, after about 20 minutes, we arrived. The small metal structure stood like a sentinel against the overgrowth that had encroached upon it, bearing marks from animals attempting to get in. Carlson took out a pair of pliers to cut the rusted chains around the doors. I still can't believe your dad let you use that. He didn't let me. He was just too drunk to see me take it. With a snap, the rusted chains gave way and fell to the ground. The doors began to swing open, and I could almost hear the sound of everyone's heart pumping in anticipation. The doors swung open to nothing but a small writing desk and a hatch that led further underground. Well, this was disappointing, Patrick blurted out. Come on, guys, there has to be something interesting in here. Maybe check the drawers for some lost cash. We looked around and all we found were notes, too time-worn to make out any sentences and symbols. We were about to leave when Carlson opened the hatch. We looked down and saw a ladder that descended onto a concrete stone floor. Dude, this is getting creepy. I shared Michael's sentiment. Whatever is down there was something we were never meant to see. Come on, guys, we came here to do a job and... let's see what all the hype was about. I'm going down. Carlson said brave and foolhardy. Upon seeing he didn't die instantly, his courage became infectious and we all descended downwards into the dark cellar. It was cold, unnaturally so. None of us had brought our flashlights, so we had to waste precious phone battery and use the flashlight apps. A single stone corridor stretched out into an almost infinite hallway with doors on each side of the hall. None of the doors had windows, so we couldn't see what might have been occupying these foreboding chambers. Dude, this is starting to get creepy. Maybe we should head up. Head up if you want, but this is starting to get interesting. Carlson went to open one of the vaults, even though we urged him not to. Surprisingly, the doors opened. They were not locked or rusted shut. Carlson had nothing to say, but stood there silently looking into the room. When we all joined him, we could see what he was staring at. It was a skeleton, and it looked to be in the shape of a man, but with the skull of a deer, antlers and all. Maybe it was a hunter. Nobody bought that. Whatever we were looking at wasn't the skeleton of a human, that's for sure. The other rooms we opened were similar, but some had more skeletons. Some had dresses made of animal fur that were ruined and writhing with insect larvae. Some had fashion jewelry that looked like it came from rocks and animal bones. The stench of it was becoming unbearable, so finally we made it to the final door at the end of the hallway. As we opened it, we saw that it wasn't another cell, but a laboratory of sorts. Beds with straps and restraints, another writing desk with a human skeleton in the chair, and a shelf that still had vials of odd color liquids. Upon further investigation, we found a notebook, one that wasn't so tattered, and we used our flashlights to read through the contents. 13th of October, 2001. We had been getting reports of strange sightings in the woods. People report bipedal deer stalking them, and reporting the sightings as close to town as the edge of the woods. The police and state park have been notified. 16th of October, 2001. A boy went missing in the woods and was found by a collaboration of police and state park rangers. He was found with his insides torn out in a puddle of gore. That's when we found the animal that had attacked him. A bipedal deer as described by the townsfolk. It took a lot of bullets to kill it, and we didn't know who to call this into. We called the CDC for fear it may be carrying a disease. 19th of October, 2001. The CDC has passed this case down to an unnamed government branch who wants to set up a surveillance in the woods. We aren't being told anything, however, as a wildlife ranger. They wanted me with them to help chart the area. I have a bad feeling about this. 25th of October, 2001. They began construction on an underground facility. Well, when I saw begun, I mean they took an old bomb shelter that belonged to a John Doe and converted it into a laboratory. We have named these creatures the Voracious. Probably a play on the fact these creatures seem entirely driven by the need to feed. What gets me is how human they look, and the fact they seem to possess some language, but we don't know what it means, nor do we have references in any known language. 1st of November, 2001. I had to sign an NDA about everything that happens in my time here. They finally let me into the laboratory they had set up, where they were doing horrific experiments upon the Voracious. Their teeth are razor sharp, and we have no idea how many there are in the woods, but speculate they have been here for a long time. A very long time. Our phone's batteries were getting low, and the lights were starting to flicker. We all decided to go back up. The run-down hallway was terrifying, seeing as how I was expecting a door to fly open, and those monsters to pop out at me at any moment. We all made it to the surface and bolted out of the shed as fast as possible. Even though it was broad daylight, I still felt like we were being watched from every angle. The treetops, the thickets. I couldn't wait to get out of those woods. We reached the houses and made a silent vow to never talk about what we found in the shed. I, however, kept the book and continued to read through the notes. They were unremarkable. only detailing the ranger's ascension of authority, the more he worked on this case, until I reached the final entry. 1st of December, 2001. We heard gunfire and screaming coming from the grounds outside. They have us surrounded. There must be dozens of them. Where did they all come from? I hope whoever finds this journal can help spread the truth that there is something evil in these woods. Cannibalistic fiends they are. Fire is their only known weakness. I can hear them clawing at the shed above. The rest of the text is ineligible from water stains, probably from tears. I am in high school now, and to this day I still refuse to go into the woods. I still set my own curfew before sundown, and I still hear stories about people who go into the woods and never come back. And some nights, when I look out my window into the dark woods, bloodshot eyes stare back at me. I used to love Disney when I was a little girl. I had every lunchbox, water bottle, backpack, and notebook with Mickey's face on it that I could get my 6-year-old hands on. I would doodle the clubhouse characters during class, and I would ask to go to Disney World every year for my birthday. My family wasn't the wealthiest, so the answer was usually no. My dad would work overtime, and my mom worked 2 jobs. So I would spend a lot of time at home alone. I would sit on the couch and watch reruns of my favorite shows and movies until I passed out, and I would always wake up tucked into my bed. It was to my surprise that after asking to go again for my 7th birthday, they finally said yes. My dad had gotten a big promotion, and they combined the bonus that he received with money that they'd been saving up just for this occasion. My parents have helped me so much in my life, but there aren't many other times that I can remember feeling as much love for them as I did when I opened my birthday card and saw a Disney World brochure. I couldn't wait to go. Unfortunately, I had to wait another 2 weeks for the upcoming long weekend. I couldn't focus in school that entire time. I was too busy thinking about all the rides and characters that I'd get to see. I woke up early Friday morning with enough energy to fly through the ceiling. My parents had been up packing, so the car was already ready by the time I finished my breakfast. We hopped in and set off for Disney. The park was around 4 hours from our house in Tallahassee, so we left early to have time to explore the park for the day. It was around 4 a.m., and the streets were pitch black. The drive was mostly uneventful, and I used my portable CD player to watch old Disney movies that my mom kept lying around. I was halfway through Cinderella when we stopped for gas. The rest stop was pretty dingy. There were some gas pumps for cars and diesel for the trucks, as well as a gift shop for snacks and drinks. The gift shop was quite big, filled with rows of junk food and medicine. I went in with my mom while my dad stayed with the car. While we were shopping, I saw a Mickey-shaped cup and ran to grab it, and when I turned around, my mom was gone. I started to panic. I ran through the aisles calling for her. After a few frantic turns, I ran into something hard and fell on my back. When I looked up, a large man with a gray beard and rough skin was staring down at me. "Hey there, Missy. You lost?" he asked me. I was frozen in fright at the size of the man. He towered over the aisle, his width taking up the entire space in front of me. He reached his hand out, and I scrambled back down the aisle. I was running now, not daring to look back at the frightening stranger. I turned the corner and ran straight into my mom. I hugged her tight, crying. She stroked my hair and comforted me, but my sense of safety was quickly broken when the man approached us. "Be careful with her, hon. Don't want a kid getting lost around here." My mom muttered a reply that I couldn't hear through my own sobbing. The man eventually left, and my mom carried me back to the car. My dad was worried, but my mom reassured him that it was just a small accident. The next hour was quiet, and I quickly forgot my fear from the gas station when I thought about Disney again. I drifted off with thoughts of cotton candy and Mickey ears. I woke up to a hushed conversation between my parents. They were talking in short, clipped sentences, and their tone made my heart start to race. The inside of the car was filled with harsh light. I looked out the rear window to see a black car driving closely behind us, brights on. My parents were raising their tones now, and I looked past them to see a large trailer in front of our car. The semi-truck had its rear lights on, and it looked like it was slowing down to meet us. We were driving down a 2-lane highway in the middle of a swampy area, and the road dropped into thick mud on both sides. My mom was telling my dad to get over and pass the truck, but another car quickly sped up from behind the back car and pulled up to our left side, blocking us in. The windows were tinted black, and I couldn't get a good look at who was in it. I did see silhouettes, though. The car was full. "Daddy, who are these people?" I asked innocently. My dad turned around to face me, and there was a look of sheer panic on his face. He quickly hushed me and turned back around. In front of us, the trailer doors unlatched. They swung open, revealing a single man standing inside the empty trailer. He was wearing jeans and a worn jacket, and his face was covered in a black balaclava. He quickly rushed to the back of the trailer, then bent over and pushed something along the ground. Something appeared over the edge of the trailer, and after a few moments of pushing, a ramp slammed to the pavement, sending up sparks that made it hard to see in front of us. Something hit hard against the back of our car, and I jolted in my seat. By this point, I was overwhelmed. I started crying, scared for my life. Who were these people? What did they want with us? I turned back to see the black car behind us pushing our car forward. The car to our left turned closer to us, pinning us against the 15-foot drop into the mud below. My dad slammed on the brakes, pushing me forward. The car screeched in defiance of the pushing, but our car was old, and I could feel us moving forward. My mom was crying too, pleading with my dad to turn into the mud. "We'll be stuck, Maggie," he howled. "Nothing to stop them from grabbing us." I could hear the frustration in my dad's voice. He was gritting his teeth, still keeping pressure on the brake. Sunlight was just starting to come out, and I could see to our right that the mud was steadily turning into grass. "Daddy, look," I said, pointing out the window. An exit sign flew past our view. Our front fender scraped against the ramp, wheels not yet making contact. In an instant, a turn-off road opened on our right, and my dad veered off the ramp, barely making the exit. We sped off the highway. The group was still going, and I could see their cars more clearly from farther away. I could see the man in the trailer sticking his head out looking at us. There were gray specks of hair poking through his balaclava. We spent the rest of the day in the hotel, with my parents talking to police about our encounter. I was shaken up by the event, but I was mostly sad to miss Disney for the day. We ended up going the next day, though, and I remember that weekend fondly. I'm 16 now, and not many birthdays have topped that one. I don't know who those people were, or what they wanted with us. I'm just getting my driver's license, and despite everything I've learned from driver's ed, there's one thing they didn't teach us. Never drive behind a semi. Can someone please help me understand this? I'm trying to make sense of what he wrote, but I just can't. Through the tears and fear of losing him, I can't understand any of this. I want to go and check for myself what happened, but I am too scared to take our young son with me. Please. Help. I can feel it preying on me. I can hear it pacing around right outside of my bedroom door. I don't know what I did to deserve this. I have so much to live for. My wife and child are back home. God, I will never be able to see my son grow. To teach him baseball or football. To teach him how to drive and, hopefully, to make him love cars as much as I do. To see him graduate and become such a talented professional that I know he will be. My dear Angela, I'm sorry I won't be there for you. I'm sorry I won't be there for you when you need me the most. I promised that we would be together for eternity, and we will be. I will always be watching over you and Tom. I hope you can somehow feel me and forgive me. Please love our son for both of us. Move on with your life. Find yourself a new partner to cherish happy moments with. Someone good for you and Tom. Good like I was never able to be. Hopefully. You won't forget me, but if you do, that's okay. It won't change my feelings for you. I'm sorry I never told you this, but how could I? Would you even be with me if you knew? Would you even believe me? Maybe, I don't know. But that's my burden to carry and mine only. I am a farmer, and all of the rumors you heard about my family, all of those you shrugged and defended me from those people, they are all true. We indeed are one of the wealthiest families around, but that came with a price. Many years ago, my great-grandfather, living in misery and poverty, hunger, his children dying from it, he found a way out of it. In one of his jobs as a gardener, he went to a secluded mansion in the middle of the forest. There he met someone he called his savior. A couple of months after working there, he struck gold. He never told his family how, but he suddenly became filthy rich. But it changed him. He became a mean, cruel man. He would hire desperate immigrants, those who had no family around here, and would treat them like trash. He would constantly starve them, beat them, torture them. He had his little torture chamber hidden underground of his enormous land. So many people died there in horrific ways. As he grew old, little by little, he wasn't capable of doing such horrific things anymore, and it seemed to affect him. The less of a torturer he could be, the more sick and debilitated he became. He had one son left, and only one who survived the famine and poverty. Jeff. Jeff was the opposite of him. Jeff was kind, worked charity at the church, donated food, and built houses for the poor. He had no idea of what his father was, but after his father's death, Jeff became colder and colder as the days passed. The workers at their farm were relieved when his father died, but it didn't last long. Shortly after, Jeff started giving them less and less food. He started hurting them a little here and there, a punch, a kick, but suddenly the tortures once again resumed. Jeff, my grandfather, had a son, Thomas. My beloved father. Thomas was nothing like Jeff or my great-grandfather. I grew up on that house with him and Jeff. My mother left us when I was 2 years old. I think I can now understand why. I think you remember. How could you not? What happened last year? My dad, who was caring for my grandfather, offed himself. I couldn't understand why. He was so full of life, so excited to see his grandchildren growing. But he did, and he left Jeff, bedbound, for me to care for. I never liked the man, but I couldn't leave him to die. So we moved to this godforsaken town so we could live near Jeff. Little by little, I was creeped out more and more by him. He would say things like it was my destiny to become it, and that was our family's legacy. I thought he was going insane. One day I was exploring the vast mansion, and I found my dad's room. It was eerie and creepy to see his photos. Our photos. Just there, gathering dust. I should have been more present in his life after I left for college and work. There, sitting on his bed, was a weird old book. At first glance I thought nothing of it, but naturally I was curious. Once I started reading, I noticed it wasn't a book, but rather a diary, one that belonged to my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather made a deal with something he couldn't even name. It granted us a great fortune in exchange for a vessel. What he didn't know was what that meant. You see, when the vessel grows old and is incapable of causing suffering, it craves for a younger one. That's how Jeff became the monster he was, which I only found out reading this kind of diary. It looks like the creature keeps logs of all of his vessel's life. At least he did on my great-grandfather and Jeff's. On the last few pages, the handwriting was different. I recognized it as my father's. Slowly he narrated how, after finding that, he would see old things around the house, a shadow here and there, the book appearing in random weird places, but places where he was. In the kitchen cabinet when he was reaching for some food, on the bathroom sink when he went for a shower, on his closet, his dresser, on and on. He would hear random sounds at night outside of his room, like someone was impatiently pacing right outside of his bed. It tried to open the door every night, but it was locked. The thing would never say anything, just pace around, but he knew what he wanted. That's why my dad did what he did, to end the curse. But it didn't end, it just delayed it. Right now I can hear it pacing around, violently shaking the knob, pounding at the door. It must be very close to death. Jeff's death, I mean. And it needs my body, my mind, my vessel. But I know how to end this. At least I hope so, for the sake of our son. During the day I soaked the whole house in gasoline. I locked my room and waited for the thing to come out. I know it can sense what I am about to do, and that must be why it is also impatient and, dare I say, desperate. This is my last email to you, Angela. Please remember me not as a freak, but rather as your loving husband. Tell our best memories to our son so he can grow up knowing the best part of me. That's all I ask. I love you both. I am a third-year college student. I have been dating this girl for almost a year now. I met her for the first time when I was working on a college essay in between lectures while I was sitting on a bench in the college yard. There were multiple benches, with tables all around the yard, intended for students to use. The college was right next to a small forest of sorts, so I liked the breath of nature I got from there, unlike the city air. The sun was setting when I was doing the assignment. The lamps were turned on at that time. There were enough lamps to light up the whole outdoor area. I was very absorbed in doing this assignment of mine that I did not even notice the girl who sat right next to me, staring at me for some reason. When I looked at her, she smiled at me. I smiled back to her. The first day, we didn't really talk to each other. I was about to say something to her, but could not because of my shyness. So it was soon time for my lecture, so I left. After finishing the lecture at about 10 p.m., I was headed home. She was still sitting on the same bench. She did not have a phone, nor did she have a book or anything of the sort. She seemed to stare at random places. It seemed like she was observing everything that went on around her. I didn't pay much heed to her because I was in a hurry to get back home. On the next few days, I didn't see her at the college. This felt strange because if we were attending the same college, we would have ran into each other at least once in every few days, but we didn't. I thought that it was because she had a different major. One day at sunset, as I was with my college friends, I saw her by herself on a bench. I wanted to go up to her and say hi to her, so I did it. It took a lot of courage because I had little to no experience with talking to girls, but to my surprise, we hit it off really well. Despite my shyness and inexperience with talking to girls, she told me that her name was Stella. We shared a few hobbies and interests, like writing, for example. I asked Stella what her major was. She told me that she was doing bachelor's in business, so this meant that we had no classes in common. Days passed by and I started developing feelings for her, and she did me. I didn't know that she liked me too at the time, so one day I decided to confess to her and did it. To my surprise, she confessed that she had feelings for me too. It was my first relationship. We went on coffee dates often and spent time with each other a lot. A few months passed that way, and then things began to change. Of course, because I was such a lover boy, I didn't notice it at first. I would get weird glances from my friends whenever they saw me with her. At some point, I even thought that my friends were just making fun of me. Whenever I asked them what was so funny, they'd just brush it off. My friends were not the only ones who acted strange. My girlfriend was acting that way as well. She was such a chatterbox before, but now she was acting like someone who could barely speak. I decided to confront this issue directly and ask her what was wrong. "Hey, what's up?" I asked her curiously. She didn't answer me and stayed silent for a while. I wondered if she didn't like something I did, and itched for an answer. After some attempts, she finally answered. "It's nothing," was what she said. But I didn't believe her because there was obviously something going on with her. She started distancing herself a bit from me. It got worse to the point where we had this talk where she apologized to me and made up with me. I was so glad that we made up. I met up with her regularly on the bench pretty much every day. On some nights, I don't see her on the benches. I see some sort of a black apparition that disappears as soon as I get close to it. It would slowly fade into the light. I would just write it off as me just seeing things. And then, one day, as I was about to go up to Stella, one of my friends stopped me in my tracks. "Dude, why do you always talk to yourself there? That's weird," my friend asked. I got chills down my spine the moment he said that, and then I turned to look at Stella. She was staring at me, wide-eyed. Her eyes were too wide to be considered human eyes. It looked like bulging bug eyes. But the minute I saw that, I turned around because I could not bear to look at the scary figure. I was absolutely speechless. So this was why my friends looked at me like I was a crazy person whenever I went to Stella. The whole time I was talking to myself. I felt both embarrassed and extremely scared. I could not focus in class because my mind was too busy thinking about Stella and what to do about the situation. After my classes ended, it was almost midnight. I stayed behind a bit to complete an assignment and soon finished it. As I started my way home, there she was, on one of the college benches. There was Stella, but in her true form. She was covered in wounds. While smiling broadly from ear to ear, she opened her mouth broadly as I approached close to her. With her razor-sharp teeth in full view under the light, but I hesitated to go there because she was there. "Come here, you moron," she said with an angry, raspy voice. It sent chills down my spine. Without wasting any second, I quickly ran the opposite direction and went upstairs, since the only exit was past Stella. After I got upstairs, I looked at the bench to see if she was still there. She was gone. I turned around after that, and there she was, right in front of me with the creepiest smile imaginable. I was too shocked to even move a single muscle in my body. I absolutely froze up. She did not waste any time and grabbed my neck. She was capable of such power that I don't think that even 3 full-grown men can take her on. She then began thrashing me about, and then I was thrown near a fire extinguisher. I quickly took it, and got her off guard by throwing it at her. While she was distracted, I ran away as fast as I possibly could and exited the college building. I didn't even look back. I heard her raspy voice behind me, screaming and shouting. As soon as I got out of the college yard, however, for some reason the sound suddenly completely stopped. I went straight home, and I couldn't sleep at all that night. I've shared the story with a friend of mine who used to study at the same college. I described the girl to him, and he told me that I was lucky to have escaped her because most ended up disappearing. He told me that most of the guys who met her have disappeared and still never had been found. And upon further research, I found that she is a college-bound entity, so I am too afraid to go to college now, and haven't went to college ever since. That is the only thing I can do to be safe. They didn't deserve that. They don't deserve that. I don't deserve this. No one does. The thing is, I was never close with my parents. I mean, I loved them and had no problems hanging out around each other. We just were never close, you know? There was always a distance that we never bothered to close. So, when I moved away to uni, I didn't look back. There wasn't even much to look back to. My hometown wasn't even that. It was just a collection of small houses that had happened to be built at the intersection of 2 roads. I mean, sure, our town appeared on the map. That's just because they had to put a name there. It was a nowhere place with nothing of worth, except my family. University was hard. I mean, obviously it was hard academics-wise, but the change from living amongst the same 7 families my entire life to a city with hundreds of thousands gave me whiplash. But still, I thrived. I clawed my way up with everything I had to escape from where I had come from. Even though some of my peers doubted me, and others whispered trailer trash behind my back, I proved them wrong. I was better than them, not through some trust fund, but through my own hard work. I tried at every opportunity to forget my past, including leaving my parents behind. When summer break came around and I had no other plans, I decided that I would visit home. I don't know why I decided to go back. It's not like I had any reason to suspect anything was different. I hadn't even messaged my folks in the 8 months since my mom's birthday. I just found myself making the long drive back home in the midst of a summer heat wave with nothing but empty fields in every direction. Anyway, I eventually arrived just outside the boundary separating my town from the endless farmland and had to slow my car to a halt. There was a concrete barrier blocking the entire road from being used. The only thing indicating that the road stopped so abruptly was a sign posted on the top of the barrier. Dead end. I had to drive into the ditch to get around the blockade, somehow getting my car stuck in the process. I swore to the sky, and was reminded how much I hated this place. I should have taken that as a sign to leave, to think that maybe the barrier was there for a reason, and that someone knew. Someone had to know. Still, I pressed forward, determined to not let this awful place get the better of me. The town was quiet. Not a single sound other than the wind chimes and some faint noise carried by the wind. It had always been quiet, but somehow, I knew it was different. There were definitely more trees in the front yards of my neighbors than I remembered. I also noticed that there was what seemed to be an empty ambulance parked in front of a house at the other end of the street, silently sitting with its doors open and its sirens off. When I let myself into my old house, the only sound that I could now hear was the static from the old radio my dad used to listen to the news with. The faint aroma of lavender also filled my nostrils. It wasn't dark in the house, quite the opposite. It was bright. Every curtain was opened, and every light was turned on, showing how dusty the house had become. It also meant I could see everything. My father sat in his old reclining chair facing out to the backyard with his back to me. It was almost right out of a greeting card, if not for the shallow wheezing I could hear from him. When I rushed over to make sure he was okay, I saw the front half of his body. It looked like his skin had melted in the chair, rooting him in place, unable to move. Thin tendrils made of flesh and muscle stretched out of his feet in front of him, covering the carpet in a slick, bloody flower bed. Every inch of the front half of my dad's body bloomed outward, stretching into the sunlight to try and get as much nutrients as possible. His skin burst open from what looked like boils, unfolding into petals and pistils. Some sprouted out of his orifices, growing and growing and growing, grasping for the sun outside the window. I puked and I screamed. I thought my dad had died, and I had not even known. I wish. When I looked at where his eyes had been, between the skin leaves and throbbing bulbs, I saw him looking at me, and I saw fear. Those eyes that I had tried to even forget the color of begged me for help, no matter what had to be done to stop the pain. I ripped at the flowers and roots, trying to get him free, but his flowering skin shuddered and he squelched out a small, muffled moan through a throat full of flowers. It had hurt him. It hurt him to simply be alive. I fumbled to find my phone in my pocket to dial 911, but it didn't seem to go through. All I heard was the dial tone and the faint sound of wind chimes on the other end of the line. I looked around the rest of the house to try and find something to help him. I tried the bleach under the kitchen counter, but that only seemed to pleasure the flowers. Searching in the dining room, I saw a lighter next to my mom's birthday cake, now rotting with small blossoming flies sticking out of the fuzzy frosting. It wasn't long until I found what I assumed was my mother. She was outside in the back garden, grimly enough. She had grown into a sprawling tree, her bones splintering into branches that stretched into the sky, her bark scabbed over, dripping with sap and pus. She resembled a cherry tree, with raw pink wounds budding into flowers. She was also alive, for however much I wish it weren't true. She managed to even stutter out, telling me to kill her. No one could help. Every one of my neighbors' houses held the same thing. Now, seeing the trees outside for what they really were, I rushed past every house I could, hoping and searching for anyone to help me or my parents. There were dozens of flower beds littering the lawns, with flowering arms reaching out in the sky asking for help and sunlight. One of the most disturbing sights was the playset that the Evans had owned, now wrapped in vines. One of my neighbors, who I think was named Ted, had it worst. It had taken me a while to find him, as he was in his basement at the time. It was dark and fine particles obscured the effects of my phone's flashlight. Still, through my coughing and blinking to get the dust out of my face, I eventually found what was Ted. What is Ted? He had collapsed into a heap of flesh, nothing being able to take root in the concrete floor of the unfinished basement. The flowers that covered him had wilted and shriveled, gangrene and necrotic tissue covering his entire body. He didn't even have a face anymore. His eyes unraveled into white lilacs, and his tongue uncoiled into something similar to a grapevine. Every part of it blossomed to try and uselessly grasp at the sunlight that was not there. I think it hurt him to be away from the light more than it hurt the others inside it. I didn't care. I had come down to Ted's basement for another reason, and I had found it. I snatched the gasoline and ran back to my parents' house. It took me a while to thoroughly cover the house with enough for me to be certain, using up the entire can and praying that someone else would come along to help my neighbors. Then I used my candle lighter to set my childhood home on fire, waiting and making sure that my parents were thoroughly burned. The wind chime still rang as I heard the willow tree that we had never planted behind the house weep. It was as I started to walk away, certain that the house was thoroughly burning, that I tripped over my own foot. When I looked down, I saw that my shoe had split open, with thin tendrils digging into the grass beneath me. I scrambled to try and get up, ripping the thin strands of nerves out of the ground in excruciating pain, but before I could do anything, I realized my back was now leaching into the ground as well. Every movement I made to try and get up only pulled on my nervous system, shooting pain worse than anything I've ever felt through my body. Even as I coughed up blood and felt my throat expanding, I couldn't do anything but sit there and cry. Pastules have started to appear all over my body, eagerly waiting to pop and embrace the sun. It hurts to breathe. The insides of my lungs have bloomed already and scratch at every breath. My throat is full of roots and petals, so I can't even call for help anymore. I've managed to type this though. The roots in my hand may have burrowed into my phone, but it has worked long enough for me to do this. I'm glad I could help my parents. I will soon bloom and smell of lavender. I hope someone comes soon. Someone must know. Whether it's the CDC or the government. Someone has to prune me, or I will grow into a meadow. I want to share this recent experience I've had. I can't find anything when I search it up, so as usual, this is my last recourse. For some background, I'm a college student, not really that social. I don't go to parties or anything. I get chronic migraines and the music tends to set those off. Campus is pretty nice. It's decently big and it's got a lot of trees, so it's not like I'm inside all day. I'm staying on campus over the summer because I've got to retake organic chemistry, so it's relevant, I swear. The other day, I think Tuesday, I was headed back to my dorm after class. Got unlucky and got saddled with it in the evening, so it was a bit hard to see, but we aren't an unsafe campus or anything. We have streetlights and all that. I don't get freaked out walking because the main danger is cars, and I have eyeballs and a brain. There had been this awful smell by my dorm hall for like 2 days before this, like somebody dropped a dead rat in the bushes or something. I didn't really want to go fishing around for a dead rat for obvious reasons, so I just ignored it. Come Tuesday, the smell was the worst it ever was. Smelled like somebody baked it. Finally decided I had enough of it around then, because I wasn't putting up with the smell for another week before campus cleaners got to it. Yogurt cups on the windows are one thing. Smelly dead rat is another. I went to my dorm, grabbed a trash bag and a flashlight, and went back outside. I swear to God the smell got worse during the 5-ish minutes I was in the hall. I waded into the bushes, waving my flashlight around looking for whatever died in a hole in there. Nothing. Couldn't find a thing. I checked the gutters. Nothing. Seemed to be coming from a dorm room that was by the bushes. None of the ones on the outside wall where you can basically just look in the window and see everything. So I decided to go knock on their door because I'm not the type of person to resort to calling the RA without trying diplomacy first. Just don't have it in me. I tried to go back inside the dorm hall. Buzzer didn't work. It didn't register my ID no matter how many times I scanned it. Naturally, I'm freaked out by now. I have homework, and also all my stuff is in the dorm hall. This was an issue back at the start of the semester. IDs just stopped working for some reason, and campus police had to scramble to fix it. Seemed reasonable that they could fix it again, so I decided to pay them a visit. I turned to head over there, and I just see this massive thing. Gotta be at least 8 feet tall. It was hunched over like some kind of gremlin thing. I don't really know how to describe it. It was just blank. There was nothing. No features beyond being vaguely human-shaped, but it was way stretched. It didn't have eyes, no mouth, no body features. Didn't have hands either, or feet. Didn't have on any clothes. Nothing to make it clear that this thing even has bones or flesh or anything. Looked like a rock, kind of. Except rocks don't smell like a dead raccoon that's been left under a trash can in the sun for 5 days. I just kind of stared at it for a while. Can't tell if it saw me. It eventually started coming my way, and I think I nearly died of a heart attack when it did. But it walked right past me to the dorm room I wanted to check out. Went in through the window. Didn't even open the thing. It just squeezed through like it's made of liquid or something. After that, I just kind of stood there for a bit. I didn't know what to do. How do you even react to that? There's a big thing that smells like a corpse and then it goes into your dorm hall through somebody's window. You try reacting to that. After that, I went to campus police. They were completely unhelpful. As expected. ID wasn't even broken, so I wasted 10 minutes of my time for nothing. I went back towards the hall and nearly tripped over some random object in the road. When I tell you I almost threw up, I mean it. There was an arm in the road, just a whole arm rotting away, worms crawling in it and everything. I almost tripped over an arm. I accidentally squished one of the worms that had crawled away from the arm when I stumbled, and good lord, that thing was full of just grossness. That thing was leaning out the window of the dorm hall, same window it squirmed into the dorm hall through, and it was just there, leaning out with its head pointed at me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Everything smelled like rot. I thought I was going to die. And then it just went back inside like it was never there. Window was shut the whole time. So anyway, I'm staying at a hotel now. I've already involved local authorities, so I'm hoping this gets resolved at some point. Still want to know what that thing was, but the only thing coming up is those nightcrawler things, and it wasn't one of those. There haven't been any missing person reports recently either, which makes things even more confusing, because that arm was still pretty fresh, even though it smelled like a 5-week-old pizza. Not sure what to do, and the thought of going back to campus at all makes me want to curl up and die. I figured I'd share this here, since everywhere else is a dead end. Being pretty is a privilege, but being attractive is a gift. As a former ugly hag, now 37, I knew this well. I had thick eyebrows and thin lips, awkward eyes, and a long nose. My boss always liked standing next to me. It highlighted just how ugly I was, and how good looking she was. She went out to clubs every night. I stayed home. She slept with her extremely kind golf star husband, and I cleaned up after my mean, drunken one. She had children, and I was infertile. In short, her life was full of excitement and joy, and mine was just as good as my looks. Not at all. "Hi, Gordy. You don't mind if I squeeze in beside you, do you?" She would ask every time we had a company picture to take every year for the past 11. Go ahead. She will anyway. She just pretended to care what I thought so everyone could believe she was still an upstanding woman. She also upstaged everyone during the Christmas parties. She brought in the very best desserts and main courses so people would praise her for weeks after. She made sure she snooped around to hear exactly what someone had been wondering about, and if she was their secret Santa, she'd bring it and surprise them. But not me. I remember she blatantly assigned herself to me to flaunt her wealth and bought me a designer dress I could never even wear. 2 sizes too small. Her husband slipped me some money to get it specifically tailored, though. I always thought he was too good for her. Honest mistake. Babel was just excited to get you something, he told me with a wink. He chooses to believe in her. I can't quite blame him when he gets a completely different woman at home. It was after one of these events, I don't remember which, when I was leaving to walk myself back to my old apartment and I saw it. A booth stood not too far off with a sign that read, "Look into the mirror and receive your rating." A mirror stood nearby and practically towered over me. Some odd-looking metallic lights surrounded the frame, or maybe they were the frame. At the time I was confused, but thinking about that mirror, mirrors in general, I feel incredibly sweaty and nervous. I start losing face. PTSD, perhaps. My boss stood beside me that night, reading the sign, and once she understood its function, she immediately became enamored with the mirror, lazily trailing a finger up the framing of it. "Hey Gordy, would you be a doll and test this thing for me? I don't quite know what I'm doing." She laughed, and finally, she cut the act. "No, really. I just want to see how low you score on the leaderboard. You're just the best confidence booster." She laughed again. I hate how genuinely nice it was. Too bad I was too busy gagging at the amount of hairspray she began to spray to mention it. I stepped forward and just stared into the mirror. An ugly old woman, short and rotund. I hated my face. I hated my grainy hair, an awkward frown, my double chin, and my glasses that always seemed too small for my face. My husband could do better. He always told me so anyway. After more torturous staring, the mirror seemed to glow around the edges, spitting out a small roll of paper. But before I could grab it, my boss snatched it, unraveling it between her fake nails. A 5? This thing must be broken. She cackled and tossed my rating to the concrete. I scrambled to pick it back up. Seriously? Who would rate you above even a gracious 2? I scoffed. I don't know where I got my confidence from, but I was feeling bold that night. "Afraid I scored higher than you?" I spoke too soon because she shoved me out of the way and stepped into the mirror's view. "Watch your mouth," she spat. The mirror caught my eye, and I just ignored her complaining. Its glow getting brighter and brighter. Even if it's broken, I'll always be better than you. In a world where dog eats dog, you will always be on the very bottom, neglected and starving, just like your... The longer she went on, the brighter it got, before suddenly she yelped. "It's hot, it's hot. Oh my god, it's hot. Gordy, help me." I could only watch wide-eyed as everything but her face burned alive, her skin shriveling like a rotten fruit. Iron and the smell of plastic filled the air as her clothes and accessories melted away into a puddle, as if she had never been real to begin with. Her flesh and bone now a molten ooze, face left behind. I picked up the gooey aloe vera-like skin that had been her award-winning smile and trembled as the mirror slowly went dormant. and spat out her rating. 1,000. Smoking hot. I think about that day often. Maybe because that was the day I found true beauty. Now I go out to clubs. I climb the ranks. I organize the company pictures, eat at fancy restaurants, stare at my reflection in my new champagne glasses, cook my new family dinner. I only have one problem. No matter how much I avoid it, there's always a brand new mirror waiting for me when I'll least expect it. This time though, she stares outside of it, waiting for me to get just close enough so that she can take her life back. Or maybe it's the face she wants. I woke up yesterday feeling odd and itchy. My skin was so itchy I laid in bed for 30 minutes violently scratching until I bled. I rushed to the bathroom to look at my skin, and I was almost bluish all over. I hopped in the shower, and it provided some relief. I thought maybe I had a rash or something, but I was itchy everywhere. Maybe I had spread it while scratching. I don't know, but I hopped out of the shower and got dressed and went to the store to get some ointment. I got multiple different kinds of lotions and practically lathered myself in it. I started looking up my conditions, and I figured it was dry skin or eczema or something. It also mentioned bug bites, which sort of makes sense because I have been spending a lot of time outside lately. Then I remembered the bug bite on my ankle. My girlfriend, who was away visiting family, and I have been picking random cemeteries around town and driving to them. The cemeteries are kind of just a direction for us to drive, and we try to find fun places along the way. Thrift stores, dive bars, trails, and any other thing that catches our eye. We made it to the cemetery the other day in rural Kansas. The cemetery looked abandoned. Okay, maybe not the best way to describe it, but it was not well kept at all. The grass was overgrown, about as high as my waist in some places, and all the tombstones were dirty and weathered. We walked around looking at each grave, and they were all from the early to mid-1900s. We found one grave that was well kept, which I thought was sweet. While walking around, I got a painful bite on my ankle that made my knees buckle for a second. I figured it was a big mosquito, but before I got a chance to look at it, an old man with long greasy hair came running from the other side of the graveyard yelling, "Get off the grass, you idiots!" He spooked us, and we both just ran laughing. I had completely forgotten about the bite until now. I lifted my ankle to look at it, and I saw two very big bug bites with a bit of pus oozing out of them, which I thought was weird because I only remember feeling the one bite, but since that bite hurt so bad, I am starting to think that this is the root of my itching. What kind of bug could do this? I looked it up and it said it could be an allergic reaction. It says it can be life-threatening, but you know how it is when you look up your symptoms. Hey Google, I have a headache. Oh, that's unfortunate. You do indeed have a brain tumor. So I kind of shook it off, and hopefully it was mild besides the only condition I had was the itching. I didn't have red or swollen skin, or a rash, or anything, so I was hoping for the best. I stayed at home all day, moving as little as possible. It was almost bearable if I stayed completely still. I continued to scratch though, mostly gently but sometimes violently, making myself bleed a couple times. Even my face was itchy, especially near my mouth. I zoned out and scratched the same spot at the corner of my mouth for I think an hour before I felt a sharp pain. I went to the mirror, and the corner of my mouth was bleeding profusely. blood pouring out of my mouth. I tried to stop the bleeding, but the blood just soaked through the towel. I got in the shower again, and the water burned my mouth, but I just let the blood drip out into the tub. I stared at the shower floor for far too long as the steady stream of blood faded into the drain. I got out and went back to the mirror, and I was horrified. The corner of my mouth was ripped open into my cheek. I scratched so hard that I gashed my mouth open. I was disturbed. I was hurting. I was itchy and truly losing my mind at this point. I was in so much pain I knew I needed to go to the hospital, but I didn't have the energy or the insurance to do so. I told myself to sleep and that I would go tomorrow. I took some of my girlfriend's sleeping meds and collapsed into bed. I think I fell asleep almost immediately. I was drained. Today I woke up, and I wish I hadn't. My skin was no longer itchy. I was beyond relieved. I laid there in absolute comfort, rubbing my skin gently. I put my hand to my mouth to see how my cut was doing, only to find no cut in my skin. I frantically felt all over my face, checking both sides of my mouth. I felt nothing. I sat up in my bed, and when I did, my foot touched something at the end of the bed. It almost felt like a grocery bag. I flipped over the blanket and saw a huge pile of something. It almost looked like the skin of an onion. I was confused, quickly trying to think of what it could be. I felt my heart racing as I slowly leaned closer and closer, until my eyes widened and I lunged backwards, tumbling off the bed. I think it's a pile of skin. Human skin. My skin. I'm scared and I don't know what to do. If anyone has any insight or ideas, that would be much appreciated.